Welcome to the first video of week 4. So up until now we have got a strong foundation in Flutter. You know about the basics widgets, you know about the advanced widgets, you know how to deal with Firebase in Flutter, you also know how to build complex UIs in Flutter and so on. So in this video, we are going to talk about something that is very important for an application software to stand out in market and be maintainable, scalable, and also testable. So first, let's get started with the software. What is a software? At high level perspective, a software is broken down into two terms, soft and where the soft means changeable and the where means product. And it altogether means a software where the changes can happen easily without any hassle. And a software has two core values, behavior and structure. The behavior refers to its functional aspects like what it does, and the structure of a software on the other hand pertains to architecture and design. The architecture represents the high-level blueprints of system. It highlights a big picture, that how the significant component interact and align with the business objectives. And the design on the other hand often seems to imply the structures and the decisions at lower level. It's about the specifics that works inside the boundaries set by the architecture. And the software developers are responsible for making sure both the values remains high. But unfortunately, they often focus on the first value, which is behavior. They only make a software works. And even more unfortunately, they often focus on the lesser of the two values, leaving the software eventually valueless. According to Robert C. Martin in his book, The Clean Architecture Craftsman's Guide to Software Structure and Design, it does not take huge amount of knowledge and skill to get a program working. Kids in high school do it all the time. Yes, it does not take huge amount of knowledge to make a program work. It's pretty simple. As a stakeholder of a system software used to say, it's more important to make a software work. And developers in turns forget their responsibility. They often go along with the same behavior, focusing on the first value, which is behavior. They only make a software works and does not focus on the architecture. He further says, if you give me a program that is working fine, but the changes are impossible, you cannot add new features according to the requirements. So this program is totally useless. And if you give me a program that is not working, but the changes can happen easily, and adding new features according to the requirements does not make it a headache. So I can make this program works and use this program, and this program is continually useful. And one of the greatest thing that emphasizes on the second greater value of software, which is the architecture, in his book is the else-never matrix. It states that I have two kinds of problems, the urgent and the important. The urgent are not important and the important are never urgent. Same like this, the first value of a software, which is behavior, is urgent but not always particularly important. And the second value of a software, which is architecture, is important but never particularly urgent. So if you got a software which works perfectly fine but the changes are impossible, so this software is totally a mess. Because it's the characteristic of a hardware, we cannot make any changes in the hardware. For example, you have a motherboard of a system and you want to make changes in it. So you cannot do it yourself, you need an expert for this. And if you want extra functionality in your motherboard of your system, so you have to purchase another one, as simple as that. And this is same in the case of a software. If a software is not changeable, we cannot call it a software. It will be called a hardware, even though it's a software. We cannot call a software the software if it's not changeable, because a hardware is not changeable. That's the characteristic of a hardware, and the software is supposed to be changeable, and that is the biggest responsibility of the software developers. But on the other hand, if you got a software which is not working but the changes can happen easily, so this software is continually useful, we can fix it and use this. So this visualizes that we must focus on the first what's important for building a best software, and that is the architecture. The architecture is something in the context of high level, which is diverse from low level details. So when we say something in the context of high level, we refer something abstract, something general, or lots of principles and structures the overall functionalities of a system, the major components and the interaction between those components. It's about understanding what the software aims to achieve and how the major parts came together to meet those aims. And the diverse in that context means that separated or detached. The lower level details are the nitty-gritty specific implementation details. This might include specific algorithms, data structures, communication protocols, and so on. So over the last several decades, we have seen so many architectural systems released into the market. These include hexagonal architecture, onion architecture, screaming architecture, DCI, BCE, and a lot more. All of these architecture vary somewhat in their details, but at a point they are very similar, carrying a single primary objective, which is the separation of concern. And to achieve such separation of concern, they divide a software into layers. This clean architecture is proposed by Robert C. Martin, who is so-called Uncle Bob. And the dependency rule of this architecture says that the source code dependencies must point only inward toward the higher level policies. The arrow you can see specify the dependency flow inward. This simply means that nothing that belongs to the inner layer can know anything at all about something that belongs to the outer layers. And to be more specific, the things that belongs to the inner layer should not reference anything like the function, classes, or variables from the outer layers. This ensures clean and distinct boundary between the layers. So now first, let's understand the clean architecture proposed by Robert C. Martin, and then we will understand the architecture that we will be using in our Flutter application, that is the TDD architecture or test-driven development architecture. So first, we will understand the architecture proposed by Robert C. Martin, and then we will relate the architecture of the Robert C. Martin with the architecture we will be using in our Flutter application, that is the TDD clean architecture. And then we will separately understand the architecture of TDD test-driven development and also create the project directories accordingly. So in this architecture, first we have the entities. The entities is the most independent layer of this architecture. The entities represent the core business logic. It's crucial for the whole enterprise. These rules stay consistent irrespective of application changes, and they act as foundational objects and maintains high-level rules. And next, the use cases. The use cases is the second layer of this architecture. This layer depends upon the entities, as shown in the diagram of the arrow of the dependency flow. The use case layer focuses on the specific application operations and how the data is processed within. It defines the data flow and utilizes the entities and their business logic, and it is shielded from the external tools. If the application operations evolve, this layer will be adjusted accordingly. Like for example, we have the use case of sign in, but if the stakeholders or the client says we also need the Google sign in, so a new use cases will be added, and this use case layer will be adjusted accordingly. And next, the interface adapters. This layer acts as a translator. It adjusts data formats between the application core, entities and use cases and the external systems like database or web services. And lastly, the frameworks and drivers. Here we see the external tools and systems like the databases, web frameworks, etc. It's more about interfacing with externalities than the core logic. Its primary job is to communicate and relay the data to the inner circles or layers, treating the intricate, technical specific as surface level details. So after seeing this architecture, some people sometimes argues that you must stick to what the Robert C. Martin says, and some people argues that why we have only 4 layers? Can we have more or less than 4 layers? So Robert C. Martin answered this in his book The Clean Architecture, Craftsman Guides to Software Structure and Design. The chapter 22, the chapter name is also The Clean Architecture and the topic name is Only 4 Circles. He is asking that can we have 4 circles or more than 4 circles or also less than 4 circles. So there he says that while the diagram showcases 4 layers, it's not a rigid rule. An architecture can have additional layers. It depends upon the specific needs of a project. The depicted 4 layers are the foundational guidelines. It's not a strict rule. But here you also need to keep one more thing in mind, that is the dependency rule must always be applied. And the dependency rule states that the dependency must always point inward. This ensures that The efficient business logic found in the inner layers remains unaffected by the external changes. The inner layer encapsulates high-level policies and abstractions, and the outer layers deals with the concrete details and implementations. By ensuring that the more concrete details depend upon the abstractions and not the other way around, the architecture maintains its integrity and flexibility. So, to be specific with Flutter, we have this clean architecture TDD test-driven development pattern which divides the software into three layers: presentation, domain, and data layer. If you have watched my previous course of Instagram clone clean architecture, you might be familiar with this diagram, but if you have not, there is no need to worry because we are going to learn and understand each and every little process from scratch. So looking at this architecture and relating it to the clean architecture proposed by our friend the Uncle Bob or Robert C. Martin, first we had the entities. First, the entities were the most independent and the inner layer which contained the high-level policy or the core business rules. And in the case of TDD, test-driven development clean architecture, the most independent and the inner layer is domain layer, which holds the primary entities and use cases and the repository contract. These domain objects capture the essence of the business logic, much like the entities in the clean architecture. Next, the interface adapters from the clean architecture relates to the data layer in the TDD clean architecture. The interface adapters deal with the data format translation, ensuring that the core system can communicate with the external system. And the data layer in the TDD architecture plays a similar role. The repository implementation serves the function of implementing the contract established in the domain layer. Further, the models in the data layer which extends the entities from the domain layer and bridge the domain high-level abstractions with the practical data structures and formats suitable for the external storage or API communication. Lastly, the framework and drivers is indeed outermost layer of clean architecture. Its main role is to deal with the more volatile and changeable elements. However, it's slightly misleading to club both UI frameworks like Flutter and backend details like database under the presentation layer in TDD clean architecture. In the TDD clean architecture, the presentation layer primarily refers to the UI and associated presentation logic, not the backend systems or external services, but backend stuff is handled in the data layer, which deals with the outside world. When the Robert C. Martin talks about the clean architecture, the emphasis is upon decoupling the core of the software entity's business logic from the volatile elements. By placing both the UI and database in the outermost layer, it underscores the idea that changes in technology, platforms, or user interfaces should not impact the core functionality and rules of the software. And the TDD clean architecture, we place our backend stuff where we deal with the outside world in the data layer and the UI stuff placed in the presentation layer. Both of them are the outer layers and are more volatile, and both depend upon the domain layer for the core business logic and rules. So now you might have a basic idea of the clean architecture test-driven development, that what each layer is responsible for. So let's understand this clean architecture TDD test-driven development a bit more in depth with the Flutter specific and create the project directories accordingly. So the call flow goes from top to bottom, from widgets to the final implementation in the data layer, where we deal with the outside world logic, like the API's communication, any kind of backend like Firebase or the local data sources. In the presentation layer, there are widgets, pages, and the presentation logic holders, such as block, chain notifier, mobx, etc. to separate the business logic from the UI code and manage the state of our application more efficiently. That layer is where we interact with our app. But in this architecture, the logic holders do not hold so much logic, but instead they delegate most of their work to the use cases in the domain layer, which visualize that the dependency flow from presentation layer to the domain layer and is inward flow. So in your Flutter project, inside the features, let's create the directories for the presentation. So we are going to have a presentation layer, and inside this presentation layer, we are going to have the directories of the pages, widgets, and also block, or you can also have any other state management solution. Next, the domain layer contains the core business logic. entities, use cases, and the abstract definition of the repositories. It's completely independent, meaning that it does not depend on any other layer, but other layers depend upon it. The use cases are the specific use cases of the application, such as the login with email, login with Google, forgot password, and send text message are the examples of the use cases. And the repository is a core contract interface, which holds the unimplemented use cases of the application, and to fulfill this contract, it's implemented in the data layer where this fancy gradient of the repository comes into play. You might ask that I just said the domain layer is independent and it does not depend on any other layer. So what that gradient of the repositories between the domain and data layers shows up? This gradient represents the dependency inversion principle as we have learned it in the week 3. Instead of the high level domain layer relying on the low level data layer directly, both depend upon the shared abstractions. This way, the core business logic remains separated from the specific implementation details, ensuring the flexibility and maintainability of the system. So inside the Android Studio, our domain layer will look something like this. Let's create a directory for the domain layer. Inside this domain layer, we are going to have first the entities, the business objects, and then the use cases, the application business logic, and then one more directory that will be of repository. Inside the repository, there will be a contract class which will be fulfilled in the data layer. So here in the architecture, lastly in data layer, the contract signed in the domain layer is implemented in the data layer. Then it has the sources which could be local database or an API or any other data source. It contains the models which extends the entities, you will see it in the future videos, and have some extra functionalities in the models of conversion while dealing with the outside data. For example, while dealing with the Firebase, we need to convert the data from snapshot to dot objects and from dot objects to some JSON-like data to store it in the firestore database. Or if we are dealing with any kind of API, while storing the data in the server, we need to convert it from the dot objects to JSON, and while retrieving it, we would have to again convert it from the JSON data to dot objects. So you might also ask why we have the entities and models separated. So that is because we want to keep the domain layer independent from any other third-party functionality. So in this architecture case, the models will be the subclasses of the entity classes, and these models will be located in the data layer and will deal with extra functionalities of conversion, like as I said, the conversion data from JSON to JSON or from snapshot to JSON. So let's create the data layer also inside the feature. Let's do it with the data, and inside the data we are going to have the directory of repository. Inside this repository, there will be the repository implementation which will fulfill the contract signed in this domain layer. And then we will create one more directory. Its name will be models, and lastly the data sources. Inside these data sources, we can have either local data source or remote data source. So that is what a single feature structure is going to look like, and we also discussed their dependencies. So let's create one more directory in here that would be the user, and inside this user, collapse this data, domain, and presentation, and move all of them to this user. And like this, our user feature will look something like this. And for the further features like chat, call, status, all of the features will going to contain these 3 layers and these directories inside these layers. So to understand the combined workflow, let's take an example to clear up how call flow will happen when single action is taken in our application. For example, a button is clicked by the user to sign up to the application. So first, we will directly discuss the things in this video. And in the future videos, you will practically see how a specific task or use case completes its job when it's triggered on the outermost layer, which is the presentation layer. So we will be interacting with our application with the outermost layer presentation, and a button is clicked. The call flow goes from widgets to the presentation logic holders, and from there they depend upon the use cases. So the specific use case of signup utilizes entities, in that case the user entity to sign up, and that use case depends upon the contract repository to do that specific job, again in that case the signup. So till now the call flow came from presentation to domain layer, which clearly shows up presentation layer depends upon the domain layer, and then that repository is implemented in the data layer. So here this again shows up the data layer also depends upon the domain layer for the repository by following the dependency inversion principle. And then that sign up method in the repository implementations work with the remote data source, and this remote data source now utilizes the models for the necessary data conversions. And lastly, the actual logic is triggered in the data source of remote data source implementation and the action is performed. This will become more clear to you when we practically deal with the specific use case in our application, and later in this week 4 and 5 everything will become clear to you about this architecture. That's all. Along the time, when we implement the features of our app using this clean architecture, you will become more familiar and comfortable with this architecture. And later you can adopt this architecture in your production apps to make them easily testable, maintainable, and scalable, because that is what we want from an architecture. So that's all. See you in the next one. So before going forward for building the UI of our WhatsApp clone, let's take a look at the demo of the application to clear up everything that how much features we are going to implement in this WhatsApp clone. So let's begin. So I have my WhatsApp clone that is already created running on 2 different devices, which is iPhone 15 Pro Max simulator and the one Xiaomi Redmi Note 7 from the Genymotion. And both have different account login. So first of all, let's go through the login process. Let's log out from this account, go to the settings and go for the logout. And this will send us to the welcome page. Now go for agree and continue, and this will require your number. So I am going for adding the number in here. So I have my number in place, and for the phone authentication, in the Firebase, I already have added the test number so that I don't have to receive the verification code again and again for the different numbers. So I have added the test numbers in here so that I use them to log in every time to my WhatsApp application for the testing. And in the production, obviously this will be different. And you will get to know about this, how we will do this in the upcoming videos of this WhatsApp clone. Anyways, by adding the number, go for the next, and then you have to write your OTP, but first this will navigate you for the verifying you're not a robot and this reCAPTCHA stuff. So select the traffic lights from here, and these are not included in here. Okay, go for the next, and still the same thing, go for verify, and this will navigate you back to verify your phone number. So I will go for 126 because it's already added, and the next step would be to enter your number, not the number but the username, and that would be in my case this. Go for the next, and I'm logging to the application, and that is the process of signing in or signing up to the WhatsApp clone using the phone number. That's it. So that was our authentication feature in our WhatsApp clone, and now the next feature that we are going to test is the chatting feature. So now we will go for the chatting feature from the iPhone 15 Pro Max. I will go for the message, and I will send this user a message which is logging in that device. So I'll click this and will send him hello, and he's online also. We can send a message, and we can go back, and you can see he got received a message in here, and we also got that user in here. So now we can go in here, and you can see he's online. I send a message. He can come back in here, and when we come to this page, he can see this user also online, and when he come to this page, you can see the message is also got seen. Now if he wants to reply the user, for example, he says hi, and then reply back, he received hi, the real-time chatting, and then he is saying how are you, but not directly. Let's reply this. For example, he want to reply his, you can see he got his name in here because he's replying him, this user, and then he say how are you, and then send the message. Here in that device he received you, and here in case of him he received the username that he is replying to, and in case of him he received you. For example, he's replying you that how are you, same as the WhatsApp replies happens. And when he replies back, you can see the reply is also same as we had in the real WhatsApp. So for example, he's saying, I'm fine, how about you? And then send it back, and then he received. Now this time he received you just because he replied his message. So in case of him, this will be here, he will see that he's replying to you that I am fine, how about you? And in the case of him, he will see the username that is saying that he's replying to. So that was simple basic messages, replies, the seen message, and the online and offline status. And the online offline status will be recognized by, for example, when I minimize this, you can see the online status has been gone, and when I come back, he got online again. So that's how the online and offline status is working, and the same will be for this device. Now for example, he want to send the emoji message and then send it. He received the emojis, he can reply to the emojis same as the regular message, and then he can do the same, send it, and then he received. Let's go back, go to the keyboard, and that is how the emoji keyboard is working for the chatting. And then now it's time to test out the sending images. I select the image, it takes me here, and then if I send it, it will take some while for uploading in the cloud Firebase cloud storage, and then it will load it in here. Only some time will be taken depending on your internet connection. And you can see we got the message in here, it's already seen, the message has been sent, it's loading, and yes, we got the message sent in our WhatsApp clone. Now next feature that we are going to test out is that, let's go back from here first of all, and then come back. You can see I got the photo sent, so I got the photo in here, and also here the photo. Now if I come here again and send a message, let's say hello again, and then go back in here, you can see the hello come in here, same as WhatsApp, and then come back to the chat. And that is how the simple chat and sending images and the emojis, online and offline status features are working in our WhatsApp clone. Now it's time to test out the voice chat to send the voice message. For example, let's say if I type something in here, you can see this converted to sending a message. When I remove this back converted into the voice. Now from this Xiaomi Redmi Note 7, I want to send a voice message. So I will click this, and it's saying record something, and here it will say something. And if I close this, after some time the voice will be uploaded to cloud storage, and then it will be sent it to here. You can see he got received this, and in case of him, he also got received it in here. And then we can play the sound from here, and we will listen to that sound that what we just said, and the time will be calculated accordingly to when you keep open the sound. This was the sending a voice message in the WhatsApp clone, and the next is of sending the GIF. So yes, we can also send the GIFs. For example, if I want to send this GIF, I will select this, and this will directly be sent it in here in the chats. So now the last two remaining things are to send the video messages and then to test the calling in the chatting. And before this, we can also reply an image like that, and then say hi will be sent, and we got it like this. So the only two features of testing video sending and then the video calling is remaining, and we will do it when you go to the real device. But for just testing out the calling in the emulators, let's do it, because in iPhone 15 Pro Max we don't have any open cameras, and the Genymotion device do have a camera. So let's call this, and you can see he received a call like that from this device, and it is loading. And when he accept this, then he will become to allow the access to the call. When he allow the access, the indicator will be load, and you can see we got the call instantiated. But because the iPhone don't have the camera, so we are getting this screen like that. So he can go back from the call, you can see he got back, and then he can also go back from here. So this was the call feature, also fully functional, working in our WhatsApp clone, and we will implement this using the Agora calling SDK. And for sending the video, yes, we will use a real device because I don't have any short video in these emulators, so for that purpose we will use a real device. So now we can go back from here. That was all for chatting, online offline status, seeing messages, replying to messages, sending emojis, messages, gifs, voice notes, and also to video calling. Now only the video sending is remaining, and we will do it from the real device. That's it. Now go back, and that's how we chat in here. That is the time in that, and the emulator time is 6:30, so that's why it's taking like that. Now next thing is go for the status. And one more thing that I want you to see is the calls history. So from that device, the call has been made to this user. So it's saying the call has been made using this sign, that time, to this user. And in the call history of that user is you received the call from this person and you picked it. But if you decline this call, so you will get this incoming call to red. For example, let's test it out. Go to the chat again, and then for example the bot user, for example this user again, call him, and then he, for example, declined that call. And then he also go back from this call, and now if you go in here, you can see he called the same person, but as he declined, so we got this red. And then same case for this, he received a call but he declined it, so the history is creating same as the real WhatsApp. Now it's time to test the status. So let's come to the status for both. For example, this user wants to upload his status, so he will do this. And for example, he want to upload these 2 images to his status, he will add this, and from here he can swipe between the images that he have selected. He can cancel them, and then he can select them back. He can select them like that, and then for example he upload this by clicking this, and it will start uploading. But in this testing WhatsApp clone, I didn't create the circular progress indicator in here, but yes, in the upcoming videos in our bootcamp of creating the WhatsApp clone, we will create the circular progress indicator here while these 2 images are uploading to the cloud file store. Not the cloud file store, but the Firebase cloud storage. So now when the status has been uploaded in the iPhone, you can see he got my status in here and the time when the status is uploaded. But in case of him, he got the status like that in the recent updates, but he don't have one status from his own. So if you want to see his status, he can see it like that. He can switch between the stories like that. He can stop that by holding the touch finger, and then he can resume it back like that. And then from here, if he open his story and then go back, you can see one story has been viewed like the real WhatsApp. And then he can open it back, move to the next one, stop it, and resume it again, and it's finished. You can see the status has been viewed like that. And from here he can also upload his own status by going to the images, and then like that he can also upload his own status like that. And then when he upload his status, it will comes in here. And then in case of him, he can go for deleting his status. You can see it's uploaded 2 minutes ago, and then your status update will be disappear after 24 hours. Yes, this feature is also implemented. After 24 hours, the status will be disappeared. So we can delete the status from here, and it's deleted. You can see it gone from here and it's deleted. And we have seen the call history, we have seen the status, we have seen the authentication of the user, we have seen different type of messages, online offline statuses, replies, and all of that stuff. Now it's time to move to the real device to test the sending of the video message and also testing out the video calling real time in there. So I have this user on the real device. He's online currently, so I will message him hi, and then go back. He comes in here, and then I can go in here now, and then for example this user calls him. So from that side, he is receiving call. So I will receive this call and it will take little time, and then the call will be instantiated. You can see this is from the real device and this is from the iPhone, as the iPhone don't have any camera. And that was the call, the microphone connected, and that was happening from my real device. So that's it. Now go back, and then I'm going to start the recording in my real device, and then I will place it in here, and then I'm going to test. So I select the video and from my device, and then I can play it in here, and it's like that. I can pause it, I can play it again, and then if I upload it, so after some time the message will be sent. Only little time will be taken, it depends upon the internet connection. And yes, we got the video message received, and we can play it like that. And in case of here, we can play it. We can go back, let's say commit again. There might be some permission issue, so yes, we will add that in our iOS for playing this video, because I didn't much test this WhatsApp clone in the iPhone, and in iPhone it's causing so many problems. I test mostly on the Android, but in iOS it's sometimes causing the video playing and playing voice problems. So yes, for that it required permission, so I didn't add them. So I will show you how you can add the permissions while we will creating this WhatsApp clone in our videos. So let's go back, and then let's interact with this device from the real device. So let's say this to this device, I am sending a message here. Let's say he's saying hi. He received the message, and then we come in here, both are online. Now if I'm sending the same video from the real device, both got received the video and he can play it, and from here we can also play it. So that's all for the demo of the WhatsApp clone. You have seen different type of messages can be sent. You can see here, yeah, now we can see the video has been sent or received. And in the case of him, we have the different type of messages. We have just the video calling, and then we have just the status and also the call history, and then also we have just the authentication of our user in the settings. So that's it. All these features will be done. How much we have? We have different types of chat. We can chat the users from here, the users that we have logged in our application, and then we can send different type of messages. We can upload our status, we can have the call history, we can have a video call like that, and all of that stuff. So that is what we will do in this complete week 4 and 5. So there is a lot to learn for you. Now it's time to go for the UI part. So without further ado, let's get started. So in the previous episode, we created the directories for our user feature, and that structure of the directories would be applied on every feature in this app. And this way we would take care of the clean architecture main objective, which is the separation of concerns. And later this would become more easier to insert a new feature within the app, and other parts of the app didn't even realize that what just happened around us. That is why it is called the clean architecture. Anyways, let's put first thing first and add the required dependencies in the project. So you already know where we add our dependencies in our Flutter project. Simply, you have to move to your pubspec.yaml file, and then in the dependency, you have to add all of your dependencies that you want your app to depend upon. So that's all you have to do in your pubspec.yaml file. Next, create an app feature where we would have our primary libraries such as the homepage logic, having some constants and other global widgets. So first thing, inside this app widget, we will create the theme directory. Inside this, we have a style ... where we have the color constants that would be used throughout our application. And creating such constants of colors is a good practice, which allow us to use the constants without calling the different colors over and over again from the colors class. So these are the colors that would be used in our application. And also I have added some of the images in the project. So if you need these images, simply you can get this from my GitHub repository. Next, we would have a constant directory inside the app feature, and inside this constant directory, we will have the app constants, Firebase collection constants, as we will be using the Firebase Cloud Firestore database for our application. And next, the message type constants and also the page constants. So inside the app constants, initially we have only the toast method, which will be called anywhere in our application where we need the toast to display. And for now, that is it for this app constants, and later we can have some more constants that will be added with the time if we need some constants. And next we have the Firebase collection constants. So these will be the collections in our WhatsApp clone. Obviously we would have the users, so we have the string users Firebase collection constants stored in this class. Next, we would have one-to-one channel, chat channel, MyChat, messages, and so on. You will get to know about the uses of the static constants of this Firebase collection constant class later when we go forward and start dealing with the backend database of Cloud Firestore database. Next, we have the message constants. These message constants are to distinguish between the messages that we will send in our WhatsApp clone app. Like we are going to have the text message, the file message, emoji message, photo, audio, video, and also the Gif message. So these are the constant to distinguish between the messages that we will send in our WhatsApp clone application. And lastly, we have the page constants. Later this will come into play when we implement the routing in our application. So for now we have this class like this. We have simple routes defined in here, welcome page, OTP page, login page, and also other pages. So next directory inside our app feature would be global. There will go some global widgets. So when you open this, first I have just a date directory inside, and I have the date formats inside. So that date formats will be used throughout our application. Next, we would have the entities and the widgets inside the global, and you don't have to worry about the directories inside this app feature, because this app feature is the feature where we would have our primary libraries, and this is not a solid feature which deals with the backend like we have one of the user. For the user, we are going to have the data sources like to deal with the Cloud Firestore database. We are going to have the user specific models, but for the app this is not the case. So here you can create directories that are separated, and you can easily get to know about where I just stored this specific thing inside my app feature. So inside the entity, we are going to have the app entity. You will get to know about the use of it. So for now I just create this empty directory, and later we are also going to have some global widgets that will be used globally throughout our application. So for now, that is it for creating some constant things for our WhatsApp clone application. Now we will go for creating the basic UI of our application. So initially, when you run your app, it will look something like this. In the main.dart here, we have the default Flutter app, where the material design 3 is also true. That is why we're getting the beautiful UI of material 3 in our Flutter demo application. So I have removed all of the boilerplate code from here, and I just put my initial app in here, where we have a simple main method which runs our app, and here is our initial my app stateless widget, where we are returning the material app, and here we have set the debug show check mode banner to false, so that we don't want this debug banner right in the top right corner of our app. Next, in a theme, what we are doing in here, we are setting the scaffold background color directly from here, so that we don't have to set the scaffold background color in all of the pages that we will create later while creating the other pages of our WhatsApp clone. And also we set the dialog box background color to app bar background color so that we don't have to set it again while creating the dialog. And also the app bar theme will be the app bar theme coming from our color constants that we just set in the themes directory in the styles.dart. And here in the home, initially we are calling the splash screen, but later we will implement the routing also. So you're already familiar with the concept of creating the splash screen, but anyways, let's do it together. Inside this app feature, we will create one more directory, and inside this, there we would have the splash screen. So we got the splash directory inside the app feature, and then we also got the splash screen inside the splash directory. And inside that, we got a simple stateful widget where we are doing the same thing that you learned in the week 3 while creating the splash screen. So here what we are doing is setting the timer of duration 2 seconds, and after that we are navigating to our welcome page, which is not created yet, and we are going to create it right now. So in the init state we are doing that, and only for 2 seconds we will display this scaffold. For now, let's collapse this running device, and here we have a simple scaffold. The background color will be the background color of our application that we set here in the styles.dart. Here the background color will be that, and then we have a simple container. That is because here what we are doing, we want this WhatsApp logo to be aligned in the center, and also we want this from Meta to be aligned at the bottom of the screen. So we created a column and we set the space between so that the container will take the space of the top rightmost, and in the middle the image will be displayed, and for the from and the meta image and the meta text, that will be displayed right at the bottom of the screen, and with some little spacing from the bottom. So that is a simple splash screen. Now let's go and create the welcome page, and then we will go for calling it in the main.dart, and let's go for testing it. So inside the app feature, we will create one more directory. Its name would be welcome. Inside that welcome, we will create the welcome page, and then inside that welcome page we are going to have a very simple stateless widget for now. And let's go for importing the material dart, and lastly this build method is going to return the scaffold, and in the body we are returning the container for having some horizontal and vertical spacing, and then we have a column where we have space around to create the welcome page. So our welcome page will look something like this. First we have some text, and then this image, some more text, and a button of agree and continue, and later this button will lead us or will navigate us to the login page. So we got the welcome to WhatsApp, this text, and then we got an image right in the column. So we got this image, and then we have one more column. That is because we want these two, text and this button, to align a little bit close so that this will not be manipulated by the space around main axis alignment of the parent column. So inside this nested column, inside this one column, we set the text, some size box of vertical, and the button of agree and continue. So together we have this widget inside the column. So only these three widgets, this one column, this image, and the center will be aligned with the main axis space around, and this column would adjust this gesture detector and also this text inside, as we have here in this page. So that is a very simple welcome page where we will be navigated to after the splash screen has been displayed. So now let's go for importing this welcome page and make it constant also, and now it's time to call it in the main.dart. So here we have to do splash screen, and that's it. And now let's open the running devices, and now let's go for rerunning this app. So we got a splash screen just like this, and then we are navigated to the welcome page of our WhatsApp clone, where we got the same welcome page that we have in here. So that was the initial steps. The further steps will be to create the login page, the OTP screen page, and also the initial profile page from where we will enter our credential, and then we will be navigated to the home page. So in the home page where we will have the chats, the status, and the calls, etc. in there. So now let's go for creating the next page where we will be navigated to after we click the agree and continue button in here. So that will be our login page. So our login page will be created inside the user feature, because the user feature is going to deal with all the credential stuff. So inside the pages directory, inside the presentation layer of our user, we will create the login page, and in here we will have a stateless widget of login page. And let's go for importing the material dot, and inside the build method, this is going to return. So the build method of the login page is going to return a simple scaffold. In the body, we are going to have a container for giving some margin from horizontally and vertically, and also its child would be column. Inside this column, we are going to have, first of all, some text like that, and also some more text, and then we need one field where we are going to have a flag of the country. We are going to have a right to select the country, and also the country, and also we will be allowed to add the phone number in here, and that country code will also come in here when we select the country accordingly, and also there would be a next button in here. So everything is aligned vertically, so we got a column. So inside the column, first we need some size box from top and a center widget of text, verify your phone number, as we have in here. And then we have some text styling for that, and next widget after this center would be this text. So for that we will do again a text widget with the text of WhatsApp clone will send you a message, and then the further text of it, and then we align this text in the center, and we set the font size to 15, and then some more space vertically, and right after this we will return a list style, and inside this we set the content padding horizontally too, and this on tab is going to call the open filter country picker dialog. That would be the dialog which will be displayed when this area of selecting the country is clicked. And then for the title, we will build the build dialog item according to the country is selected. So we're gonna need some variables to be created. So for that we have to convert our login page to a stateful widget, and inside the stat class here we are going to have some variables that would be first the text editing controller. Let's resize this area to make it more clear. First we need the text editing controller, that will be the area for where we will be entering our phone number, and then we have the selected country, where our selected country will be stored when one is selected from this dialog box, which will be open when this area is clicked. So that would be it, and then we will also store the country code when the specific country is selected, when this dialog box is open and the specific country is selected. So we will also store that country code in that string variable, and then we will display it also in here. And next to it we are going to have a field of phone number, where we will add our phone number and go for the further steps. So that would be it. Initially the country code will be 92, and you can set it to any number of your country. So for that we have to import from the country pickers dot, and also the country dot. And these are coming from the packages that we have added in our pubspec.yaml file initially. So that would be the variables, and now let's go for creating the open filter country picker dialog. So this would be the build dialog item for this country picker dialog, and also when it's selected will be displayed in here. So that in the build dialog item we are returning a simple container with the height of 14, and its alignment is in the center, and the decoration will be the box decoration, and in the bottom we have a simple border that is in here, that border at the bottom of a specific build item. And then inside the child of this we have a row where we set the space evenly of the main axis alignment of the row, so its horizontal main axis alignment will be spaced evenly. And then inside that row we have from the country utils picker, we got the get default flag image on that specific country. So in the builder, we will get for a specific country that specific flag, and then we will also get the phone code of that specific country, and then the expanded widget for the text. That is because our text can overflow like this, so when it overflow, so we will simply ellipse this like this. So we put the expanded in here and we set the overflow to ellipses, and then we put a spacer in here, the icon of drop down arrow. So this will be aligned at the rightmost in the row that is located in here. Now there are some errors in the open filter country picker dialog and also in the build dialog. Now let's hover it and it's saying invalid constant value. So it simply means we have to remove the constant from our column. That is because it is containing the values that can be rebuilt along the time when there is some changes in the widget tree. So now we will only put the constants for those widgets which are constant. So we will add the constant modifiers everywhere in the file by selecting this option, and there we go, we got this. So our login page is successfully created. Now it's time to go and call it in here in the gesture director of the login page. So for now we will use only the navigator push, and later we will implement the routing to make it clear. So for now let's do navigator.push, and here we will do material page route and context, and let's go for the page of login page. That's it. Now let's make it constant. Now then, how to start your application to reset everything. We got splash screen, we got to the login page, the welcome page, and then when you click this agree and continue, this will take us in here. So we got verify your phone number, some text, and also the country of default selected 92 and it's Pakistan. Now when you click this, a dialog box will appear and you can scroll it like this. You can select any country you want, so it will become like this. You can search for countries, let's say USA, and it's coming here, select it, and we got it in here. Now next thing we have to do inside the login page is we have to create the form field in here. Right after this list style. So after this list style, we are going to have a row widget, and the first child will be the container. So inside this container, we have simple a box decoration. From the bottom, we have a border of width 1.50 and its color is type color, and its width and height are set it like that with 80 and height 42, and its alignment is in the center, and it's in the text it accepts the phone code that came from the selected country as we have selected from this dialog box. And this expanded widget is a text field which is wrapped by a container. Its height is 40 and margin, and the decoration is set, and also we set the bottom border for this, and also we pass the controller for the phone controller to extract the phone text from the controller later when we go for the actual implementation, and in the hand text we pass the phone number, and that's it. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got this in here, this one and this phone number in here. Now when we select one other country in here, let's say this Australia, so we got the 61 in here and this country in here. Now next thing we want in here is the next button, so that we will be navigated to the next page. So right after this row, we will do in here, we are going to have a gesture detector widget, and its style will be a simple container with some width and height, set it, and some margin and decoration, and in the center we have simple text of next, and when this button is clicked, we will be navigated to the next page, which will be verifying the OTP of the phone number. So for now, let's Ctrl S, and we got this next button right in here. Now to move it down to the bottom, what we have to do, the same thing that we were doing for moving the text of already have an account or don't have an account to the bottom. So we will do wrap this column with one more column and expand this column like this. So it will take all the available space, and we will take this button from here and paste it right after this expanded widget, and then go for Ctrl S, and we got this button in here. Now let's go for creating the on tab for this. So in the future, this on tab will not be the direct navigation from the login page to the OTP page, but instead will be managed efficiently using Cubit, so that on that specific state we will display pages and will perform our authentication. But for now, just for creating the UI, we will do navigator.push, and for the material route we will pass the material page route, and the context, and then the OTP page. Let's make it OTP page like that, and also make it constant like that. And let's go for creating this page, and will be OTP page, and then stateless widget OTP page. Let's go for import this, and in the body this is going to return again the same thing: container, margin horizontally and vertically, and a column with the list of children. So in there we are going to have, first of all, some more text of like this: verify your OTP, and some text like that, and there will be the fields like this one and a simple next button. So here we're gonna have again size boxed, and in the center verify your OTP, and again some text of enter your OTP for the WhatsApp clone verification, and again some vertical height or spacing. And then we will call the pin code widget, which will create this pin code area for us, and then we will give some space of vertical. And we got this error, that is because we are calling a method and we have this column constant, so we have to change this constant or remove this constant and add the const modifier only for those the widgets that are not changeable or constant. So we will create the pin code widget. So right after this we will do the pin code widget, and we are simply returning a container and a margin horizontally 50, and it's returning, it has the child of column, and the column we have the pin code fields coming from the package, this pin code fields package that we added in the pubspec.yaml file, and we set the length to 6. Active borders color will be the tab color, and incomplete will be like this for now. And we have enter your 6-digit code message for the user. And for the OTP controller, we will convert this stateless widget to stateful widget, and the stateful widget here in the stat class we will do create a text editing controller of OTP controller, and then dispose it also. So we are all set with our OTP page, and now let's go to the login page and let's call or import this page in here. That's it. Now again, how to start the application, and in the OTP page there is one thing remaining, that is the creating the button of the next. So anyways, let's go for it first. Agree and continue and go for the next, and we got in here we can enter like this, and then we need a button in here to go to the next page. So in the right after this pin code we have to do one more thing. We have to wrap this column with one more column and expand this column because we want the next button to be at the bottom. So right after this expanded widget we're going to have the same just redirector widget, and its child we're going to have the container same as we had for the login page, and it's the same next text, and in the on tab this will navigate us to the initial profile submit page. So for now we have commented out this navigator API of the push method, so just to see how its results looks like. And yes, we got the result in here. When this next is clicked, we will be navigated to the page of initial profile submit page. So now let's go for creating it, and we will do initial profile submit page, and then will be a stateless widget in initial profile submit page. And then let's go for import the material dart, and in the body this is going to have a scaffold body container of margin agent set start symmetric horizontal tail and vertical 30, and in the child we're going to have column children, and let's make it constant. Also this one for now, we will remove this if something comes in the children list that can be changed, or are not constant. So inside the column of the children, we will do for the initial submit profile page, it looks something like this. It's pretty simple. Now let's go for creating it. So we will do, first of all, let's make it this stateful widget. That is because we're going to have a field. So for that we have to create the controller. So we're going to have a variable in the stat. So for that we have to do it. So inside the column we will do some height vertically, and in the center we have the profile info just like this one, and some text of please provide your name and optional profile photo, and then some size box, a gesture detector, and the select image method calling in here. Let's convert it to size box with an height 50, and it's clip rect just to clip that image selected by the user from the gallery, and it will be circular 25. And the profile widget will be the widget that will be created globally. So inside this widgets we will do profile widget. That is going to be a very useful widget in our WhatsApp application. So this will be our profile widget, which is accepting two parameters, image URL and the file. So here we have some conditions. We are checking if the image that we picked from our gallery is null, and also the image URL was null, and the image URL was equal to this empty string. So what you have to do, if there was no data in here in this, either in is this image URL and also no image is picked from the gallery, what you have to do, simply display the profile default image from our assets that we have in here. So simply you have to display this image if we have no image from the URL coming from the database, and also if there is no image selected from the gallery. Else, if we had an image, if the image URL was not equal to null, and if it was also not equal to this empty string, what you have to do is simply cache that network image, pass the URL in here, and the box fit will be the cover to cover all the area inside the box, the size box or the container from which this profile widget will be wrapped. In our case, it's wrapped in the size box. So it will be like this, and if there is some error, you will still display the profile widget, or if there is no image URL specified. So what it will do, simply display the image that is selected from the gallery. And also if there is an image coming from the URL and we select another image from the gallery, first condition will become false, and then still we will get the image that is selected from the gallery. So that is what this profile widget is doing. So inside the initial profile submit page, we will import this, and here we have to do some configuration in here in this stat class. So we got a file variable where our image will be stored and will be displayed in the profile image if selected. If it's not selected, if it was null, simply the default profile image will be displayed. And in the select image method, what we are doing is we are getting the image from the gallery, image sources gallery, and in the set stat we are checking the condition. If the pick file that is picked from the gallery was not equal to null, simply set that file that is picked to this image variable that we have just created in this stat. Otherwise do nothing, simply print no image has been selected. And if there is some error occur, simply display a toast that we have in the constant in here and say some error occurred and the error that is occurred. So that's it. Next, there is one more error. Let's import the constants of our colors, and now let's also make this constant. Next thing here we have to do, put some size box vertically and a container of height 40 and some margin from top 1.5, and its decoration will be, and inside the box decoration from the bottom we will create a border side, the same border like this, and then its color will be the type color, which is this color, and then its controller will be the username controller. Let's create it in here. In the stat will be the text editing controller username. Let's copy the name and will become equal to text editing controller, and that's it. Make it final as per recommendation from the Flutter analysis YAML. So that's it for this initial profile submit page. Now let's go to the OTP page and let's go for importing this page, make it constant. Now how to start the application, and then let's see the result of it. We got a splash screen, we got the welcome page, agree and continue. Here we got this, we have to write our phone number in here. We can select the country like this and its code will become in here. Next we got this OTP page where we can enter this, and when we go for the next, you'll be navigated to profile page, from where when you click this profile you can select the image from the gallery. And if you have one, I have this in the photos, so I'll select this, so it will become like this. I have to enter my name and then go for the next, so my profile task will be done and I will be navigated to the home page, and its backend will be implemented once the UI stuff is completed. And now we will design the home main screens like the chat page, status page and the calls page. Let's how to start this application. We built this splash screen and this is the welcome screen that we built in the previous video. Agree and continue. We got this page to verify your phone number. Next, the OTP page, and then next the initial profile submission page where we will select our profile and enter our username and go for it for the next pages. But this next is for now not working, and that is why we are here. We are going to make it work and create the home page. So let's go for it. So inside the app feature, we will create one directory. Its name will be home. Inside this home, we will create the Dart file home page. And this home page will be a stateful widget. Its name would be home page. And let's import the material.dart. And in the build method, this is going to return the same scaffold like every page returns. So let's see how the app bar of the WhatsApp is going to look like. That would be displayed on every page on top. So that is how the app bar of our home page is going to look like. It has some text of WhatsApp, a camera icon, search icon and the menu icon, and there we have a tab bar that you may be familiar with, and we learn it in the week 2. So we are going to do the same thing also in here. So let's go for it and create it. So inside the scaffold, we're going to have an app bar, and this is going to be the app bar. And then inside the app bar class, this is going to accept first of all the title, and it will be some regular text, and the text would be WhatsApp. Some styling of font size 20, and color will be the gray color coming from our color constants in the style.dart. And its font weight will be W600, like some little bit bold. And the next thing inside the app bar would be the action buttons. Like we also want the action buttons of camera, search and this menu icon. So inside these actions, we are going to have the row widget, and then inside this we're going to have 3 icons of camera, and then some size box horizontally because it's a row, and then the search icon, the menu icon, which is the more vertical like this, coming from the material icons. So to just see the preview of how until now the home page looks like, let's go to the initial profile page, and then in the next button in the gesture detector, for now we will use the navigator API to push to the material page route. In the builder, pass the context and then the arrow function of home page for now. And again, this stat would be managed efficiently in the login page when we start implementing the backend of it. So you will also get to know about this for the OTP page, login page, the initial page, and then also navigating to the home page will not require any navigations like the push or the push name. That would be managed directly. And for the other pages like settings, calls page, single chat page, and the context page, the call context page, for that we will definitely need the routes. So when there is a need of them, so we will implement the routes and manage them efficiently. But for now, just to complete the UI, we will use the navigator push API just for the completion of the UI, and later we will change this and you will learn it how we will deal with that. So for now, that's it. In the initial page we put the navigations, and now let's again go to the home page, and that's it. Now let's how to start the application to receive the result of it. Go for agree and continue, next, next, and again next, and we got this beautiful app bar, and you can see the app bar color and also the background color is already set. That is because in the main function, in the in the theme, we set the dark theme, and then the scaffold background color is already set of the background color that we have in the color constants. The dialog background color is also set with the app bar background color, and the app bar background color is also the app bar background color or the app bar color. So it's already set in the material app initially when the app starts. So in all the pages there is no need to specify the scaffold background color and the app bar background color again and again. So that is why we have the default colors already specified. So we got this app bar. Next we need the tab bar and the tab view down the tab bar. So right after these action buttons, we will do, there is a property you may be familiar with that we learn it in the week 2, that is the bottom inside the app bar bottom. So this bottom is going to hold the widget of tab bar, and it has one compulsory property, that is tabs, which accepts the list of widgets. So inside these tabs we will pass 3 tabs of chats, status and calls, and that has the same font size and the font weight. So that's it. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the not tab bar controller for the tab bar. So inside the stat class here we will do create 2 variables of tab bar controller and the current tab index, because we are also going to control the tab index of the tab bar, so we also need this variable. And then in the init stat we will initialize this tab bar controller equal to tab bar tab controller, and the length would be 3 and the vsync would be this. And then for having the vsync property to access this, we will do with single ticker provider mixin, and there we go, we got this. And then also not forget to dispose the tab controller dot dispose for avoiding the useless memory leaks. That's it. Now let's pass the it can be null, and then also pass the tab controller to the tab bar, and there we go, it has error. That is because here it's correct, and then we have to remove the constant and then make these tabs constants one by one like that. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the same error. So for that we have to hot restart the application. That is because we add the stat variable, so the stat must be resetted by hot starting the application. Agree and continue, next, next, and next, and we got the chats, status, calls like that. Now next thing we have to do is some styling for the tab bar. So for the tab bar label color we pass the tab color, and for the unselected label color we pass the gray color, and for the indicator color we pass the same tab color. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the tabs like this. Now next thing we have to do is to deal with the tab bar view to create the chats page, status page, and also the calls page. But before going forward, here is one more thing that we have to consider. That is creating the floating action button on every page on status, calls, and chats page. So the floating action button will be different on the 3 pages that we have, the chat, status, and calls. So for that we have to do the create first of all the floating action button, not the flexible space, but we have to specify it outside the app bar in the scaffold floating action button. And then here we will do call the method of switch floating action button on tab index and pass the tab index. And then let's go for implementing this method. So we got this method like this. So this method is going to switch on that current tab index, and inside the body of the switch we will do when the case is 0, meaning that if the tab bar was 0 on the initial index, meaning that we are on the chats page. So we will return the floating action button with the background color of the tab bar, and the on press will be for now empty like that, and later its functionality will be implemented, and in the child there will be a constant icon of message. And then the same would be for the other status and calls. Pass it one time and one more time. Make it 1 and 2. And then its icon would be the camera alt, and for this it would be the add call. And also make sure to implement the default case. Also pass the image icon in here. That's it. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got this button in here. Now when you go to the status page, it will not be changed. That is because currently we are not dealing with the current tab index, and this variable is only used for passing inside the floating action button method, but is not used like when the tab is changed, this method would also be changed. So now it's time to go and implement the body of the scaffold. So outside this will be the body. Inside the body of the scaffold of the home page, we're gonna have the tab bar view. Pass the tab controller inside, and for the children, pass the chat page, status page, calls page. We are going to create it in a while, but for now, to make the use of this current tab index, for now we pass just the constant widgets of center, the text, chat page, status page, and the calls page. And yes, we'll pass the pages also in a while. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the chat page in here. Now we can swipe, we got the status page, chats page, and like that we got a basic UI of our WhatsApp homepage. But now this is still not changing. So to deal with this, we will do inside the init stat, we will add the listener on the tab controller, and will set stat, and the current tab index will become equal to the tab controller current index. Now we will hot restart our application. Go for agree and continue, next, next, and also next. Now when we move to the status page, you can see its icon changed. Now for the calls page, it also changed. Status, calls, like that. So we got this functionality also. Now it's time to create the chats page, status page, and the calls page. So for that, we have to create the features like that, because the chat is going to have its own remote data source, and it's going to have its own backend implemented. Everything will be separated that way, as we have for the user, all the user functionality dealing with the backend stuff like creating user, updating user identity, and then creating user in the firestore database. All of that stuff will be handled in that user. And later, if someone works on our application on that WhatsApp, if you want to make changes in the user functionality, so he don't have to look anywhere in the application, but just come to the lib directory inside the feature, go to the user feature, and there you go. You will find everything separated and isolated. You can make changes easily in this software of WhatsApp that we are building. So that is what a software is. It's changeable and will be useful, and everyone will be able to make it change inside. So that is what I wanted to explain in the first video, like what is a software. It's a product that must be changeable. So that is what we are achieving in this bootcamp, like how you can make softwares that are changeable, but not making a software a hardware that is not changeable. So we are following that TDD structure. So anyways, let's go for creating the features. Inside the features, we will go for new and the clean architecture generator and Flutter. That is because we are not going to create the directories manually. So if you don't have this one, simply you have to go to the Android Studio settings, and then go to the plugins in the marketplace. You have to search for the clean architecture. And there you go, install this first plugin, clean architecture for Flutter, and you will be allowed to create the clean architecture generator like this for Flutter and name your feature. Let's say I want to name my feature chat, and if you want to split the data sources into local and remote data source, so you can do it. Let's try it, split the remote data source and local data sources. For now, I have not split it in that user feature in here. I just created the data sources, and inside that I can create the local data source and the remote data source. It's upon me. If I want it, I can do it. And if you want it, you also can do it, and you can also ignore it. It's upon you. So let's go for it. Okay. We got this chat feature with the same data, domain, and presentation. And the presentation, we have the manager, pages, and the widgets. The manager is because we can have any state management solution that we want to use in our application. And in the domain, we have same entities, repositories, and use cases. And also the data, local, remote, and the repositories. The local data source and remote data source are splitted. That is because we check that checkbox to split the local data source and the remote data source. So we got our chat feature. Next, let's create the feature of the call. We will create the call and also split the remote data source and the local data source. So we got the call feature also in here with the same data, domain, and presentation layer. And also we need one more feature, that would be the status. Split the remote data source in the local and remote, go for OK. And we got this, where it is the status feature with the same data, domain, and presentation. So now we are going to create their pages inside the pages directory inside the presentation layer. For the call, we will create the directory, not directory, but the Dart file or library. Its name would be the calls history page, because that page would be the page where we will see the history of calls. And for now, let's create a stateless widget in here, calls history page, and let's go for the material.dart, and then it is going to return a simple scaffold for now, body, center, child, text, status, not the status but the calls history page. That's it. Now copy this and create the page for the chats, and there will be the chat page. There will be the same, change its name to chat page and make this constant for now. It will be the chat page. That's it. Copy this and also go for the same, where is that feature of, we have created the call, the chat, and the status is remaining. So there is a status inside the presentation, inside the page. Go for creating the directory status page and then paste it in here, make it status page, and go for the status page. And then let's go for calling it in the home page, and there will be not these pages but first the chat page and then the status page, and lastly the calls page, call history page. That's it. Now Ctrl S to reload, and we got the text of that pages like that. So that's it. Now it's time to go for creating the chat page. So first of all, let's close these features and open it again. Now we will go for the chat page, presentation, and the pages, the chat page. So now we are only working with the chat feature and not affecting the other. We don't know about the other features. So that is the beauty of the clean architecture. Yes, it would require more work, like creating the features in the separate directories and create their use cases again and again, creating the repositories, implementations, and then creating the dependency injections. You'll get to know about this in the future. It requires more work, but it also gives us the way of keeping everything separate so that it is easy for us to keep every feature in track and make changes anytime we want without any hassle. So that is again the beauty of the clean architecture. So the chat page, in there we're gonna do, first of all, we are going to have a list view builder, and for that we have to remove the const. And then this is going to return the list style widget, and in the leading property we pass the size box of width and height 50. In the child we clipped that profile widget. For now it will give us the profile default from our assets. That is because we have not passed the file or the image URL. If we pass the file and also pass that file from our gallery that we picked from the gallery, so that image will be displayed in that profile widget. But if we have some image or network URL, so we have to pass it in the image URL, and then that will be loaded from the network and also will be cached. That is because we are using the cache network image package for that. Next, in the title we have the user name, and then the subtitle we are going to have the last message, and then for the trailing we have the date format .jm. It's the date format to just display the time for the message, and then this text of the date have some styling like gray color and font size 13. Now if we Ctrl S to hot reload, we got the users like that. It's infinity for now, so we have to specify the item builder, not the item builder, sorry, but the count. We will do it for now, let's say 20. Now we got the 20 users in place, and also you can see this date format means this, showing only the time. There will be the last message, the user profile. For now we have not specified any, so we are getting the default profile like this. Now we are going to create the status page. So for the status page we will move to the close this feature, go to the status, open presentation, pages, status. Now we will only work inside this status page. So remove this, and its body is going to return. Also remove this constant. First we're going to have a column, and then wrap this column with the widget of single child scroll view, because we are going to make the area scrollable. Then inside this column we are going to do, first of all we need a row. That is because for building the user profile like this and this plus icon, my status, tap to add your status, and the recent updates, this is aligned in the row. So for that we need a row in here. So we got the row inside the column. The column is because we need the recent updates, and there will be the other user statuses. So we need the column, also in the column we need a row. So we got the row. Inside that row, first thing that here would be this tag widget, because we also want to align this add icon on top of this user. So to align or place things over each other, making the layers of the widgets, we have this tag widget. So inside this tag widget we're gonna have this container. Its margin will be horizontally and vertically 10, width and height 60, and also clipping that profile image with the circular 30, so it will become a circle. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got this in here. Next we want this add icon on top of it. So in this tag here we will create a position widget with having the space of right 10, bottom 8, and its child will be a container with the width and height 25, and the box decoration, the color will be the tab color, border radius will be 25, and border will be from all sides of the background color, and in the center we're gonna have a simple icon of add. That's it. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got this plus icon in here. Now we need the my status and tap to add your status update. So for that we have to come out from this tag and put the comma in here. So we're gonna do in front of this tag widget or this tag or the profile, we're gonna do create an expanded widget, because all that area will be taken by this my status, and tap to add your status update text. So the child of the expanded widget is going to be a column. That is because two texts are aligned vertically. So we got two text widgets inside the column and some size box of height 2 vertically in the column. Now as we don't have any changeable data that can be changed with the stat, so we can easily make them constant, and later if we have some data like that, so the constant will be removed and that data will be adjusted accordingly. Now Ctrl S to reload, we got the my status and tap to add your status in the middle. That is because the cross axis alignment of the column is by default is in the center, so we have to make it explicitly start, so it will become like this. So we got this area. Now we need the recent updates text, and then there will be our users statuses. So outside from that row, we got some size box vertically and a text widget of recent updates. Now Ctrl S to reload, and we got this in here. That is because we have to make the cross axis alignment of the column also to the start, so we'll got this in place. So let's go and wrap this text with the padding widget, and it will be symmetric, not symmetric. Let's make it only lift 10. That's it. Now make this constant, Ctrl S to reload, and we got it like this. Now here, right after this, we want a list view builder, and there will be the list of users like we have in here, but instead showing off the user image, recent text message, we will display something else in case of the status. So put some size box of vertical 10, and right after this we got a list view builder, item count 10, shrink wrap will be true, which means that all the space the list view will take according to its children, but not the constraints coming from its parent. So its builder is going to return the list style, and then the leading property of the list style would be container margin all side 3, width and height 55, and clip that profile widget image like that. Ctrl S to reload, and we got the profiles like that. Now we need the content next to them. So to get that content, we will use the title and the subtitle property of the list style. For the title, we got the username, and for the subtitle, we use the format datetime method that we have created in our constants here. So it will give us the today, tomorrow, yesterday, the time accordingly. So we use it, and for now we pass the datetime.now, and later this would be the time of the status on the time that specific status is created. So as this is just a UI, so we did it like that. Now Ctrl S to reload, and we got the username and the date of the status on that specific time that is created. So we got the status page like that. Now it's time to go for the calls. So the call will also be pretty simple, just like the one we have, the chat. So for that we have to close the status and then go for the call inside the presentation layer, page, and then the call history. Now we know that what we have to do, remove this body from here, not the body but the content that the body was returning. So here in case of call page, the body of the scaffold is going to do, there would be again single child scroll view and the column, and then the children of the column is going to accept some vertical height, and then for the text it's wrapped by a padding widget horizontally 15, and then it's little bit style, font size 15, color gray, and the font weight is a little bit bold of W500, and then some more vertical height. That's it. That recent would be accordingly when we have the calls history in the calls page or not. So if there is not, there will be displayed no recent history, otherwise there will be the text of recent. Next we have to do Ctrl S to reload to get the result. We got the recent in here. Next we need to display the user's call history like this. We have the user profile again, the name, and when this call is made, and the time, and this phone icon, and then its call is made and that was declined by the recipient, and then this call was received by this user. So here we have to create the list view right after this list view. So we got the list view, the item count will be 20 for now, shrink wrap is true, and the physics will be scroll physics, and in the builder is returning the list style. So the list style properties will be defined like that. For example, The leading property is going to deal with only the simple container of width and height 55, and in the child we have the clip direct of profile widget. And next, the title property is going to return the text widget of username and a little bit style of font size 16. And the subtitle property is going to return this time a row and an icon of the call made. Later this will be decided accordingly, like if the call is made or received, and if it received we picked up or not. The color will also be decided accordingly. Its size is 19 and some horizontal space of width 10 and in some text of the date when this call was made or received. Now Ctrl S to reload and we got the list view like that. Today the call was made, the username, the profile, and for making the recent to the start we have to do the same thing, cross X alignment to the start. Then we need one more thing, that is this icon. So for that there is also the property the list style provide us, that is the trailing property. So this simple icon of call. Now Ctrl S to reload and we got it like that. So our calls page is also created, the status is created, and the chats page is also created. Now one last thing that is remaining is we have to create the context page. It is going to be really simple like the calls page in the chats page, and then we'll go for ending this video and the other pages will be decided in the part 3 of UI designing. So now let's go for closing this call feature, open the app feature, go for the home. Inside this home we will create one more dart file, will be contacts page, and will be a stat list widget for now, contacts page, material.dart, and then simple scaffold, body, and list view, builder, context, indexed, and then it is going to return a list style and its item count will be 20 and its app bar will be app bar of title text. There will be written select contacts to send them a message, make it constant, and in the properties of the list style we are going to do the very simple thing, leading size box of width and height 50 and the profile widget, the title, username, and the subtitle of hey there I'm using WhatsApp. That will be the status of every user in the context page. Now we have to Ctrl S to reload, but we have to create the navigator push on that. So now we have to go to the home page, and here for the first floating action button in the on press we'll go for navigator dot push. The routing will be managed later, so for now will be material page route context, and then go to the contacts page and then make it constant. Ctrl S to hot reload. Now when we click this will navigate us to the context page, from where when we click a context, so we will be navigated to the single chat page and start chatting with that user. So that's it for today's episode. Now let's do a quick review what we have created, how to start the application. So we created the simple splice screen, welcome screen, the verify phone number, login page, or you can say verify your OTP. Next we created the beautiful home page of chat status calls like that, and later there comes the dynamic data from the database, and then we can go to the context page. But here is one loophole again, we can go back to the profile page and this is not going to be the expected behavior. So we don't want this home page in the stack. So for that we have to go to the user, presentation, pages, initial profile, submit page, and instead of using the push method we will remove this and copy the home page from here and remove this full. So there we have to use push and remove until, and in new route we will do material page route and again the same context, and we'll return the home page like that, make it constant until it's false. So that is the last thing that we're going to test, how to start the application. And we got our splice screen in here, and then let's go for agree and continue, next, and go for the next and next, and there we go, we got this removed. So that was the last thing that we wanted to achieve. In today's episode, we will design some small pages which will require the navigation in stack, as you are familiar with the stack method of the navigation from the week 1 first video. So first, let's implement routing in our application so that later we don't come up with again and again using the navigator push and material page route, etc. So before walking through routing, first let's understand the concept of routing. So we have two types of routing: imperative routing and declarative routing. Imperative routing is routing when you programmatically define navigation actions, such as pushing new route onto the navigation stack or popping a route from it. It's commonly done using the navigator class in Flutter, which provide us the methods like push and pop. On the other hand, declarative routing is routing when you define routes in advance, and the framework then handles the navigation ahead of time based on these predefined routes. And the common setup of dynamic routing is the material app or cappuccino app widget using the routes property, remember from the week 2 first video. Additionally, the onGenerate route property also allows for more dynamic and flexible generation. So you were familiar with both of them programmatically as we learned it in the week 2, but you were unaware of it theoretically, like what they are called, imperative routing or dynamic routing. So now I just told you. So later if someone asks you about a routing, you can easily answer what are routings and their types. Now first of all, let's go for implementing the routes. So inside the lib directory, we will create a new directory of routes. That's it. Inside this, we will create a Dart file and we'll name it onGenerate routes. Inside that library or Dart file onGenerate route, we are going to do create a class onGenerate route, and there create a static method of route dynamic. Its name would be route, and this is going to accept a parameter of route settings, and then we will extract the arguments and the names from the route settings. Later we are going to need the arguments, and the names will be used to navigate from one page to another page using their specific names that we define in the constants in here, the page constants. So we're going to use the navigator.push and that specific name from the page constants, and later this onGenerate route will be called in the main.dart, and ahead of time the framework will decide to which page we have to navigate. To work with routes, you also have to import the Flutter material.dart. Next, you have to switch on the name of the route, and using the page constant specific names defined in the page constants of the pages, we will return the specific page, and that material page builder is a method which in arguments take a child and returns the material page route, and the same thing that is doing builder context and return the specific child widget that is in our case passed the context page, and for the other pages there will be their own specific pages. So the material page route concept is shortened by this method material page builder, and for all of the pages this will be like this. So that was the one example. You might be familiar with this if you have watched my video of week 2 part 1 where we are dealing with the routing. So until now we know that only for the context user page we use the navigator push API, and yes, we also use that in here agree and continue, next, and this next in the authentication pages. But as I told you, this will be managed later using the Cubits state management, and on a specific state we will get these authentication pages, so we don't need to handle them in here in the routing, because we are not making a stack of pages for these pages, but they are managed on the specific state. Later you will get familiar with this, that how we are going to manage it. And so for the pages that we will be navigating to, like the pages, I have the context page, so I create the constant, so I switch on that context user page and return the material page builder to the context page. Now I will use the navigator push name in there, so this onGenerateRoute method, this method will handle everything for me, like to which page we need to navigate to. So currently we are going to implement the functionality of the context user page, and also there would be one more page created, that would be settings page, which we are going to create in a while. So we will create its case and comment it out. Also create the case for the call context page and comment it out. Also create the MyStatus page case and comment it out. And lastly, SingleChatPage and comment it out. First of all, let's go to the main.dart to handle the onGenerateRoutes navigation. So while dealing with onGenerateRoutes, we don't have to specify the home in here, but instead we're going to have the initial route, which would be slash, which would be handled in the routes, and in the routes there would be a map, and for the slash initial route we will do context and will return the splash screen for now, and later this splash screen and the page, the welcome page it returns, will be handled when the user functionality is implemented. Like if the user is authenticated after the splash screen has been displayed, we have to navigate to the home page. But if the user is not authenticated in our application, so we have to send the user to the login page. So for now it will be like this, and for the onGenerateRoutes we will call the onGenerateRoute from the class, we will call the static method route, also not pass any parameters in here. That's it. Now let's go to the home page, and from the home page we were navigating to the page context page. Now we will comment this out for now, and here we will do navigator dot push named, and will pass the page constant dot contexts. Let's import this context user page. That's it. It don't need any arguments. If it does so, we will pass the arguments like so. So at the moment it does not need, so we will ignore it for now. Now that's it. Hot restart the application. Now if the application hot restarts, go for agree and continue, next, next and next, and go click this. This will work the same, navigate us to the selected contexts, and we got this back also in here, as it also used the stack method. But now the case for navigating to the context user page is handled in the onGenerateRoute here, and we deal it here in the material app by using the onGenerateRoute in here. So we are now not using the imperative routing like the navigator class and the push pop method from it, but instead we are using the declarative routing concept, where we give our work to the framework and the framework handles these navigation ahead of time of these predefined routes in the onGenerateRoute. So our routing is successfully implemented. Now whenever we need the navigation from one page to another page in our app, what we have to do is just to move to the onGenerateRoute and here create the case for our page, and then just do navigator.push on that specific constant the page that you want to navigate to, and there you go, your navigation will be done this way. So after the navigation is completed, now we have to go and design the first page, that is the settings page. So when you click this menu, a pop-up button will appear and will take us to the settings page, and then we will design that settings page. So let's create inside the app one more directory, call it settings. Inside the settings, create a directory, not a directory but a file, settings page, and there would be a stateful class settings page, and then import the Flutter material dart. So as we got the settings page, go to the navigator not the navigator but the onGenerate route, and uncomment this and import these settings and make it constant. So we got the route defined for the settings page. Now what we have to do is to design the settings page, and then later we will use the navigator push name of the settings, and this will navigate us to the settings page. So first of all, let's go to the home page, and here where we are designing the app bar, we had this more vertical. So now instead of this simple icon, we will remove this. We will do in here, create a pop-up menu button instead of that simple icon, and inside that pop-up menu button the icon will be the same icon of more vertical, size 28 and the gray color. Then its color will be the app bar color, icon size would be 28, on selected will be like this for now, and the item builder would be simply returning the pop-up menu entry of the generic type string and the pop-up menu item of type string, which means that the value would be string. And in the child we have simple text where we wrap this text with the gesture director, so that when you click this text, this will navigate us to the settings page. Now Ctrl S to hot reload. We got the menu icon, but now it's a pop-up menu button. When we click this, a pop-up menu will appear, and this is a setting. Now we have to implement the gesture, so in here we would do navigator push to the settings page. Ctrl S to hot reload, and then go to the settings page, and here would be a scaffold and then app bar, and our settings page looks like this. We have the settings, the user and its name, its status, this icon, a divider, and the account, privacy, chats and logout. That is a very simple page of settings we have here in WhatsApp. So in the app bar there will be the app bar class, and in the title property we will simply pass a simple text of settings. Now the body of the settings page would be a column and the property of children, which accepts the list of widgets. Inside the column we will create a row where in the children of the row we are going to have a size box of width and height 65, and in the child there will be a clip rect clipping the profile image of border radius circular 32.5 and the profile widget in the child, so that we will get this profile image in here. Now we put it in the row, that is because we want the name and also the status in here, and also this icon aligned at the rightmost. So in the row, the next thing we have to do is put some size box horizontally 10 and an expanded widget, and the child of the expanded widget would be a column with the cross-axis alignment of start, where we're gonna have two simple text of username and the status, and with their own style, font size 15 and color gray. Next, right after this, we need an icon. So we will create an icon of icon QR code sharp, and its color would be the tab color. So we got our initial step done, which is this: user profile, name, status and his icon. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and then close this, open this up again, go to the settings page. So we got this end result. Now to give some spacing to this from all the sides, we will wrap the row with a container widget, give it some margin, agent sets from symmetric horizontal 10 and vertical also 10, and then make it constant, and we got it like this. Next, right after this we need a divider. So we will close this row like this, and right after this we will do put some size box of height 2 and create a container or create a divider. You can create a divider using the divider widget, and you can also create it using the container widget as I have done. Next, we would create a method named settings item widget. It is taking the parameters of title, description, the icon and the void callback on tap when it's clicked. So first of all, we have the gesture detector, which is handling the on tap functionality. Next, we have a row for each of the settings item. So yes, we have aligned the icon and the title and its description horizontally, so we got a row. We got some size box of width and height 80, and its style is icon. That is because its icon have some spacing around this, and in front of it there is a title and the description. So that is because it's wrapped with the size box. Next, the expanded widget of the column to have the title and the description, and this is expanded because we want this area to take all the available space. If some text go overflow, so it will become ellipses this way, and this area got 80 width and height, so that it will become like this as you are seeing on the screen. So now right after this size box, we will call this settings item widget method with passing the different title, description and the icon. And later we will also make the use of the onTap method. So we got the settings item with a different title, description, icon, and the onTap is for now empty and later will be implemented only for the logging out from the application. So after this, when I how to start or how to load the application, I will get the result something like this, and with that our settings page is successfully created, and also we have implemented the routing in our application successfully. So later if we need some routings, so simply create the case in the switch and use the specific name of the page that you have put in the onGenerate routes, and there you go, routing is implemented for that specific page. The next page that we are going to design is the status my status page. So in front of this my status and tap to add your status update, there would be a menu icon which will only appear whenever we uploaded a status in here. So for now, to create that my status page, we will go to the status feature. In the presentation pages, we will create one more dot file. Its name would be my status page. This will be really simple page and will be, let's say, stateful my status page, and import the material dot dart and have some scaffold and app bar of text, not a text but the app bar title text would be my status. That's it for now. Make it constant. Now let's go to the status page, and where we have the first my status. So right after this expanded widget in the row, I will create an icon of more horizontal, and its color will be gray color with opacity 0.5 and some size box from the right side as it's in the row. So then when we Ctrl S to reload, we will get this menu icon in here, but later also remember this will only appear whenever we have uploaded our status. But now we are creating this because we also want to create this page, so later we will check the condition if we have uploaded our status, so this will only appear in that case. So we will be allowed to go to the my status page and will delete my status from there, and we'll also see the details of our status. And when we have not uploaded any status, so in that case we will not be able to see this menu icon. That's it. Now we will wrap this icon with a widget of JS detector, and the onTap functionality would be to navigate to the my status page. So we will go to the onGenerate routes and uncomment the my status page, and this is not going to accept the arguments. Later we'll accept one and you will get to know about this. The my status page imported, make it constant. Now from the my status page, from the status page, we will do navigator dot push named to the page const dot my status page. That's it. Now Ctrl S to hot load. Now when you click this will navigate you to the my status page. Now it's time to implement this my status page. It is going to be really simple page, and it's not going to contain the complex functionality. So in the body of the my status here, we are going to have a container with the margin of horizontal 10 and vertical 12. And in this child, we're going to have a column as we're going to have the content aligned vertically. Inside the children of the column, we will do create a row widget, and in the children of the row, first we need a profile like circle where the first image of the uploaded status will be displayed. So we got this, Ctrl S to hot reload. So it will display like this for now, and later there will come the status first image that we have uploaded. Next in that row, we're going to have some horizontal space of 15 and then an expanded widget which is expanding a text of the time ago format that time right now. So there will be the time displayed will be in the format of like a moment ago, 3 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, 1 hour ago, like that. And that time ago is coming from the package time ago that we added in our dependencies in the first video. So that's it. Next we're gonna have the pop-up menu button with the type of string, and again the more vertical icon with the gray color with the opacity 0.5, and when this is clicked, this will open up a pop-up menu button of the delete, so that from here we will be allowed to delete our status. Now if I Ctrl S to hot reload, I will get a result something like this. There will be displayed the first image from our statuses uploaded, and then there will be the time in the moment ago, 3 minutes ago, 1 hour ago, 5 hours ago, a day ago, 2 days ago, like that. And when this is clicked, this will appear this, and when this delete is clicked, you will display to confirm if a user want to delete its status or not. If so, when yes is clicked, this will navigate back us to the status page and the status will be deleted. But this page will only be available to navigate to whenever the status is uploaded. So for now, let's keep it like this. This page is also created, and that's it for this page. And next, we need to create the calls context page. This would be really similar to the one we have here for the contacts, but the only difference would be we're going to have the audio call and the video call icons at the rightmost of a specific user. So we will go to the call page and then go to presentation, pages, create one more page in here, call contacts page, and its name will be from here, call contacts page. So here we will create a stateful widget, and that's it. Import flutter material.dart and then go to the contacts page and then copy the scaffold from here and paste it in the call contacts page, and that's it. Import this profile widget, and the only thing that we have to do is to put a trailing, and in the trailing widget and in the trailing property of the list style returned by the list tree builder, here we will do this trailing widget is going to take a wrap widget, which is the same widget as the row and column, but the only difference is that it works like a row, but it only differentiates from the row in there that if we have no space in the first run, meaning that in the first line horizontally, if there is not enough space, this will move to the next line. That is what is the functionality of the wrap widget, and this functionality is not available for the row. If there is no space horizontally, so this will not move to the next line in case of row, but in case of wrap widget, it would the same way as I said. So we will use this wrap widget and we'll put the call and the video cam rounded icon for this. Now we have to do is to go to the home page, and here for the floating action buttons, here for the call we will do navigator dot push named to the page const dot call context page. That's it. Now Ctrl S to hot reload. So move to the calls page, and here when you click this, nothing will happen because there is an error saying that could not find the generator for the calls contact page. That is because we also have to uncomment this, like the one here. Yes, we have to uncomment this out and remove the arguments from this and import this. That's it, make it constant. Now Ctrl S to reload, click this and will navigate us to the contacts page. There we go. And the last thing that we have to do is to create the single chat page. So when you click a single user, you will be navigated to the single chat page where you will chat with that user. So for now, we will uncomment this and remove the arguments from here and go for creating the single chat page in the chat feature. Close these features, open this up again and go to the chat presentation pages, create one more page, single chat page. Create a stateful class, single chat page. Go for importing the material dart and go and import this in here, make it constant. That's it. Now in the single chat page, there would be a little bit of complexity in this page. Not that much, but would be at some extent. So let's figure it out. First of all, it will also start from a column, but also we have to put a scaffold, and then we're gonna have an app bar of the app bar, and then this is going to look something like this. The messages of the other user will be like this, and the my send it message will be like this, and it does not have the tick or the done icon, and I have one. And also you will see the reply will look like this, as you have seen in the demo of the application. And then we have the back icon, the username, and the status of is online or not, and also the video cam call, and also the menu. So that would be the single chat page. Now here in the app bar, first of all we need here the title, and the title is going to accept a column which will be constant for now, as it does not contain any changeable data, but a simple to text widget which has a static hard-coded username and the status online. Later this would be managed according to the user status, if he is online or not. Next we are going to have some action icons. That would be the this one, and this one. So here we are going to have the same three icons with some spacing between them. Now let's navigate to this page and create the further elements of this page while seeing this. So we will go to the chat page, and here whenever a single list tile is clicked on the gesture detector, on tap we will call the navigator.push name to the page const dot single chat page, and let's go for importing the page constant. That's it. Ctrl S to hot reload, and let's check it out if we have uncommented this. Yes, we have done this. Now when you click one user, you will be navigated to the page like this one, and the user is online. This will be the username when the user is online, and that is the basic page for a single. Now to create the body for this page, we will again go to the single chat page and we'll start from the scaffold body, and here we will do the real work that would be done in this page. First thing first, we will put this tag in here. That is because we want the background image in here. So on that image, on top of that we are going to have a message. So it means we are displaying the messages over an image, that is the background image. So when we are creating the layers of widgets, so we make the use of a stack widget. So that's why we put the stack in here. So inside the stack widget, we will have the first widget inside the stack. From left, right, bottom and top will be 0, meaning that it would be stuck from left, right, bottom and top to the ends of the screen. in the body of the scaffold of the single chat page, and its child would be that image, which means that this image would be stretched to left, right, bottom and top so that it will cover all the area, and on top of that we will later display the messages. So that's it. When you Ctrl S to hot reload, you will get the background image like this one. Now the next child of the stack is going to be a column. That is because we have some messages and at the bottom we have one text field. So the text, so this area would be expanded and this will be stuck at the bottom this way. So the first child of the column would be a list view, which is for now is going to return some messages from my side and also from the other side, and later this would be managed according to the user messages in the list view builder. But for now we will create some static messages from my side, send it, and from the user side the messages I received. And for all the pages, only that static messages will be displayed for now, but later this would be changed to the real-time dynamic messages when I send it and or I receive these messages, the ones you can see here on the screen. So now let's go for creating the single messages in here. So we are going to have a method of message layout, which is going to accept some parameters like message bg color, like message background color, its alignment, where it will be aligned at the center left or center right, when it is created, what will happen on swipe, and later this function will be implemented when we are replying to a message. What is some padding from the right side, what is the message we are sending, is we have to show the text, like when we are sending the messages from our side we will display the text like if the message has seen or not. But in case of the other user messages like this one, this is not going to have these text in here. So that is why we also have this boolean field. And next is seen. Seen will be true whenever the user seen our messages, so it will become like this one. And then the onLong press, whenever we want to delete a message, so this onLong press function will come into play. So this function is going to return first a padding widget from horizontal 5. Then its child would be swipe to, and on swipe right we will pass the on swipe. Then the child of the swipe to widget is going to be the gesture detector, and for the onLong press we will pass the onLong press. Then the child of the gesture detector would be a container, and the alignment of the container would be the alignment that we will be passing when we call this message layout in the UI. Then this is going to return a stack, and inside the stack we are going to have, and inside this stack there would be a column, and inside this column there would be a container of margin from top 10, and its constant will be media query of context with 80, meaning that it will only take the 80% of the screen from the specific alignment, and its background color will be the background color that we will be passing when we call this method. So this is going to take only that much space and will not go beyond its constraint that we have defined 80% of the screen horizontally. If the message characters become higher, so it will switch to next line but will not cross these constraints that we have defined in the box constraints of the container. Next, the child would be again a column, and first of all let's set the cross-axis alignment to start, and the container child would be for now a simple text, and later if we are implementing the reply functionality, so this would be changed accordingly, like when we were replying, so the message that we send will become a little bit different like this one as we have in here in this screenshot. So for now we're only displaying the message, the text message in here, but later this would also work for the video message that we send, the GIF we send, the audio we send, and also the image that we send. So for now, just to create the structure for that, it's better to only have a message for now. So we did this like this. And next, there would be some height of 3. And then outside from this column, we are going to have a position widget in this tag. From the bottom, it would be 4, and from right side, it would be 10. And its child would be a row of children, some text of the date, will be some style, and a little bit spacing horizontally. And if isShortEq was true, we will display the all done, and if it was not true, we will display the done. And if the scene was true, we will display the blue color for the icons here, and if the scene was false, we will display the gray color for this. So that is a simple basic message layout widget, and for now this right padding is not used, so we will make it like this, and later if there is some adjustment needed, we will do it accordingly when we are implementing the exact functionality that aligns correctly with the backend, because later we will be implementing the reply feature also. So in that case, there would be needed some modifications when the message is sent, so that would be done at that time, so it will become more clear to you. For now, we are going to only build the structure of the UI so that it will be easy for us to make changes in it in order to skip it at all and again creating it from scratch. So we only create a structure, later this will be modified when we are about to add the new functionality in it. So that was the basic message layout, looks like this. Later it will be modified accordingly. So inside the list view, we will do, first of all, make it expanded to give it all the available space so that it is not going to throw the render flow exception of unbounded height, as this is inside the column. So inside the list view, we will call message layout method inside the list view and pass the required arguments like the message, alignment, create at is seen, whether or not to show the text of the sent or delivered or seen, and the message background color on long press and on swipe. So for now, as we are creating the messages just for the preview, so in the list view we are directly creating the messages for send it from our side and receive from the user, and later this pattern will be changed as I said. So after calling this in here, now when you Ctrl S to hot reload, you will get a message in here. This is the message. The message I sent will be aligned at the right center in here, as I align it in here and change its color to tab color. Now it does not look good, and if you can see, the time that we have specified is aligned on top of that message hello. So that it means we need to modify the message layout a little bit more to have a correct result of it. So that we will go to the method in here, and first of all here we need some padding inside that box. So for that container where we have the margin set from top 10, here we will set the padding of agent sets only. From left there would be 5 and from right there would be 85. That is because we also want to give some space to the time that we want to display with the message, and also the text to specify or visualize that if the message is delivered or seen. So that in here we pass from right side 85, and from top it will be 5, and from bottom it will be also 5. Also make sure to make it constant. Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the message like this. We got the text in here, and we got enough space for displaying the time and the tick icon, which is not kind of visible in here. So to make it visible, we will display or use some other colors which is more lighter to be more clear on that green background. So we will use gray, or let's say light gray color that we have in the styles.dart. Paste it in here. Now if you Ctrl S to hot reload, you will get some clear time or the done icon in here, so that when we send message from our side, it will look something like this. And then now let's go and copy this message and paste it one more time, and this would be still our message saying how are you, and then everything will remain the same. So the next message will look something like this. So now let's copy this message and paste it 2 more times. This time this will be aligned at the center left, meaning that this would be the message received from the other user, and it will say first of all hi, and then doing good, how about you, and also its color would be change. That would be the sender message color, and also for this one. Or in the message layout method here, we can still use the gray color, and for the sender, the message layout, that the message that we are sending here, we can set the message background color to message color and also this message color. And then if you Ctrl S to reload, it will look something like this. Now the gray is more clear on that message color. So we already had the message color, but I forgot about that and put the tab color in here. So it's okay, now I remembered this and changed this to the message color, and the gray color works well for this. And for the other messages, we don't want its show tick to be visible, so you make it false. Also for this one. Now people don't see this, only the time will be displayed because that is the message that we received. So this is how our messages is going to look like. Now the next thing that we need to figure out is to create the field, the text field from where we will send the message. It looks something like this, which is very familiar or same as the real WhatsApp. So now let's go to create this. So that close this expanded widget, and right after this we are going to do create a container with the margin of only left and right 10 and from top and bottom 5, and in the child of that container we are going to have a row. That is because we have this text field. Also next to this we have this button to send a voice note or also to send a message if this text is not empty. So we got a row in here, and inside that row we will do create an expanded widget. That is because this text field is going to take all available space and only the remaining space will be taken by this button. So the child of the expanded widget would be a container with the padding of horizontal 5, and in the decoration the color will be the app bar color, and the border radius would be from all sides 25, and then its height would be 50, and in the child this is going to accept a text field, and in the controller we will pass the text message controller, which will be used to extract the value from the text field. So now let's go and create this text field controller in here. So we got that text message controller in the stat class of the SingleChatPage. That's it. Now here after this we are going to have the onChange, which is going to handle the value of the text field. For example, if the value was not empty, meaning that if you write something in the text field, so in that case the isDisplaySend button will be true, otherwise it would be false, so that we can display this voice note button or also the send message button accordingly when there is text or if there is not text in the field. So that now let's go and create this boolean field or variable also. This would be boolean will be equal to false initially. That is because initially there will be no text in the text field, so it will be false. If you write some text in here, so it will become equal to true. Now let's go for the decoration of this input text field. So first of all we will give it some content padding, vertically 15, and next there would be a prefix icon of emoji emotions with the gray color, same like this. Next we are going to have a suffix icon, which is again going to accept the wrap widget. That is because we are going to have this camera icon and also this attachment icon, so that we will use the wrap in that case. And you can also see on the emulator we got the text field like this one, and the bottom border will be removed once we write some more code in the input decoration. So in the children, the wrap widget is going to accept the icon, 2 icons and some spacing between them. The first icon is the attach file and the second one is the camera alt. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and we got these icons in here. So to give them some spacing, we will wrap the wrap widget with the padding and we'll give it the only padding from top 12. Now we will get them in the right place. Outside from that padding or the suffix icon, we are going to have the hint text for the field and also the border will be none, meaning that this bottom border will be removed. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and we got the text field like this one. But we want this attach icon to be rotated a little bit as we have here, also in the real WhatsApp. So what we have to do is to wrap this attach file with the widget transform.rotate, and this accepts some properties. So simply we will set its angle to minus 0.5 and then make it constant, and also the other widgets that need that constants. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and we got this a little bit rotated, which looks really like the real WhatsApp. So we got our text field created. Next we have to do is to create the button like this one. So outside from that expanded widget in the row, close this expanded widget, and outside from this we are going to have a very simple container with the width and height 50, the box decoration, border radius of 25, and the background color would be type color, and in the center we have an icon. If the is display send button was true, meaning that if you write something in the text field, so in that case the send outline will be displayed, otherwise the mic or the voice note icon would be displayed and its color would be white with the background color of the type color. Now Ctrl S to reload and we got it just like this. And also it will look more great if we give some spacing in here like this. Now it looks better. If you write something in here, let's say hello, you can see this is changed to the send icon. But if we remove the text from here, it is again back changed to the voice note. So that is how it is going to work. Now one last thing about the single chat page is we are also going to create this attach menu when we click this attach icon in the text field, so that we will be allowed to send a video, a GIF or an image from the gallery. So for that, here we will do, first of all, in the stat class we will create a variable of isShowAttachWindow. That is because in some cases we also want to disappear this attach window, like when we click this text field and this attach window is appeared, so we also want to make sure it's no more visible or appear when we click this. Or also some other areas, for example when we long press a message, so we also want to make it disappear. So for that we will create isShowAttachWindow and then we will go for creating it. So as we are in the stack, we have the parent widget stack. So at the bottom of every widget we will create a position widget. From the bottom it will be above 65 and from top it would be 340, and also from left and right would be 50. So the child would be a container with the width of double infinity, meaning that the max width horizontally and the height would be the 20% of the screen. And then some padding horizontally and vertically, and the decoration, the color would be the bottom attached container color that we have in the styles.dot in the themes, and then some border radius of 10. Then in the child of this container we are going to have a column and we are going to have 3 static rows like this. That is because the attached items that we are going to create are not dynamic, but they are fixed. So for that we can create the structure like the one that I created. And inside each row there would be the attached window item methods called, which is creating the methods like this one. Only the title and the icon and the background color will be dynamic, as we are passing the icon, color and the title. So we got the data in the 3 of the rows, calling the same method again and again. Now let's go and create this method right after this message layout. So here we will do create a very simple method which is taking the 3 values dynamic and also the void callback with this. So the on tab will be the on tab, we have the column and a container, its color will be dynamic and also the icon will be dynamic, and it has some size vertically as it is in the column, and the title will be the title that we pass from here. So we got this and the error got fixed in here. Now if we Ctrl S to reload, we got it, the render flow exception, because that is not where we have to display it. So we'll close this position and we'll cut it from here, and inside the stack we'll paste it. Later we have pasted inside the column, so that's why there were no enough space to display it. Now if we Ctrl S to reload, it will be displayed on top like this. Now for each of the row we will set the main axis alignment to space evenly and copy it from this row, paste it from the second row and also for the last one. Now Ctrl S to reload and we got them just like this. Now what if we put some space vertically between these? That's because they are very close to each other. So after this row we will add the vertical 20 size box and also for this one. Now Ctrl S to reload and we got them like this. Now this will be only displayed whenever the isShowAttached window was equal to true. Otherwise we will display an empty container, meaning nothing. Ctrl S to reload and we got it disappeared. Now we don't have this attached window. Now let's go and control this. So from the text field in here, whenever this icon is clicked, we will wrap with the gesture detector, and on tab we will set the stat isShowAttached window will become equal to true, or we can also do to make it a toggle, and this will be also dismissible whenever we click the entire area or the screen. So we can wrap the stack with the gesture detector, and when it is clicked, so what we have to do is to again set the stat and the isShowAttached window will become equal to false. And also for the text field, whenever the on tab inside the text field is called, so we will also do the set stat to close this window false. Now if we Ctrl S to reload, that's it. Now when I click this will appear like this, and when I click this back it will disappear. And also if I make it again appear, and if I click the stack in the stack or the entire area, so it will also disappear. And when I click it again and click the text field, it will also be disappear and the text field will become in focus. So that was it for the SingleChatPage. So we have created the settings page and we create the calls context page. Also we create the status, my status page. From here we will be allowed to delete the status, and also we create the SingleChatPage. Now we are good to go with the backend, and the upcoming little UI changes will be done accordingly as we go further with the backend stuff. So that was the last part of the UI of creating the UI of a WhatsApp clone. We also implement the routing in here. So now to implement the first thing in our WhatsApp clone, that is the user, we will start from the domain layer. So let's close all the features and open it again, and go for opening the user feature, and this time instead of the presentation layer, open the domain layer. So as we know that domain is most independent layer, which is not going to depend on any external libraries, but everything belongs to this layer would be totally independent. So in the domain layer, the first thing that we are going to implement is entities. The entities are the business objects which will decide what kind of data of our user is going to be stored in our database. So to create an entity for the user, we will create a Dart file inside the entities directory and we will name it user entity. Inside that user entity, we are going to have a user entity class which will extend equatable for the value equality and is going to override the get props getter. Next, the possible data in our WhatsApp clone that our user is going to have would be this data: the username, email, the phone number, the is online, check, the UID of the user, the status, and also the profile URL. So that would be the basic data that would be stored in the database in case of a user. So whenever a user is created in our application, so his username will be assigned accordingly, his email, phone number. In that case, we are not going to implement the email, but there will be only the phone authentication. But let's also keep this email field also, and also the is online boolean field which will identify that if the user is online or not, and the UID field would be the unique ID of the user which will tell us on that unique ID that user is different from the other users in the database in the user collections inside the Cloud Firestore database. And the status would be like on the regular basis that we see in the WhatsApp, saying hey there, I'm using WhatsApp, and some other status that user want to put in his status. And the profile URL will be the profile URL that will be stored in the Firebase cloud storage, and this will give us the URL from there that we will store in our Cloud Firestore database, and using that URL we will load our user's profile URL and will show it in our application. So that would be the most common data in our WhatsApp clone of our user that would be stored in Cloud Firestore database. So now there are errors in these fields, which means that they're telling create the constructor for the final fields. So we will select this second option and go for create. Next, put a comma in here and go for formatting the Dart file. So go for reformat the Dart code, and now let's select the fields inside the constructor and make them named. So we got these fields named by wrapping them inside the curly braces. Next, we also need to pass them in the props for the value equality. So simply we'll copy them and paste them in here and select this and hold Ctrl and J to select the similar selected text, for example this dot, and select all and press delete. So this will be deleted from here. Also, there is a warning which is saying that make this user entity constructor constant. So we got it constant, so that would be our user entity which will be extended by a model. You will see it in the next video. So that would be the super class of the model class, where in the model we are going to have some extra functionality like from snapshot to document. So that is our user entity containing the fields that would be used or stored in our Cloud Firestore database. Next, inside the repository directory, we will create user repository. Inside this user repository, we are going to have an abstract class named user repository. The repository is a contract class which will in each specific feature will hold the specific abstract use cases, meaning that without their actual implementations. So in case of user feature, this repository is going to hold the abstract use cases of users related use cases such as create user, update user, get user, etc. So these would be the use cases for our user. First, verify phone number for the phone number verification. Next is sign in with phone number, and also is sign in to check whether or not the user is signed in or not. And also the sign out to sign out from the application, the get current UID, the UID of the currently authenticated user, also the create user to create the user in the Cloud Firestore database, the update user to update the user identity, get all users to get all the users, and also get single user to get that single user on that specific UID, and also get device number for getting the contacts from the phone. So each method has its own return type and accepting the required parameter in the parentheses. So for the phone verification, this is not going to return anything, so it's a future method and is void, which means nothing. And it is taking a phone number, which will verify the phone number. And the same thing is happening in case of sign in with phone number. But the isSign is returning the future boolean, which means that we will check if a user is signed in or not. So this is going to return the boolean value. So we will check if the user is signed in or not. If it was true, so it means that the user is signed in, otherwise it's not. So based on this, we will take the further actions. You will see it in the upcoming videos. The isSignout method is straightforward, just signing out the user from the application. Get current UID return type is string, meaning that this will give us the UID of the currently authenticated user, and the UID type will be string, as we also have the UID here string. Next, we have the create user, which return type is also void, which means they are returning nothing but simply creating a user, and this is going to take the user entity, so we will import this user entity for them. Next, the update user is doing the same job, updating the user identity, and the get all users will return the list of users in the stream, meaning that the live data, so that we don't have to restart whenever some changes happens, but instead the changes happen will be directly reflected on the users that we have loaded from the Cloud Firestore database. And a single user based on a string UID will also be loaded in the stream. So this is going to return the list of user, but we will take the user only on that UID, and its type will also be stream list of user. And its return type will be future list of contact entity to get the device number. And in case of the get device number, we will deal with the users loaded from the Cloud Firestore database, but also just for showing you how you can load the contacts from your phone, let's create the contacts entity, name it contact entity, and there will be a simple contact entity class with the phone number, label, UID, the status, and also the user profile URL in the uint8 list, which is coming from the Dart type data. So that uint8 list is unsigned list of integers, and this return us the image data in bytes. So this method is also used for the user profile URL. You will see it in the upcoming videos. And for this contact entity, we are not going to create any models because this data is not going to be stored somewhere in the Cloud Firestore or any other database. So for that, we don't need any from snapshot or from JSON methods like that. So for that, we are not going to create the models. But this would be straightforward used in a method to load the contacts from the phone. So for that, we also need the contact entity to keep everything organized. So you will see how we will use this in the upcoming videos to load the contacts from the phone. So that's it. We will now import the contacts. So that is our repository containing the abstract use cases of our user feature. Alright, now we have our entities and repository in place. It's time to get to one of the most important parts of the domain layer. That is you already know, the use cases. At high level, the use cases are the exact actions or operations that a user can perform within the application. That represents the business logic of our application. Each use case is in essence a standalone class that encapsulates a single action. For instance, in context of our WhatsApp clone, if we are thinking about user-related operations, a create user use case will solely be responsible for creating a user, while an update user use case will handle the user updates. These use cases will utilize our repository to interact with the necessary data sources, whether it's be a local database, a remote data server, or even device-specific functionalities. This ensures a clear separation of concerns while the repository decides where and the use cases decide what in terms of actions and operations. So now let's go for creating the use cases. So as I said, there would be a separate class for each use case which encapsulates only the logic of that specific use case. For example, in case of verify phone number, there would be a specific use case for that. And that use case will depend upon the user repository and will perform that specific task. So now let's go for creating the two directories inside the use cases. So here we will create first credential and also the user. So inside the credential, we will create the credential related use cases. For example, the get current UID use case is sign in use case, is sign in with phone number use case, sign out use case, and also the verify phone number use case. And for the case of the user, we will create the user related use cases inside the user directory. So we have organized everything like this. Now let's go for creating the get current UID use case. So again, as I said, for each use case, there would be a specific use case class with the specific name, which is going to encapsulate the only logic for that specific task in the application. And the use case will depend upon the user repository, as this is going to perform the user related task. And this user repository is an abstract class, which here also shows that the use case is not depending upon the concrete implementations, but instead it is depending upon the abstract class or an interface, which is the user repository. And this user repository will be implemented inside the data layer, and then the user repository implementation will depend upon the remote data source, and that remote data source will be implemented again in the data layer, and in that remote data source implementation there will exist the actual logic. So as we go forward with the course, you will get to know about each and every little thing of this architecture, that how everything will operate with each other and will perform the specific task in the application, like how the call flow will work, as you might be familiar with the theory as I explained in the first video of this week 4. So inside each use case, there would be again a call method of that specific return type that the use case in the repository is returning. So we will create a call method that would be asynchronous and is going to return the get current UID method from the repository. And this call here means we are making the get current UID use case also a callable class. This is a concept in the Dart programming language, which means that the class get current UID instance would also be used as a function. So for each of the use case, this would be the same scenario. So let's copy this and go for is sign in, paste it in here and change only its name is sign in use case, and only change the return type to boolean and call the is sign in, and that's it. So that would be the case for all of the use case. Let's copy this again and paste it in here, and this time its name would be sign in with phone number use case, and its return type would be void, and it's going to call the sign in with phone number, and this time this is also going to accept the string SMS pin code. So that's it. Now copy this again, paste it in the sign out, and do for this like sign out use case, and this will also be a future void, and this is not going to accept any parameters, so will be sign out. And for the verify phone number, there will be verify phone number use case, and it's going to call the verify phone number, and it's going to accept the string phone number. That's it. And the same will be for the other create user, get all users, get device number, get single user, and lastly get update user. For example, in case of create user, this is going to take the user entity and will pass the user inside the create user method call from the repository. Now again, same would be for the others. So I have performed the same thing for the rest of the use cases that were remaining. For example, the update use case looks something like this. The get single user use case looks something like this. Its return type is stream list of user entity and is taking an argument of string UID and is returning the get single user method from the repository. Get device number is the same, get all user is also the same, and the create user you also have seen. And that was the use cases, which are the heart of our application business logic, and they bridge the UI and the data, making sure our app does exactly what it is supposed to do. In the upcoming video, we will delve into the actual implementations of the use cases, meaning that the user repository will be implemented in the domain layer. So the use cases are depending upon the repository, so we can say the implementation of the use cases or also the implementation of the repository. Like when we implement the repository and the use cases are depending upon the repository, so when we implement the repository, so as a result the use cases are also implemented. So now lastly, to encapsulate our discussion on the domain layer, let's briefly recap the core components we have touched upon. For example, first of all, the entities inside the domain layer. These are the core business objects of our application, essentially representing the core data structure that would be manipulated and presented. In the context of our WhatsApp clone, the entities are such as user as we have created, and there would be the message entity and also can be a group as we are not creating the group functionality in that WhatsApp clone. The entities of an application are simply the definition of what our data looks like. And secondly, we have the repository. As you already know, the repository is a contract class. So think of it as a gateway or an interface that our app uses to access the data. It abstracts the origin of the data, be it from a network source, cache, or a local database. For every feature or entity, we will have a corresponding repository ensuring a clear and modular structure. For our user entity, the repository will define the operations like fetching, updating, and deleting a user in case we don't have a delete user, but we have the other methods like create or update the user, get the user, single user, and also the other sign-in operations or use cases inside the repository, which holds the abstract implementation, which means that they have no implementation right now but are just the abstract definition. Sorry about that, it's not the abstract implementation but the abstract definition, and will be implemented in the data layer in the next video. Next, the use cases are the actionable operations that can be performed in our application. So each use case will represent a single operation, and its implementation will be responsible for orchestrating the flow of data from the repository to the required destination. For instance, the use cases would be in our WhatsApp clone case, for example, as we have created the create user, update user, and also get all users. And again, let me remind you, the domain layer will be the most independent layer in each feature. This is not going to depend upon any other layers, but other layers will depend upon it. This ensures our core business logic remains consistent and unaffected by the external changes, whether it's UI modification or any change in the data source, for example in the data layer. As we progress through building our WhatsApp clone, it's crucial to keep this separation of concern in mind. By maintaining a robust domain layer, we lay down a strong foundation upon which the rest of our application can confidently stand. In the upcoming videos, we will dive deeper into the surrounding layers, linking them back to the domain layer and witnessing the true power of well-architectured app. And today in this episode, we will implement the data layer and we'll talk about some intricacies about the data flow. So, a data layer is a boundary between our app and outside world. From here, we will talk to the outside third-party services, either local, remote, or device-specific functionality. So, in case of domain layer, in clean architecture, the domain layer emphasizes on what, as you might be familiar from the previous video. It emphasizes on what, like it identifies what kinds of operations are meaningful to perform in the system without stating them how to perform them. For example, inside the domain, when it is said what can be done, messages can be sent or received, user can be created or updated. So the domain layer sets up the contracts or the interfaces that say what can be done. On the other hand, the data layer is responsible for both how and where. It takes the what defined by the domain layer and figures out how to actually execute those operations and where the data will be sourced or stored. For instance, if a domain layer says we need to be able to get a user, a data layer answers with the specifics like here is how you will get a user by calling this specific API, and here is where you will get the data from this particular database or cloud service. So in summary, the domain layer say what would be our business logic without saying that how and where it will be implemented. This part is taken care by the data layer. So first thing first, let's implement the repository in the data layer. So let's open up this data layer. Inside the repository directory, we will create a new Dart file and we'll name it repository impl to make it short of the implementation. Hit enter and we got the repository implementation. This time, this would be the user repository implementation as we are dealing with the user feature, and this would be a direct class and would not be an abstract class because this would be the implementation class for the user repository, which is an abstract class. So like this would implement the user repository, and then we will come up with an error that is override the 10 missing methods that we have in the user repository. So select this one and hit enter, and we got these unimplemented methods. For now they are throwing the unimplemented error. This is because they are not yet implemented, and which is what we are going to do right now. So to implement the methods, the user repository implementation would depend upon the user remote data source, and this would be passed in the constructor of the user repository implementation. So now let's go and also create the user remote data source by creating the directory inside the data sources. Let's say remote. Inside that remote, create a Dart file and name it remote data source. Or also, to make it more clear and meaningful, we can say user remote data source, and also for the repository implementation we can say the user repository implementation. And then inside this user remote data source, we will copy the user repository and paste it in here, and we'll change its name to user remote data source, and then simply import this in here. Now you might think, why did I copy and paste the user repository inside the user remote data source and just change its name and make the user repository implementation depend upon the user remote data source, which is containing the same methods as we have in the user repository? You might say, are not these classes are redundant? Why we create such similar class in the data layer as we have in the domain layer repository? So let me tell you, that is because we don't want to tightly couple the high-level repository implementation with the direct remote data source implementation. And here we are correctly following the dependency inversion principle, as you might be familiar with that from the week 3 last video, which says that high-level modules should not depend on low-level modules, and low-level modules should not depend on high-level modules, but both should depend upon abstraction. And following this principle makes the testing much easier, where the low-level modules and high-level modules are not tightly coupled, but instead depends upon abstraction. So like this, we will go for the implementation, and here we will remove the body from this create user and make it asynchronous, as this is a feature, and make it arrow function, and we'll call from the remote data source dot create user, passing that user. And the same for the get all user. This time we will not pass the asynchronous, that is because it is a stream return type, so we'll simply make an arrow function and call from the remote data source dot get all users, like that. And for all of the methods, it would be just like this, calling the specific method from the remote data source, and then this remote data source will be implemented inside the same remote data source implementation, we will create remote data source IMPL, the same thing as we have created for the user repository, but also make sure to pass the user remote data source implementation. Their naming are kind of mouthful, like user remote data source implementation, but it's meaningful. So I would recommend to always keep the library and the class name more meaningful, which is a good practice in software development. So here there will be again a class of user remote data source implementation, which will implement the user remote data source abstract class and open the body, and finally will override the same methods, but here this time this is not going to deal with the abstract method but will depend upon the Firebase firestore package, and here will exist the real implementation of them. But before going through the real implementation, before that we need to create the models, because in the remote data source implementation we are not going to deal with the entities, but the actual models with the conversion of data will be used inside the actual implementation of them. So inside the models we will create the user model, and here will be a class of user model extends the user entity, and the user model become the subclass of the user entity class, and simply is going to contain the same fields. So we will copy its constructor and fields and paste them in here, and only change the class name to this, and also make sure to pass it in the super. So we will do, for example, username will be the username and the email will be the email, and just like this for all of them. Next, inside the user model, we are going to have some extra functionality like the conversion of data from snapshot to .objects, or also to JSON to convert the data from .objects to some raw data and store it in the Cloud Firestore database. So here we are going to have a method of factory which returns the instance of the class, the user model, and converting the data from snapshot to .objects. And also there will be one more method such as to document, or also we can say to JSON, which is converting the data from .objects to simple map string dynamic data so that it can be stored in the Cloud Firestore database. So this was our user model, which will be used inside the remote data source implementation for these conversion of data from snapshot to .objects, from snapshot to .objects, and to convert data from .objects to some raw data like map string dynamic. So we have implemented the user repository, which is depending upon the remote data source, which is an abstract class, and here the user remote data source is implemented in here. Now we are going to write the concrete implementation for these methods. So the user remote data source implementation will this time depends upon the Cloud Firestore and also the Firebase Auth coming from the packages that we have added in the pubspec.yaml file. Here the Cloud Firestore and the Firebase Auth and also some other packages will be used later in our application. So currently we have used the Cloud Firestore and the Firebase Auth. So now it's time to go for implementing the create user method. So you're already familiar with the basics of Firebase as we have learned them in the week 2. First of all, we need to access to the collection where we will be storing our data. In that case, the user collection, that is because we are dealing with the user feature. So inside the user collection, first of all, we are going to have the user collection, and then we need to define the try catch block for catching the exception if occurs while creating the user. Inside the try catch block, from the user collection, we will get document on the UID, and then we will check the condition if the user on that specific ID was exist, or we can say not exist. So we will set, for example, or create the user, otherwise update the user. So that UID would be the UID of that user coming from the getCurrentUID method. Inside that existing user remote source implementation in which we are currently working, so we're going to implement it in a while. And then this new user would be the instance of the user model where the user will come from the user.email. For example, when we call this create user method on our UI inside the presentation layer, you will get to know about the flow how we will call this. But for now, let's understand this. The email will come from the user.email. In that case, we are not going to store the email, so it will be simply empty in that case. And the is online will be false. The fields will be decided on the user end in the presentation layer whenever this method is called there. That's why we are doing the user.isOnline, or they're coming from the user entity in here. And the phone number will be the phone number of the user, and the username of the user, the profile URL of the user, and lastly the status of the user. And then we will convert the user data to document, or let's say the JSON data, to store it in the Cloud Firestore database, and we will use it in here to set it and also update it if it's already exists. So now let's go for implementing this git current UID. So here it's located. So this would be an asynchronous function and will be implemented on a very short way. Let's remove the body from this, and will be Firebase, or let's say auth.currentUser.uid. Also pass the assertion operator here, which means that it would not be null. And we are getting the current UID in here. That is because the create user method will be called after we have signed up to the application. So whenever the user is created in the Firebase Authentication tab, so here its unique ID will also be created in here, as you might be familiar with when we were doing the authentication in the week 2 in Firebase. So using that ID, first we will get this user. If it's already exists, just updates its data with the data given by user. Otherwise, simply create the new user. So here is an error with the await, so simply it means we need to make sure the create user is asynchronous. This is because this is a feature. So with this, our create user method is successfully implemented. Inside the user collection, we get the current UID and create the user model instance, and we try to get the user on that UID if the user is signed in. If there is already user exist on that specific UID, simply what we will do to update its identity inside the database, or if the user on that specific ID was not exist, simply will create new user on that ID. So that was it for the create user. Next, to get all the users, what we will do in here, again we need to access to the Firebase user collection, and then this is going to return the user collection, the snapshot, meaning that the stream query snapshot, as we are returning a stream list of user entity. So we will go for the snapshots, and we will map each snapshot in the Firebase user collection, and this will give us the query snapshot. And from this query snapshot, we'll go to the docs and we'll map each document, and we'll convert it to the dart objects using the user model from snapshot, and each e-document will be converted to from snapshot to dot objects, and then we will convert it to list, and this error will be fixed, and we'll get all the user from the user collection in the stream. So that was it for the get users. Also we have implemented the get current UID, and it's time to implement the get device number. So first let's make it asynchronous as is the feature, and here remove this and put the list of contact entity will be equal to the empty list for now. Next, create a final field which will await to get the contacts from the contact service, and this contact service is coming from the package that we have added, contact service. Import this, and then on the get contacts data that we have created, the data is gotten in the future as we have put the await in here, and then we are looping through the get contacts data for each my contact. Again we are looping to the on the phones coming from the my contacts data, and for each of the phone we are getting the phone data, and we are adding it to the contacts list which accepts the context entity each time. So for the phone data, we pass the value, and for the label, we pass the display name, and for the user profile, we pass from the my contact to the avatar, which is of type event8list, meaning that will be loaded from the memory in bytes. So this will be the phone number displayed on the screen and will be the display name of the contacts loaded from your phone contacts and his profile. Now that's it. After this, we will simply return the contacts and that's it. The get device number will be used like this. So you will get to know about this, how we will load the contacts in the UI. So after you see it, this will become more clear to you how each thing is working. So next we have the get single user. This would be similar to the get all users. So we'll copy this and paste it in the body of the get single user. And the only difference here would be we will run the query here where the UID is equal to not, remove the not from here and pass that UID. So what we are doing here, only get that user which is equal to that UID that will be passed from the client side when a call is made to the get current user. So this will get us only that user on that specific UID that we have passed from the client side. So that was pretty simple method, only the UID difference was there and was same as the get all users. Next, we have the is sign in to check if the user is signed in or not. So this is a future bool method which is also going to be a very short method. So you'll make it asynchronous and make it the arrow function. And from the user auth, it will go for the current user .uid and will check is not equal to null. So this will only return true in case whenever the current user UID is not equal to null, which means that the user is signed in, and will return false if the user ID was equal to null, as we are also putting the question mark in here that the user ID can be null. So that is why we are checking if it was not equal to null, return true, so it means that the user is signed in. If it was null, so simply we'll return false and we'll get to know the user is not signed in. That's it. Now we will go for sign in with phone number. But before getting through the sign in with phone number and verify phone number, first let's implement the sign out and also the update user, because they are not dealing with other functionality but are pretty simple. So first let's figure out them. So this sign out method is also going to be a very short method but not containing so much code, just simply straightforward signing out the currently authenticated user. So what in the body this is going to do is simply make it short, remove the body, make it asynchronous, put the arrow function, and from the auth call the sign out, and that's it. And for the update user, what we will do, first of all make it asynchronous, and inside the body first we need to access to the user collection. So we will copy it from the create user and we'll paste it inside the update method, not the update method but the update user, which is the update method for the user. So next, inside the update user, we will create a map of user info which type is map string dynamic, and then we will check the conditions accordingly for the username, profile, and is online. We are saying the data coming from the user entity while we are calling the update user if that data was not equal to simple string and was not equal to null. So on the user info on the map, the username will become equal to the username that we have passed in the user entity, and the same will be for the profile URL and also for the is online. So that data will be added inside this map with the updated value, and then what we will do lastly in here, simply call the update method on the specific UID of the user. So the data will be updated on that updated data stored in the user info. So later if you were updating other fields, simply check the conditions like this and update the data as the data you passed from your client side while calling this user update user method. So that's it. Now only the final methods remaining are verify phone number and the sign in with phone number. So first we will verify the phone number, then we will go for the sign in with phone number, which is doing something with the SMS pin code. So here we will remove this from here and we'll make it asynchronous. And in the body of this, first of all, we will do for the phone authentication, we will await from the auth verify phone number, pass the phone number, and also the timeout will be 60 seconds, and also the verification complete, failed, code sent, and the code auto retrieval timeout are just the functions which is handling the different stats, as it's clear from their name: verification complete, failed, code sent, or the timeout on the code auto retrieval. So here we will create their stats. We will create their stats just like this, and we'll pass them in here. So the first stat is phone verification complete. So when it's done, we'll simply print phone verified, and we'll print the token and is signed in just for checking that. And also phone verification field, so we'll do the same thing. And when the phone auto code retrieval timeout, so we'll set this verification ID to the verification ID, meaning that storing the verification ID that we have gotten, so that later we will sign in the user with the phone number using that verification ID. So for creating this verification ID, we'll go to up in here and we'll create a verification ID in here, so that the error will be fixed, and we got stored the verification ID in here, and it's saying remove this expression. Okay, let's remove this, and the pin code sent will doing the same job. That's it for this verify phone number, and everything will be done by the verify phone number method call from this auth Firebase auth. So everything of verifying phone number will be handled by this, and we will get the specific messages on the specific stats, like when it's failed, when the timeout, and when it's verified, or whatever on the specific stat. Now the last method here is sign in with phone number. So we will pass the SMS pin code that we have received after verifying the phone number. So here we will do, first of all, make it asynchronous, and in here we will try, and as we are dealing with the Firebase authentication, so we know that the Firebase exception can be occurred, so we will catch the specific exception like invalid verification code. We will toast invalid verification code. If the quota was exceeded, we will say the SMS quota exceeded, and if none of the exception match to the code, we will simply say unknown exception, please try again. And in the try block, we will create the auth credential variable name credential, and will be the phone auth provider, meaning that the credential for the phone auth provider, and will pass the credential. The SMS code will be the SMS pin code that we will pass, and the verification ID will be the verification ID that we have gotten after verifying the phone number. And next, the last thing, sign in with that credentials that we have gotten, and we'll pass the credential, and there we go. We will sign in with that phone number, and the authentication step is completed. So that was all. We have implemented the user repository, and then we have created the user remote source, which is same abstract class and was created for to not the high-level user repository implementation depends upon the direct remote resource implementation, but is depending upon the abstraction of the user remote source. And the models we have created, which contains some extra functionalities like from snapshot to document. The from snapshot is used while getting the data from the firestore database. Here in the get data, the get user method, we have used the from snapshot, and while storing the data in the cloud file store, we have converted it to document, or let's say, or also we can say to JSON. So we have successfully implemented the data layer also for the user. And the next video, we will go for the presentation layer. We'll deal with binding the data with the UI, and will create the Cubits and also the dependency injection. You will get to know about what is dependency injection and all of that stuff. So in the last two videos, we have successfully implemented the domain layer and the data layer for the user feature. And we have discussed that the most independent layer, which is the domain layer in this clean architecture, decides what, which means that what kind of actions would be performed on what kind of data, representing the core of the system. Also, we have discussed that the data layer decides where and how, which simply means that how actions will actually execute and from where the data will be sourced or stored. And this video will walk you through what the presentation layer decides and focus upon. So the presentation layer decides how the upcoming data is presented on the screen. The how in case of presentation layer is totally different from the data layer, because how in case of data layer decides how actual logic is done, but in case of presentation layer, it's related to the user interface, like how the upcoming data from a specific database is presented on the screen. For example, when user creates an account, the presentation layer ensures that the action is visually represented and appropriately communicated back to the system. So before going forward, let me tell you one more thing, that for the first time of this user feature, I would have to create 3 videos on presentation layer, because here we will deal with the state management solution, dependency injection, and lastly to bind the actual logic with the UI to make it functional, which is kind of challenging part. That is why we will divide the presentation layer into 3 videos only this time, and for the subsequent features we will directly implement things, because that would become more easy for you once you got familiar with the structure. So in this video we will only focus on the state management, for example the block or qubit of the presentation layer. So now let's go and implement the qubits for the user feature. So inside the user feature that here we have implemented data layer, also the domain layer. It's time to go for the presentation layer. So the presentation layer, we have already created the pages in here, and now in this video we have to deal with this block. So inside this block directory, we will change its name first of all to qubit, and then inside this qubit we will create a new directory. We will name it user, and one more directory, name it get single user, and also create one more directory, name it auth, and go for one more directory, credential, and lastly the get device number, to keep everything separated, so that inside the qubit our business logic will be separated from the UI, and inside the UI we will simply call the methods from the qubit to perform a specific task, and these qubits will depend upon the use cases, which clearly shows the dependency of presentation layer on the domain layer. So first of all, let's go for creating the auth qubit. So go for new and go for the qubit class. So if you don't have this qubit class, you have to install the block plugin in your Android Studio, or also if you're using VS Code, so there you also have to download an extension for the block. So if you don't know about this extension, simply you have to go to the settings of the Android Studio and go for plugins in the marketplace, search for block, and download this first block that I have installed, so that when you next time start creating a directory, you will get this block class and the qubit class. So this time go for the qubit class and select the equatable for the value equality. You might be familiar with the value equality, as I have explained it in the week 2 while dealing with block and qubit in an simple application, and also in the Firebase CRUD. So if you don't know about this and you really want to understand this, watch either this video where I am explaining the value equality in case of Firebase CRUD, or also you can watch this detailed video from where you will get to know about how actually the value equality is in Dart programming language. So anyways, let's go forward for creating the qubit for the auth. So we will simply name it auth and go for OK. So as we have checked the equatable, so in the state class we will directly get our state extended with the equatable, so that we don't have to care about the value equality, like when comparing old stats with the new stats. If it has same value, so it will not again rebuild the state in that case, but only if the values are changed in the stat, so only in that case the state will be rebuilt of the UI. So we got the equatable directly in here. So in case of auth, we are going to have 2 kinds of stats. First, the authenticated and the unauthenticated. So we got these two states for the auth state, which extends the auth state an abstract class, and this authenticate states accepts one parameter, the UID, and we're passing it in the constructor and also in the list of props for the value equality, and this is the unauthenticated states. So these will be emitted accordingly when the user is authenticated or unauthenticated. So now let's go for auth qubit and start implementing this. So as I said, the qubits will depend upon the use cases. So for the auth use cases, the auth qubit will depend upon only these three specific use cases of get current UID use case and is sign in use case and also sign out use case to deal with these operations. Now let's go for importing these use cases. Also make sure to pass them in the constructor, also make it required. So we'll go for this current UID, required this is sign in use case, required this sign out use case. Now it's time to create the future methods for them, and then we will go for implementing them. So we got these three methods of return type future void, so that whenever we call them, we can also do .then to decide what will happen next when the specific task of future is completed. And this app started method will call when the app is started to decide if the user is authenticated or not. So this will directly be called whenever our app starts, and this logged in and this logged out will be called according to specific conditions. You will see it later when you go for binding these methods to the UI to make our UI functional. So as this is just a video of implementing the state management solution, so for now let's only keep your focus on these methods, that how these will be implemented, and I will also explain along the way how these will work with the UI, so you don't have to worry about this. So for the app feature, for the app started, first of all here I will put the try catch block, and if some error occurs I will directly emit the unauthenticated state. And inside the try block, first of all I will call the isSign-in method to check if the user is signed in or not, if the UID is equal to null or is not equal to null. Then we will check two conditions. If the ID was not equal to null, so simply we will call the get current UID use case and will pass it in the authenticated state, so that we got the current user UID, meaning that the user is authenticated, or otherwise if the UID was equal to null, so simply we will emit the unauthenticated state, meaning that the user is not authenticated, so that we have to send the user to the sign-in page or whatever the page is for the authentication if the user is not authenticated. So in case of authenticated, we will send the UID to our home page to have our current user in there and deal with this. And if there is no ID, if the user is not authenticated, so simply we will emit the unauthenticated state and the user will remain on the sign-in page. So that's it for the app started feature method. Now what will happen when the logged in method is called? This would be pretty simple method of try catch. If some error occurs, so simply emit the unauthenticated state, otherwise call to the get current UID use case and then emit the authenticated state by passing that UID. And we are calling the call from here, which is the call method inside the use case. And I told you the call method is the method to make the class instance callable, so that the get current UID is the instance of the get current UID use case class. So if I remove the call from here, so you can see the get current UID use case is an instance, but we can directly call it like this by putting the parentheses in here. So that is what it means by callable classes in case of Dart programming language. By making the call method in here, we can make the instance of a class. If we take the instance of a class, we can make it callable like this one. This will still works in here. As you can see, this is not making any error in here, and also this is also a good way to call this, and also this one is also the good way. You can see if I remove the brackets from here, it got the error that now we don't recognize if the call method is called and we have got the UID, so that if you put the parentheses in here, so this is also acceptable and also this call is also acceptable. So this is what it means by the callable classes in Dart programming language. So this was the work of the logged in method. Simply directly pass the UID to the authenticated state, and there we go. The user will become authenticated and the state will be changed from the sign in page to the home page. So this will be decided accordingly. If the state was unauthenticated, so we will keep the user in the sign in page. Otherwise, if the state was authenticated, so we will send the user to the home page to deal with the other functionality of the app, like to send messages to his friends and also do whatever the user want in the application and whatever is the functionality of the application. So in the logout method, this would be pretty simple. Doing the same thing, only calling the sign out use case to sign out the user from the application and emit the unauthenticated state to send the user back to the sign in page. That's it. So our auth qubit with these use cases is successfully implemented. Now it's time to go for the credential. So in the credential, we will create a qubit class, again make it equatable, and we'll name it credential. And this credential is going to have the stats of loading, success, credential phone SMS code received, credential phone auth profile info, and also lastly the failure. So whenever it's loading, the credential loading state will be emitted, and credential success, also credential phone auth SMS code received, and also credential phone auth profile info. So these states will be emitted accordingly. Now let's go for the credential qubit, and this qubit is going to depend upon these three credential use cases of sign in with phone number use case, verify phone number, and also create the user in Cloud Firestore database. Now let's go for importing them, and then we will pass them in the constructor, and then to deal with their future methods and perform whatever the functionality of that specific use case is. So we'll go for required this sign in with phone number, also required this verify this phone number, and also required this create user use case. And then these three future methods, first submit verify phone number, which requires the phone number. So we will take that phone number when the user enter in the field, that field we have created while we are creating the UI of our WhatsApp clone, and then submit the SMS code, that the code fields that we have created 6-digit code. So when the user receives that code, so the user have to enter that code for going for the next steps. And lastly, to submit the user profile info, which is going to call the create user use case. So whenever user submit its profile info, so the user profile will also be created in the Cloud Firestore database. And after verifying the phone number and also the SMS code, all of that verification, so its UID or that user will also be created in the authentication tab of the Firebase with the phone authentication sign-in provider of Firebase. So now let's go for implementing the submit verify phone number. So this method would be really simple try catch block, which is dealing with the socket exception if some internet issue is there. So we will emit the credential failure, and also if some other failure occurs while dealing with the verify phone number, we will still call the credential failure, that the credential fails. Next, the verify phone number will be called if none of the failure occurred, and we will pass that phone number in here, and will simply emit the credential phone auth SMS code received, so that we will directly be navigated to the OTP page here. And then in the credential qubit, we will call the submit SMS code when we have received one. So that submit SMS code will also be really simple method, simple try catch block, also handling the socket exception, and call to the sign in with phone number use case, and call and pass the SMS code inside and emit the credential phone auth profile info, so that we will be navigate to the submit profile info. And lastly, here inside this submit profile info, we will do the same thing again, try catch block, and then in the try block, we will call the create user use case, and will call and will pass the user information in here, so that the user will be also created in the Cloud Firestore database, and we will emit the credential success to navigate to the home page, and our authentication will be completed in here. Next, the remaining qubits are get device number, get sign in with user, get single user, and also the user. So let's go for get device number. That would be a really simple method inside the Qubit. So this would be a get method, so that we have to create a separate Qubit for that. So here we will name it get device number, and while passing the name in here, you have to follow the camel case, the one I am following in here. So you don't have to follow the snake case, like putting the underscores like this, and also don't follow the Pascal case of like we're defining the classes. So the first letter will also be capitalized, but follow the camel case like this. Start from the first letter small, and the other words when come, its first letter will be capitalized, and also for this one like this. Now go for OK, and the get device number will be created like this, and then go for its stats. So this is going to have the stats like get device number loading, get device number loaded. When it's loaded, this will give us the list of context entity, and we will pass it in the get device number loaded, and also for the value equality, pass it in the list of props. A getter method coming from the equatable package, as we have extended the get device number stat with equatable, and also the other classes are extended with the get device number stat, an abstract class, so that we got the get props override in all of the methods for the value equality, so that this stat will be loaded whenever the contexts from our phone are loaded, and if some failure occurred, this failure will be emitted on the UI that some failure occurred while loading the context from the phone. And then this method or Qubit will directly depend upon the get device number, or let's copy its name from here, use case, and paste it in here, get device number use case. Go for importing it, pass it in the constructor, and this will be this start get device number will be here a future void method, and this is not going to be semicolon but a comma in here, or also you don't have to pass the comma as we have only the one use case in here, so that we can make it also like this. And then go for future get device number, and will be asynchronous, and in the body it will do the same try and catch and call the get device number like this, and emit the get device number load stat and pass the contact numbers to this, so that whenever this load stat is emitted, so we will get the context number inside the context that we got in that stat, and then we will load them in the UI. And next go for get single user. This will also be containing only single method. That is because here we are only dealing with the single get method, so for that we need the stats of loading, loaded, or failure. So that's because we're creating these separate classes for this. So the get method needs the loading, loaded, or failure stats to emit. So for that we create the separate Qubit class if it's required. So for the get single user, we will create the separate Qubit, as this also requires the loading, loaded, or failure stat. So we will name it get single user, and for the single user we will have stats of loading, loaded, and failure. Inside the loaded, we will simply load the single user of user entity, pass it in the constructor, and also for the value equality, pass it in the get props. And this is only single user, as we are using the only UID to load that single user. So that initially we will call the get single user method and will pass that UID that we got in the authenticated state, and using that UID we will load our current user and will retrieve its information and will display it anywhere we want of that current user. So that for the get single user we got a separate method, and then here this is going to directly depend upon the final, let's say get single user, copy its name, paste it in here, get single user, and pass it in the constructor required this, and then also import this. We are going to have the future void get single user, and then it's going to require the string UID, make it required, and then It's in the body of this, first of all, make it asynchronous, as it's going to be a feature void method. So in the body of this get single user, first we will emit the loading stat, and then we will call the get single user and we'll pass that UID. So as this is going to return the stream list of user entity, so we will listen to this stream and this will give us the users, and I will emit the stat of get single user loaded, and the single user I will call the user.first to get that single user on that specific UID. So that's it for the get single user. And lastly, here we have to implement or create the user class of equatable, and we'll name it user, and then open its body, and its stats are going to be the same: loading, loaded, and failure. In the loaded stat, it will load the list of user entity, so that we got all the users from the cloud firestore database, and we will display it in the MyChat page, or also in here we will first try to load the context from the phone. So let's go to the user qubit, and here this is going to depend upon the update user use case and also get all user use case. So now let's go for importing them, and then to pass them in the constructor this dot update, and also required this dot get all users use case. So let me remind you, if you are not familiar with the block and qubit and this sound abstract to you like what we are doing in here, so I already have created the videos on that in the week 2, so that is why I'm not repeating it again, and I'm just assuming you already know that. This is because I already have created the videos on that in very detail in the week 2, so that if you don't know about them, you simply can watch them by going to the week 2, and the ending videos of the week 2 are related to the block and qubit, where I explained all of that stuff, how the value equality works in the block and qubit, and how you can create a first simple and then Firebase grid application using block and qubit both. And also there we have created a complete notes app. After that, I also gave you a task to convert that notes app and use the block or qubit in here. So that was a task for you in the week 2 after learning the block and qubit deeply in the week 2. So again, if you don't know about them, you simply can go back and watch them. Now anyways, let's go forward and start creating the user qubit methods. So that would be really simple methods: get all user, first emit the user loading, and call to the stream, as its return type is stream list of users. You can see in the repository for the get all user and get single user, I have return type of stream list of user entity, so that we have to listen to the stream. This will give us the users, and we will emit the load stat and will pass the users inside, so that we will listen to the stream of users and will directly load them in MyChat page, so that if some changes happens in the user names, profiles, or whatever inside the details of users, so this will be directly reflected on the UI, so that we don't have to rebuild the UI to see the changes in here, as these are the streams. And also the update methods is really straightforward. Simply try and catch block and call to the update user use case and pass that user inside, and we are done with that. And also if we remove this call from here, so this instance of the update user method will also work like this. So also it's better to pass the call in here to make it clear that we have called the call method. So that was it for the update, not the update but the auth qubit, credential qubit, get device number, get single user, lastly the user. And you may also notice one more thing: the qubits are directly depending upon the use cases. So what about their dependency? So that is where the dependency injection comes in. We will explore in the next video, so that whenever we call to the auth qubit, so that we don't have to pass the get current UID use case, is sign in use case, is sign out use case again and again, but only once that would be passed, and then we will use that qubit for providing and calling the methods from it. So in the next video, we will go for the dependency injection, and in the third video of the presentation layer, we will go for binding these methods to the UI to make the user feature functional in the UI And then for the other features, I'm not going to create these separate videos on the presentation layer, but you might already be familiar with these, so that we will directly implement the qubit and the dependency injection to inject the dependencies and then simply provide them and then utilize them in the UI to make the UI functional, and we will go with this behavior for the other features. So that was it. For this video, we have implemented successfully the qubits, and the next video we will go for dependency injection. So in the last video, if you remember, we discussed something called dependency injection. So what does it mean? Well, dependency injection is a software design pattern that allows objects to decouple from their dependencies and accept objects that they depend on from outside. And in Flutter, there are two main ways to achieve dependency injection in Flutter. The first one is manual way, and the other is using some dependency injection library. So the manual way is passing the dependencies to the objects through their constructors. Like when we take the instance of an object, for example, in this case, in case of Auth qubit, when we take the instance of the Auth qubit, so we have to manually pass its dependency. So this is the first way of the dependency injection. But it can be cumbersome if we have many dependencies. And the other way, as I explained, is using a dependency injection library. There are a number of dependency injection libraries available for Flutter, such as Git, which is the one we will be using for dependency injection, and the other one is Injectable. The Injectable give us a way of generating the code of this dependency injection using the build runner and also other injectable libraries. These will be found in the PubDev package manager. And the advantage of these libraries is that these libraries can manage singletons, lazy initializations, and offer more organized way to handle the dependencies other than the manual way, especially when the application grows and the number of dependencies increases. As we have here, the Auth qubit depends upon 3 dependencies. So dealing with this on a manual way is not recommended, because this can be cumbersome. So before going for understanding the dependency injection a bit more in depth, let's talk about some of the benefits of the dependency injection. As you might already have some idea of dependency injection as I explain things, so dependency injection benefit is reusability and maintainability. With dependency injection, the classes are not tightly coupled to the specific dependencies, and this makes it easier to reuse the code in different contexts and change the implementation without modifying the dependent classes. And also it helps us in testing and keep our tests in isolation. But on the other hand, if you don't use the dependency injection, there would be the tight coupling everywhere between our classes, as the Auth qubit is tightly coupled with these 3 dependencies, and whenever we have to take the instance of the Auth qubit, so we must have to pass these dependencies to use the methods or the functionality of this Auth qubit. So we will be using the Git service locator for the dependency injection in our application. We have added the package in the dependencies here. We will be using that Git. It's the service locator used for dependency injection. It gives us more organized way to manage the dependency injection in our application. So first of all, to implement the dependency injection in our application and decouple the classes from their dependencies, we have to create in the lib directory the first dart file main injection container. This would be a dart file, and inside this we will take the instance of the Git and will store it in the global variable called SL, so that we will use that SL variable in different features injection files to inject each feature dependencies. For example, in case of user feature, we will inject its dependencies in the user injection container file that we are going to create after some while. There would be the need of this SL variable, which is globally created in the main injection container. So next, inside the main injection container, we are going to have a feature method of named init, which is awaiting the user injection container. Now let's go for creating the user injection container. So this would be located directly inside the user feature. So inside the user feature, we will create the user injection container where all dependencies of the user feature classes will be injected. Hit enter to create that. So we got that user injection container. So here we're gonna have the user injection container method, and let's go for the main injection container and import this in here. Now let's go for the implementation of the user injection container and open its body. So for the user feature, we're going to inject the qubits of the user feature, the use cases, and lastly the repository and the data sources. So first of all, let's go for the qubits injections. So here we will call the SL, which is the global variable, and we will go for importing it from the main injection container, and then from this SL we will register the factory and will pass the type of the first qubit that we want to register, and we'll pass the auth qubit, and this is going to return the qubit instance of the auth qubit, which is depending upon 3 use cases. And here we will do it like this, put the semicolon in here, and for the use cases we will do sl.call, and also for this sl.call, and also for this sl.call. So what does that mean? First of all, let's discuss what is the register factory and why we are registering factory for the auth qubit, and then you will discuss the sl.call in that case also. So when you register a type with the register factory, as we have done for the auth qubit, a new instance of that type is created every time you request it from the Git. Like when we request the auth qubit instance that is registered as a factory inside the user injection container, so every time we request it, this will give us the new instance of that class. This is particularly useful when we need a fresh instance of a class every time we access it, and this ensures that no stat or data is shared across different parts of the application. And in case of qubits or blocks, often maintain stat, and registering them using register factory ensures that each part of our app gets a fresh qubit instance with its own unique stat, and this way the different parts of our app won't accidentally share or modify each other's stat. So this way everything will be isolated and fresh. So that is why we're registering the auth qubit as a factory. And now what does that sl.call means? So that the sl.call is a method or perhaps a custom extension of Git to retrieve the register dependency. So every time when you do sl.call for the getCurrentUID use case or any use case in here, it will look for the already registered dependency in the Git, so that if it found once, it will get directly that dependency and will pass it in the auth qubit, so that we don't have to explicitly pass the auth qubit, the getCurrentUID dependency ourselves. And same will be for isSignin use case and also isSignout use case. So later, when we were to provide the auth qubit on the root onto the root to make it available for all the descendant widgets, so we will directly call to the dependency injection container, and using that auth qubit type, we will take the auth qubit instance, and the other dependencies like these will be passed from outside that we are going to register after some while, so that we don't have to explicitly pass dependencies when we were dealing with the classes like the auth qubit and the other that we are going to create in some while. So now let's go for registering the other qubits the same way. So we got the user qubit, get single user qubit, credential qubit, and lastly the get device number qubit registered using the register factory. So again, every time one is requested will give us the new instance, so that different parts of the app won't accidentally share or modify each other's state, and everything will become fresh like that using the register factory method from the SL service locator of using Git, so that our user feature qubits are successfully registered. Now it's time to register the use cases, because when this sl.call is called for each use case dependency is for the qubit, so it will look for the already registered dependencies in the Git. So if we don't have one, so it will throw the error, will give us did you forget to register the specific dependencies inside the Git, so that we have to register these also. So for the use cases, we will do sl.registered lazy singleton and passing the type, for example, get current UID use case, and it's going to return the get current UID use case And for the repository, this time it will go for SL. So again, for the repository, this will again start looking for the register repository, which we are going to register also after registering the use cases. Here I have commented out, we are also going to register the repository and the data sources. So when you call the sl.call for the repository, it will also start looking for the already registered repository of the user that the getCurrentUID use case is using for achieving what that specific use case is doing. So now what does that register lazy singleton means? This method register a type as a lazy singleton. This means that the first time when you request this type from the Git, it creates the instance, and for all the subsequent requests it will return the same instance. The lazy part means the instance is not created at the time of the registration but only when it's first requested. The use cases are generally the stateless. They contain the business logic that should behave the same way regardless of where or how many times it is called. So since they don't maintain any internal state specific to their invocations, so there is no need to create the multiple instances of the same use cases. So by registering them as lazy singletons, we also ensure that they are only created when they are first requested, which might be beneficial in terms of performance and resource usage, especially if you have use cases that might never be called during the particular app session. So now let's go for registering the use cases the same way as we have done for the getCurrentUID use case. So this way all the use cases are successfully registered as lazy singletons and their instances will never be created until they are requested, and when they are requested, that instance will be used for the lifetime of the app because they are registered as lazy singletons. So that it's done for the use cases. Now it's time to go for the repository and the data sources. So the repository will also be registered as a lazy singleton, and now whenever the user repository abstract class or a contract is requested, so we will return the user repository implementation, and then for its dependency, the remoted source will go for sl.call to look for the registered remoted source dependency. So it's not yet, so let's go for doing it also. So we got the user remoted source also registered, which is when requested we'll call the user remoted source implementation, and then for the auth and the firestore dependencies we also do sl.call to look for the auth and firestore external dependencies. So for the auth and firestore we are not going to register them like that. That's because we are going to need the auth and firestore in all of the injection container for the status chat call. So for that we are not going to register them again and again in their specific injection containers, but instead we could directly register them in the main injection container. So whenever the init method is called, so that will only be registered once. So first of all we will take their instance of the auth and firestore and then register them as lazy singletons directly inside the init. Now one last thing that is remaining is to go to the main.dart and then go for import the main injection container as di, which shortly means dependency injection. And then before running the app, we will do, first of all, make it this main asynchronous and go for await di init. So that is how, using dependency injection with the help of Git service locator, we have decoupled the classes from their dependencies and they accept the dependencies from outside while creating the instance. So with that, when our app starts, this will directly call the main injection container, and so this will call the user injection container, and all the dependencies will be injected directly from this user injection container, so that whenever there is need of the auth qubit, so simply you will request on just using the type and will access the instance of that, and these dependencies will be managed by the Git service locator. So whenever our app starts, we will directly call to the init and our dependencies will be adjusted accordingly. So whenever there is the need of a specific class anywhere in the UI, so we will directly call that from the injection container without passing the other dependencies, as the dependency care is taken by the Git service locator. So that is how, using dependency injection with the help of Git service locator, we have decoupled the classes from their dependencies and they accept the dependencies from outside. And while creating the instance, we directly call the register class by using the type with the help of Git service locator. And you will see this in the next video when we will be able to provide the Auth qubit and also the other qubits on top on the root here on the material app, so to make them available to all the descendant widgets, because we're going to need them for loading the data and also to call the methods from that, doing the block provider.auth contexts and using the type of the qubit access the methods. So for that we need to have the qubits on the root so that we will access them from the specific context down the tree. This is also what we are doing the inherited widget. So by providing the qubits on the root, so we are making them available for all the descendant widgets. So if you want to learn more about the inherited widget, I already have created a detailed video on this topic, so you can go for this video and learn more about the inherited widgets from more visual examples in this video. So that was it. We have implemented the user injection container and have injected all the dependencies so that whenever we need them, we will simply request using their type, and all the dependencies will be managed outside by the Git service locator, and we have managed dependencies this way. So in the next video, we will finally go for creating a Firebase project directly, and we'll set up it for Android and iOS directly, which is going to take very less time creating the Firebase project and linking with the Android and iOS. And then lastly, going for all the methods to bind them with the UI to make the user feature functional within our WhatsApp clone, like to authenticate the user and modify its data. So that's it for this video. So today we will be finally binding the logic with the UI, and we'll finally having some fun to see all the code in action that we have written up until now. So without wasting much of our time on introduction, let's get through it, because there is a lot of work to do and the video might get a bit longer. So let's get started. Since it's been a while, I did not open this project. So there were some dependency updates, and whenever you open this project by cloning it from my repository, so you will get some error of the decoder callback, something like that. So to overcome this error, what you have to do is to go to the pubspec.yaml file and simply update the cache network image package to the latest version. And with that, this error will be fixed. And next thing we have to do is to run the project. Come here to the main, and whenever you run your project on the emulator, so you will get the result something like this. The application won't run. And when you check the run console, you will get the error something like the unhandled exception, no Firebase app default has been created. It's saying call the Firebase initialize app, and we didn't did that yet. And why we are getting this error is because we had written some dependency injection code, and we have injected the Firebase firestore and authentication dependencies before the app is started. Here in the main injection container, the Firebase Auth instance has been taken and initialized lazily before the application starts. So that's why we are getting an exception, that unhandled exception, that Firebase is not initializing, and we are taking the instance of it and registering them as lazy singletons. So we don't have any Firebase project yet. So for that, we also have to create the Firebase project and connect it with our Flutter application. But we're not going to create the separate application for Android and iOS, but there is one more way to achieve this. So all you have to do is to move to your browser and navigate to the console firebasegoogle.com and click this add project. And here type your project name, for example, WhatsApp clone app, and go for continue. And keep the Google Analytics enabled and go for the continue and select the default account for the Firebase Analytics and create the project. So this will take some while and we'll create our Firebase project, and we will follow the different approach to set up the Firebase with our Flutter application by not creating the separate application in our Firebase project, but using the Flutter Fire CLI. So how we can do this with Flutter Fire CLI, you will get to know about this in a while. So it's finishing up and your project is ready. So we will simply go for the continue. And this time we are not going to create the iOS and Android application, but instead we'll go for the Flutter. And here we go. Before you continue, make sure you have Flutter Fire CLI login. So I have to log in to this account in which I have just created my application, my project of Firebase. So I'm not logging in on that account yet, so I will copy this command and open up the terminal and simply run this command Firebase login. But since I'm already logged in with another account, so first I will, instead of login, I will go for the logout. So first I have to log out from that already logged in account. It will take some while after processing, and it's log out from my previous account. Now I will again type the Firebase login, and this time it will give me a link. Yes, and here it will directly navigate me. Or you can also copy this link and paste it in any browser where your account is login, so your Firebase will be logged in with that account. So here we go, it's opening, and when it opens up you will see your account, and simply you have to click it, and after some time you have to allow it, and it will take some while, and Firebase CLI is now successfully logged in with that account where I have created my Firebase project. So it's done. The next task we have to achieve is we must have a Flutter SDK, and yes, we do have one, and then we must have a Flutter project, and we already have one. So we'll go for the next, and this time we have to activate the Flutter Fire CLI. So we have to come in here again and paste that command. So it will take some while resolving dependencies, and will activate the Flutter Fire CLI. It's activated, and then we have to run this command in the directory here, but it won't work here because we must be inside the project where our Flutter project is. So we will go to the Android Studio and open up the terminal and simply do pwd to extract the path of this, and come back, cd to this directory, and again we will run this command here. Hit enter, and it will now fetching the available Firebase projects. Since we have specified the ID, so it will directly fetch that project, and we are setting up for only Android and iOS. So if you're doing for macOS and web, you can also go for that, but since we're not doing that, so we will keep it like that. Hit enter, and it's fetching the register Android Firebase App for project, the WhatsApp clone, and after this is completed, it will go for the iOS, and then we are done with this. Now it's registering the iOS on the Firebase project. Okay, let's wait for it for some while. And now it's asking for the files Android build Gradle and the Android app build Gradle, the project level and the app level build Gradle will be updated. Okay, yes, let's go for it. Just complete the setup and we are done. After this has been done, we will get a file generated in here. Here we go. And then we have to move to the project again and go for the next. Now we have to initialize the Firebase this way. Go to the main, and here before the dependency injection, call this. For the Firebase we have to import the Firebase core, and the default options are already generated. Now here we go, we got it in here, and that's it. Continue the console, and now when we restart this tab, we will get the iOS and Android application directly in here without creating them manually one by one, and then setting up them with Flutter application by setting up the SDK version and all of that stuff. So we get rid of this by doing the setup with Flutter Fire CLI, and now we are done. And here one more thing we have to check is to widgets flutter binding dot initialized to make the initialization work before the app starts. This time if we have to start the application again, since it's already running, so it must be navigate to the home page, and yeah, it does. So we are done with the Firebase setup. We have successfully set up the Firebase setup with our Flutter application for Android and iOS, and next thing we have to do is, you might remember we talked about this in the previous videos. In the user presentations pages, we just directly put the navigator push everywhere to navigate between these pages of the login. But now we are going to manage the proper stat in the login page, and based on the specific stat we will be navigated across different pages of the login. For example, OTP, login, and this initial profile submission page. So here now we will manage our stat efficiently, since we have implemented the qubit already in here in the credential here. Different stats and will be emitted accordingly when the information was submitted, so that's okay. In the login page we have to do some configuration. First of all, we have to copy the scaffold from here, and we'll create a separate method in here. We will name it body widget, and this is going to return this scaffold, our body widget. And the build method will be a block consumer which give us the listener and the builder, and it will be of type credential qubit, so it will listen to any changes happens in the credential qubit and will build it accordingly in here in the builder property of this block consumer. So the listener will take context and the credential listener stat, and if the credential stat listener was credential success, meaning that if somewhere called the method and the credential success stat was emitted, so what we have to do is to call the login method from the auth qubit to pass the ID to the authenticated stat, so that that user will be considered as login and will be navigated to some home page like that. And if the stat was failure, we will simply show a toss something went wrong, and then we'll figure out what's happening in here. And that was just listener stuff, like what will happen when the stats are emitted. But in case of builder, like what will build when the specific stat was emitted. So that builder will be a bit longer, but it's just a condition that are pretty simple. So it's checking the conditions first. Let me close this up, and it's checking the conditions based on the stat and the context it's giving. It's taking the builder, and the credential stat was loading. What we have to do is just simply show the circle progress indicator with the tab color in the center if it was loading. And if the credential builder stat was credential phone auth SMS received, simply we will return the OTP page. And if the credential builder stat was phone auth profile info, so we will return the initial profile submit page and we'll pass the phone number. And what's this phone number? This will be simple string in here, string phone number, and will be empty for now, but we'll take the data from the field where we will be typing our phone number. That's it, and this is going to accept it. So we will go in here, final string phone number, and that's it. And here we go, pass it in the constructor, make it required, and that's it in the login page. And the home page, and in the when the credential success stat was emitted, so we will return another block builder that will be of auth qubit and stat. Since we have done the login in here, and what this login is doing is get the current user ID and pass it into the authenticated stat and emit the stat with that UID, so that user will be considered as login. So once the credential success was emitted, so we know that the user is now authenticated, the credential has been success, so we know that there will be the ID, so we got that and pass it to the authenticated stat. And here when the credential success stat was emitted, so based on that now we are building, not listening. So we again call the block builder to build the block auth qubit, and if the stat was authenticated, so it's already authenticated by this method, so we will check if the stat was authenticated, return the home page, otherwise be on the same page. And we are also passing the ID to the home page coming from the stat, authenticated stat, so that we can get the specific current user data in the home page and can spread it across different pages when the user was authenticated. So I will navigate to the home page. It's home page basically, yeah it is. Now I'll go inside, and it was going to take the final string UID, pass it in the constructor, and here we go, it's done. and the login page has an error. No, it's not. But the initial profile submit page has an error, and the error is we are doing the navigator push and remove until. That is because we didn't had any state management solution yet, so that's why we were doing this. So for now, we will comment this out from the initial profile submit page and also from the OTP, which is doing the same thing, and there we go, it's done. Now we have managed our stats successfully based on the different stats when emitted. So now we are on the login page, so it means no stat has been emitted and the body widget will be returned. Like when we navigate from agree and continue, so we will come to the login page. So default no stat was emitted and nothing has been listened or built, so the body widget will be returned. And when we create a method, so here we will emit some stat so that it will navigate us to some other page, for example the OTP page. Like here we are passing, we have the field inside here, it's country picker utils, and in the body widget we have a field, we're passing the phone number. So when we enter our phone number, so we must be navigated to some OTP page like that. So after the stat has been emitted, so after we have entered everything, so we will have to emit this stat, and on this OTP page we will emit this stat, and from this page we will emit, let's see, when the profile submit was called we will emit the credential success, and here we go. Then we will decide if the user is authenticated or not. So that's all we are doing in that block consumer stuff. So that's all. Now let's go and create the method in here to emit some stat. The method is going to be like that. First we are checking if the phone number was not empty. Simply you have to do is to pass the country code selected and the phone number from the text to the phone number, so that we can pass it in the other page, so that we can use it also in here to verify the OTP from that specific phone number that we are sending from the login page. Okay, then we will submit verify phone number, and we're passing the phone number inside, so it will emit another stat and will take us to the OTP page. Now we have to call this method in the next button. Here it is. Instead of navigating to the OTP page, we will directly pass the method in here. That's it. And now it's time to go to deal with the OTP page. In the OTP page there is nothing to do, but we need a method to change the stat and submit the OTP. So this method will also be pretty much simple. First we are printing it for debugging, and we're checking if the OTP controller text was not empty. So you have to call the method from the credential Cubits, submit SMS code, and pass the text from that OTP, so that this method will emit the credential phone auth profile info stat, and we will be navigate to this page. And here now in the OTP, first we have to call this also in the next button. So here we go, we will pass it in here. That's it. Now in the initial profile page, here we have to remove this, and then we are picking the profile from the gallery. So here we need something to store that image media somewhere, so that we can take the URL from here and store it in our database and retrieve it in our application to see its result as an image. So before going for that, let's go to the browser and go to the build and go to the authentication to get started with all the services that we will be using from the Firebase, for example authentication. So you will get to know about this, why we needed the storage provider. Okay, so we will go for the phone, since we will be using the phone numbers to authenticate our user into the application. So I have to enable this method from the authentication tab, otherwise we won't be able to authenticate our user using the phone number from the Firebase. And also to not always get the OTP in your device, so we have to add some test methods and the verification code, so we can directly test that, and we'll do our authentication with phone with that dummy number added in here. And you can also check that by providing your own number, and it will send you the OTP like that. So for the testing, we will pass some dummy number in here, for example +92 and 301414141 and 2. That's it. And the code will be from 1 to 6 and I have to add it. That's it. Now it's disabled, it must be enabled, and save it now. It's now enabled, and we got also the dummy phone number, so we will use it to authenticate our user, so we will not get the OTP every time like that. So we got that, and we have to go to the build method, and now we will also be using the firestore database to also store the data in here and retrieve it in our application. So we have to create the database, and we have to select our location and go for the next, and test mode enable. It's provisioning the cloud firestore, and after some time it will be created. And you might already be familiar with this stuff since we already have done it in the week 2. So that's how our database, firestore database, is going to look like. We're going to have the collection, documents, and the field inside. You will see it after some time when we authenticate our user using phone auth of the Firebase. So that was also it for the firestore database, and also the storage to store our images media in here. So we also have to get started in here in the test mode and go for the next, and done. Now it's creating a default bucket for us so that we will upload our media images in here and store them in here. So this will provide us a URL, and then we will store it in our cloud firestore database, and from here you will just send a network request to retrieve the image from that URL. So we will be storing our images media in here, so we also have to create our storage bucket in here. So from here we can manually upload file, but we are not going to do that. We will do it from our application by the code. So in the Android Studio, now we have to create one more directory in the lib. That would be storage. Inside that storage, we're going to have a storage provider with that code. Here is a class of storage provider remote data source, which is containing the Firebase storage instance coming from the Firebase storage package, which contains different static methods to upload images files to the Firebase storage that we just enabled in our Firebase project. So it's using the instance and taking the reference, and in the child it's taking the profile, which means that the profile directory where all the profiles of the users will be stored with unique ID taken from the date time right now, the current time, and milliseconds, since epoch means every time it will be different when uploaded. Now it's putting that data and reading it as bytes and setting its content type, image, PNG, and now when it's complete, it's getting the download URL and simply returning that image URL. So when we get that image URL, what we will do is to store it in our cloud firestore database, and later if we need to show this in our Flutter application, we will simply make a network request like image.network, simply pass the URL, and it will do all the stuff for us. So that's what all these methods are doing. This is for upload profile image, and this is for upload status, and this is for upload multiple statuses. So we will pass a list of files and loop through the files and upload them one by one like that, get all the download URLs and return them as list. So lastly here also for the message, we are also passing type, UID, other user ID, and the for making it unique, just the date time right now since milliseconds epoch. And that's it. So that was the storage provider methods, and now we will be using the upload profile image in our initial profile submit page. So down here we are going to have methods to deal with this. So we got these two methods in place. So why two methods? Let me explain it. First of all, when the submit profile info was called, it will check if the image is picked or not. If it was, simply it will pass it to the upload profile image and will perform all the stuff that I explained, and the onComplete is to determine if the image is uploaded or not. For example, it's just showing the stat of it, like when it's uploading and now it's completed. For example, it's a high order function which becomes true when the function is called, and when the task is completed it becomes false. So it's just giving us the stat like what's going on, it's uploaded or still uploading, like that. So we are setting that stat in the is profile uploading, so that it's profile updating, so that we know what is the stat, and based on that we update the UI accordingly. Now once it's uploaded into the Firebase storage, so simply we're calling the profile info and passing that profile image URL that we just received after the image was uploaded into the storage bucket that we just created in some while. And if the image was not selected, simply we'll call the profile info method directly with empty string, and then simply it will check if the username was not equal to null. Simply submit a profile, and with the username, phone number, default status header I'm using WhatsApp clone is on line false, and the image URL like that. Simply that data will be also created in the Cloud Firestore database with this method. It's calling the submit profile info. So that is for just checking if the image is picked or not. So that's all what's happening in here. Now we have to copy this and paste it in here to make it work. Now this time if we open this up and how to start our application and try to test these things, we might get some error, because as far as I think we must get an error. And if I agree and continue and we got that, that is because, let's see the error. In the run console, from where it's rising, it's saying could not find the correct provider, the credential qubit above the block consumer. So it means we don't have the qubit in the top widget tree. So did we provide it? Absolutely not. So let's do it. For example, in the login page, we're using the qubit. So it must be in the widget root tree in order to use that. Otherwise you won't be allowed to use it, and we will get this error of the dirty stat like it's not in the scope. So we must have to provide it on top of the widget tree, so that we will be allowed to use that widget down in the widget trees. Like we also won't be allowed to call the methods like provider of contacts if it's not provided on top of the widget tree. So we have to go to the main and wrap this material app with the block provider this time. And let's import this and convert this into multi-block provider. And now we have to provide the qubits that are used in our application, that are for now credential qubit, auth, and let's also do it for all the qubits that we have created, so that it don't bother us in the future if they're also required. So what we are going to do in here, we have to call the auth qubit like that, and it's going to require all the use cases, and then we have to pass the get current UID use case instance, and then it requires the repository, and then we have to provide the repository implementation, and then the repository implementation required the remote data source, and for the remote data source we have to provide the remote data source implementation. No, that's not what we are going to do, but instead we already registered the dependencies before the app is started, and we have passed the dependencies from outside, if you remember from the previous video. So what we are going to do is to do di, and from the service locator just get the auth qubit from the type, and that's it. We are done with providing the auth qubit, and all the stuff is covered directly in the user injection container in here. So that's the beauty of the dependency injection. And from the auth qubit we're also going to call the app started method, which means that to check if the user is authenticated or not when the app is started. So we're going to deal with this later. Also just understand like we're calling it to notify the application if the user is authenticated or not. And the next qubit that we're going to provide is the SL, the credential qubit. And as an invocation we have to put the parentheses. Now 2 more qubits of get single user qubit and also the user qubit. It's imported, and also lastly the get device number qubit also. That's all. Now when we have to start the application again, and this time if we move to the agree and continue, we won't get any errors. And now let's type the number that we just added for testing in the Firebase Authentication tab and test out all the things like if the authentication is working or not. So I will do 301414141 3 times and 2, that was the number, and the 92 is already selected for the Pakistan. If you are living in some other countries, absolutely you can select any other and can set the test number of your country code. Now you can go for the next and then type the default OTP in here that we have added. It was from 1 2 3 4 5 and 6, and go for the next. And now we are here. Now what we have to do is to type our name. For example, let's say I name my name and go for the next. And now we are on the home page. It's good. The stats were working correctly from the login page, and now it's time to test also the Firebase project in the Cloud Firestore in the authentication tab if the user is actually authenticated with the data we provided or not. So in the project we have to move to the authentication, and yes, we got the user authenticated with the ID, sign in created, and the provider here. So that's all what we needed. Now from the firestore database you must have the user collection and the user data inside, and the user collection and the user ID, and we got all the data in here. And since we did not selected any image, so you can see we got the empty string for the image URL, and you will also see how we can update it later, but just keep it like that for now. And the storage will be obviously empty because we have not selected any image to provide it. So that's good, it's working now. And one more interesting thing that I want you to see is that if I again have to start the application, I must supposed to be in the home page, but I'll be not. So what's wrong? We have called the app started method in here to tell the application if the user is signed in or not. So it might directly giving us the stat like if the stat is authenticated or not, but we are not deciding from somewhere to navigate the user to any other page if it's signed in or not. So we have to take this decision here on the initial route. So instead of just returning this splash screen, we return the block provider, not the provider but the qubit. And from the auth qubit, we are checking if the stat is authenticated. Simply return the home page, otherwise a splash screen, and a splash will navigate us to the welcome page. That's it. Now if I have to start application again, so I will be in the home page, and here we go. Now I am on the home page. So what this app start method does is simply call the isSign-in use case and check if it's sign in. Simply take the UID, pass it to the authenticated user, and emit that stat with that UID. So the condition was true, the authenticated stat was emitted, and from here I am navigated to the home page, and that's pretty much simple like that. No rocket science in here. It's pretty simple. So that's all for the authentication stuff. Now we have to deal with the thing to update the user profile from in our WhatsApp clone. So to create the profile page in our WhatsApp clone, we're gonna need to create the profile page also in the pages. So I already have created the page and implemented the functionality. It's pretty simple functionality. So I'm just gonna paste that page and explain every part of the code to you. So it will save our time also and will make it quick to end this video. So I'm gonna paste that page in the pages. So here we got our edit profile page, and to navigate to this edit profile page, we have to do to first go to the settings, and then when we click this profile, so we will be navigated to this edit profile page. So I'm gonna explain this edit profile page in a while. First, let me implement the navigation functionality to it, for example creating the cons, so we will get through this okay in a while. So in the app feature, in the settings page, when this size box is clicked of this image, so we will wrap this with a gesture detector here, this size box, not move it down but widget, wrap it with a widget. Okay, this would be a gesture detector, and when this is tapped, I don't know why the suggestions are not showing, but anyways we know what to write. So when this is clicked, we will do navigator.push to the edit profile page, and yet we don't have the edit profile page, so we will go to here, and here we will create, copy this and paste it in here, edit profile page, and we'll name it the same, edit profile page, and that's it. The error must be gone, yeah, and it does. Now we need the current user in here in this settings page, so that we can send this current user data also to the edit profile page, so that we can get that data in the fields in there. Also we want to show the username, user bio, and the profile in here. So first of all, I have to wrap this row widget with a block builder, and the builder will be of get single user and then the qubit. There we go. Now let's import this and go for importing the Flutter block, and now we will check the condition. If the stat is get single user loaded, and why I am getting the single user in here, as we have a method of get single user in the get single user qubit, which fetch us data from the cloud firestore in the stream. So every time when we go to the edit profile page and update something, and when we come back, so the changes will reflect directly, so we don't have to hot restart or close the application and open it again to see the newly updated changes. So I want the data to be reflected directly in here, so that's why I'm using get single user qubit, and it has a method to get the data in the stream. So when the stat is emitted in there, get single user qubit, and it was loaded, so the changes will be reflected directly in here. So I will copy this and paste it in here. So when the stat was loaded, we have to do final single user equal to stat dot single user coming from the get single user qubit, coming from the get single user loaded stat, and we have to access the image URL from single user dot profile URL, and that's it. Now for the username, we're going to do single user dot username, and we have to remove the constant. And also for this one, single user dot status, and for the rest add the const. Now this thing will be returned when none of the stat was emitted. So if none of the stat was emitted, we can simply show dots in here like the data is loading, something like that. So we don't have to put everything in here. This is basically the place where we usually return the circular progress indicator, but circular progress indicator might not look better in here when we come to the settings page and when the data is loading. So showing the circular progress indicator in here, yes, you can put the shimmer effect in here if you want, but to keep it simple, I just directly return the same row with the data like dots. For example, it's loading like that. So this block builder will not directly be modified. We have to call some method somewhere, so this block is notified and fetch data from the Cloud Firestore database. So here in the qubit, in the init stat, for example, we will call when the settings page is open and is inserted into the widget tree. So we will do block provider.auth, and here we will do get single user qubit, and from that qubit we will call get single user, and it requires the UID, and from where we will get that UID. We have to take it from here, string UID, and this UID will be passed in here, widget.uid. So now you might think where that UID will come from. Let me show you from where it will come. So in the route, first of all, let me fix this, and here we have to do if the arguments is string, which means that the string UID we will return this and will pass the arguments as the args. Otherwise we will return the error page. And what is this error page? The error page is basically nothing, a stateless widget, and just for debugging purposes that we know we have not passed any arguments and that while navigating to the settings page and it required it, so it will simply return the error page. So we get to know that okay, we have to pass the arguments, so we get back like that and pass the arguments. So it's just for debugging purposes to return something in the else condition to tell us like we have not passed any arguments and we must pass them. Now here's an error, so we have to remove the const in here, and it will be fixed. Now one more thing in here, while navigating to the settings page from the home page, from here we have to pass the arguments in here, and the arguments we already have the UID when we came from login page to the home page, or when this process happens in the main dot. The state was authenticated and we got the UID and we pass it to the home page. Now we have the UID of the current user, and we have now to pass it in the push name in the arguments. So we will do widget.uid, and now when we get that current UID in the settings page, what we have done in here, we simply send the request to the Firebase with that UID to just give us that specific user with that ID. So now we got the user on the current UID, and now here we have the user data and we are accessing its profile URL and also username and status like that. So now when I Ctrl S to hot reload, and something must happen. I got 3 dots and nothing happens. So it means I have to hot restart the application. That is because I added the method to get single user in the stat, and to rebuild the stat completely I have to hot restart the application to reset everything and see the user data in here in the settings page. So it's performing the hot restart, and now it will navigate us to the home page. This time if you go to here, settings, we got the current username and its status, and if there were the user profile, so it must have gotten, but there is no one, so it simply got us the default profile URL, and that's what we wanted. Now when I click this profile icon, so I want to be navigated to the profile page, and after creating the constants, so after creating the page const and the on-generate route navigation, we will go through the profile page and I will explain everything happens in the edit profile page. It's pretty simple page, no rocket science, it's like pretty simple, okay, trust me. So in the const we have to go to the page const, and we have created already this one, okay, that's great. In the settings page, and we have put the edit profile page, okay, I forgot that, I'm sorry. Okay, I have to pass the arguments, and the arguments will be the stat dot, or not the stat, we already got one, the variable single user, and that's it. I must have gotten an error, yes I got, that is because I could not find the generator edit profile, yeah, that's why I got the single user. Now I have to modify the on generate route also, that's why the navigation didn't happen. So it's the same thing like that, so I have to copy the single page, not the single page but the settings page, and do the edit profile page. So when this page const was matched in the on generate route, when the navigation push name was called with that name, so the arguments will this time will be user entity, expected arguments, and we will pass the edit profile page, and the arguments will be like that. It requires the current user, okay, the current user, and the arguments will be the arguments, otherwise the error page for debugging purposes, as I said. And now let's hard to start the application to reset everything, and then we will get through this. Okay, now we are on the home page. Now let's go again to the settings page, and now when I click this profile, I am navigated in here, and you can see I got this user profile, his name and his number, and I can save it from here. So this is a pretty simple page. Now let's go through its code. So what's basically happening in here? It's accepting the current user and getting the current user data, so we can see it in here. And we have the image again, same as we had in the profile page, and we didn't select one, but now you will see this in action. We're going to update the profile also. Is profile updating, like when the profile is updating. So if you want to show some progress indicator like that, so this boolean variable is just for that purpose, and the username and about is like that, the controllers to get the data from the fields. This is the same image we had in the login page, not in the login page but the initial profile submit page. And when the init stat is called, we are passing the data to the controllers from the current user, so that we get it in here. You can see we got name and the about directly. That is because we have initialized the controller in the init stat, the data coming from the current user. And this is the dispose method. We are disposing the controllers just for stopping the memory leaks. And in the build method, we have a simple scaffold in here, and the app bar for profile here we have, and the back navigation. That is because we have done the navigator push name, so it just pushed up a page in the stack, and we by default got the back navigation so that we can go back to the settings page. And then we have a simple single child scroll view, which is wrapping up a column, and in the center we have a stack. That is because we also want to show this camera icon and with this area, circle area in here, so that's why I put this in stack. So first we have the container of the profile, and then we have a position widget to adjust this circle area right in here, from bottom 5 and from right 5, so it's adjusted in here. And this is basically 50 width and 50 height container, and simply having an icon of all camera rounded, and it's calling the select image so that we can upload image for user. Now if I select an image, so this will take me to the gallery. Because of the select image method, I can select this and it got in here. That is because I have passed this image also, and that's it. Now this was our profile. I have selected a profile, and the controller already got the value in the init stat, and that's why we got it in here. It's about controller, it's phone simply. The settings item widget, I just copy it from the settings page and paste it in here. And the profile item is basically nothing, the same item as settings, but just modification with having a field with that icon. So when you navigate to it, before, let's wait for it. Let's see this gesture detector button, which is on tab calling the submit profile info, and we're going to see these methods too. So let's wait for it. And when the is profile updating is true, so we are showing the circular progress indicator, otherwise it's have text in here. So the profile item is taking the title, this title, and the description, which might be the hint text. Yes, it's the hint text. And the icon data, which is the icon, which might be this icon, the profile and the info. And then the on tab, so that is clickable. Let's see if we're using this on tab. No, we're not, so let's keep it like that anyways. And then we have the controller to have the separate controllers for both of the fields. And this is just dynamic method, pretty simple method, a row having some size box of an icon, and this is the expanded field in here with the title above here, and has the suffix icon of edit rounded, and that's it. And the settings item widget is same, I just copied from the settings page. And lastly we have the submit profile info. So the same thing we were doing in the login page, we're doing it also in here. For example, we are checking if the image was not equal to null, which means that we have picked the image. So we will do upload profile image, passing that image, and this time we are using the isProfile info will become equal to onProfileUpdate complete, so that we know which is the stat. So if it was true, we will show the circular progress indicator, otherwise we won't. And then if we got the profile image URL, we will simply call the profile info method with the profile URL, so that it's updated in the cloud firestore, so that we can fetch it and show it in our application wherever we want. And if we have not selected any image, so we will pass the default URL of the current user, which is like that, like the user did not select any image, so this will be the default image of the user which he has previously selected while creating his profile. And this is a simple method which is calling the update user method, which we have written in the previous videos in the remote source implementation. And the user entity getting the current user UID this time. That is because while updating the user, we need the user UID to update the data. For example, in the remote source implementation, if we Ctrl F and go to the update user method, while updating we need the UID like that, but while creating it we don't need to pass the ID directly, because we are just getting it like that. When the user sign in, it generates the ID, and using that ID we are creating the user. So that's the difference in here. So we got the ID and the other stuff like username, phone number, and the status and the profile URL, and we'll show some toast that profile was updated. So that's it. That was the pretty simple page in here, having some fields and the phone number showing, which is not interactable right now, and a save button. Now let's try to update the username and also the profile. So I have selected the profile and it is getting the field with that color. So to overcome this color in the application and to tell the application to take all the color scheme from a single color, so what you have to do in that case is to go to the main dot and inside the theme we are gonna have a property of color scheme, and we have to set this color scheme from seed, and we'll provide the seed color as a tab color, so that it will take all the color scheme from that color and will create the different colors from it for the different widgets in our application, and the brightness in that case will be dark. Now if I Ctrl S to hot reload and everything reflects, if I try again, this time you can see the field bottom border color is like that. This time the color scheme has been changed with that color, so that's why it's not default and we are getting it like that. Let's say I want to update the name to, let's say, ABC in here, and let's close it up. And I want to update the bio from header. I'm using WhatsApp to while true we have to code. That's it. And when I do save, it's uploading, and it will take some time just because it's uploading the image in the storage, and it does, and it shows a toast of here in the edit profile page. It shows that toast you have seen profile updated. This time if I go back, sorry, here you can see I got the image in here and the name updated and the status is not updated. This might be because of, let's see the console, if it's saying something, not clearly, a lot of logs in there. So let's check out the remote source implementation of the user to check if we have added the status to be updated or not. Here it is. Let's search for it. Update user. So we are updating the username profile and is online, but not the user status, so that's why it's not changed. So let's duplicate this and let's pass the status also in here and pass its status, and that's it. Basically what we're doing is saying if the status, while calling the update user method, if from the user entity, if the status was not equal to empty string and was not equal to null, so simply the status will be updated to the status we are passing and will be added to this map. And when the Update method was called with the data in here, so this will simply update the data in our cloud firestore database, and that will be updated, and that's it. That's pretty simple. So now we have policy status also in here. Now let's Ctrl S to hot reload to reflect the changes in here. Now let's go back in here and let's try to update the status again to the same that we have done before. Let's see. While true, we will do code. That's it. Now save and profile updated. Go back and we got it updated. That's great. Now one last thing that we have to consider is to logging out from the application and the video is completed. So if you are new to this channel and you didn't watch the previous videos of this Flutter and Firebase Developer Bootcamp, so I would recommend to go and check out the complete playlist, because we are providing most of the advanced stuff in order to make you an in-demand Flutter developer. So just don't miss out that, and let's continue the video. So in the settings page, when the logout is clicked here, so we need to show a dialog box to confirm from the user, so if he really wants to log out from the application or not. So in the global, in the widgets, we need a dialog box widget. So we got that dialog widget in here, and what it is doing is simply a display alert dialog method. It is taking the build context and a void callback for OK and the confirm title if we want to update it, and the content. It has two variables of type widgets, text buttons, cancel, and the confirm title will be on us to specify, and the alert dialog here in the variable passing the cancel and delete button inside the actions, and the content will be the content that we passed, and the alert dialog box background color is the background color we have in the styles, and in the show dialog we are passing the context and returning the alert, and that's it. And now in the settings page in here, what we are going to do, so we got the display alert dialog in here and pass the context. The on tab is for now empty, and the logout will be the confirm title, and the content, are you sure you want to log out, and the question mark asking the user if he actually wants to log out or not. So when the on tab is clicked, the logout button is clicked. So what we will do, first we will call from the auth qubit the logout method, so that what it will do is to call the sign out use case and simply emit the unauthenticated stat, and then we will be navigated to some other page here. We are doing navigator and push and remove until to replace the current page with the welcome page, and then we will be on the welcome page, and then we have to go from here to the login page and the OTP page and the initial profile page, and that's all. So that was all. Now let's hard restart the application, not hard restart but hard reload to make it work, and the hard reload completes. Let's log this out, and now it's saying, are you sure you want to log out? If I do log out, this will navigate me in here. This time if I hard restart the application, so I must be in the same page, splash screen, and the welcome page, and the agree and continue will take me again to the login page. So that was all about this video, and with that our user feature is successfully completed. But if there is something a little remaining, so we will tackle with this later if we got in a point like something that needs to be done and we got it like that, so we will deal with that at that time. But until now it seems to be everything is done. We have done the authentication, and then we have implemented the editing profile, and then we have logout from the application, and everything is working. All the code that we have written up until now is working, and in the next videos we will go for implementing the chat feature. In the previous video we just got completed with the user feature, and we signed in to the application, updated the profile info, and signed out from the application also. And today we will be finally moving to the chat feature and explore whatever features it includes. So before doing so, let's load the context from the phone in the context page. So up next, when we come here with the chat features backend completed, we will directly start binding the chat functionality with the UI. So in our application, which is currently running on the emulator Pixel 3 API 34, here when we click this chat, here we have the contacts from where we select the contacts to chat with them. And this page is in the home page context page. So here we are going to load the contacts, but the method we added in the user feature remote data source implementation to fetch the contacts from the phone has some problems. So I just tested before creating this video and I find out here it fetch the contacts, but it also duplicates them. When I press Ctrl F and let's say get device number, so this contact service is having some issue, I think, so that's why it's doing like that. So now we're gonna go and add another dependency in our pubspec.yml file to load the contacts. So instead of the context in here, the contact service, we are going to use the Flutter context dependency in our Flutter application to load the context from the phone. So I will just run the pub-get, and once it completes, then I will go to the remote data source implementation and I have to change this code because this is going to be no more from the context service, but it will be from the Flutter context. So before changing the code in here, we have to modify the chat entity. There were initially our arbitrary data that we added in here, phone number, label, and whatever we want. But with the Flutter context, it also gives us the chat entity or the chat model data to deal with. So as we have added the dependency in our pubspec.yml file, so accordingly we are going to modify the contact entity also. So our contact entity is going to look like this. It is going to have the display, name, photo, thumbnail, name, and all of these fields which are given by the package. I just found out these fields in the documentation of this package in the pubdev. So I just passed it directly in here, and now we are going to change this method. So now the get device number is going to look something like this. We have the contact list first and we are checking if permission was granted. So what we are going to do is simply send the request on the get context with properties true and with photo true, so that if there is photo for the contact in our phone, so this will also fetch that. Otherwise, if we don't do this with properties and photo, so it won't load all the data from the contacts. So here next we just loop through all the contacts and we add each contact in the contact list as a contact entity and just taking its name, photo, and the phone number and just simply returning the contacts list directly in here. So that's all you need to change. Just change the dependency and this little bit of code, which is far easier than the previous one. We don't have to run two loops to deal with, but we have just single loop to deal with the data. So after this has been done, we also have to add some permissions in the Android or iOS. If you're running this application in the iOS, so you must have the context permission in the info plist file so that you will be allowed to load the contacts from the phone. So simply go to the app, source, man, and here in the Android manifest file. So currently we don't have any permission added in here and we have to add permission about this application tag. So for now we will just add the permissions of read and write context, read phone stat, foreground service, and internet. And later if we are dealing with the audio and the camera, so we will also add these in here because it's going to be required also for Android. And for the iOS, if you have the MacBook, simply you have to go to the iOS and double tap on your touchpad and go down here and open the iOS module in the Xcode. And it will take some time and the Xcode will be open. So once the Xcode is opened, simply you have to go to the runner and inside the info, you have to hover this info and just tap on two fingers on the touchpad of the MacBook and you will be having this window open, and just go for open as source code and this will be open as source code. And down here after this true, you have to add the ns context usage description to load the context from your iPhone. So that's how you have to do, and then close this Xcode. After all the permissions has been added, you have to stop the main.dart running and then run it again. But it will only work if you have the actual phones and having the context in here. So first of all, let's go and modify the context page, and then I will run this WhatsApp clone on the real device to show you how the contexts are loaded, and then we will go forward for writing the domain layer code for our chat feature. So let's go to the context page in here, and you have to convert this into stateful widget. In the init stat, you have to call the getDeviceNumber method from the getDeviceNumber qubit, and once this is called, you have to add the block builder above your list view, and here put the getDeviceNumber, and here we go for the qubit, and you have to check a simple condition. If the stat is getDeviceNumber loaded, so what you have to do is to simply return the list to you. Otherwise, you have to return the constant center child circular progress indicator with the color tab color, and that's it. And then we have to extract the context from the stat, so we will do context equal to stat.context, and from the context we will access the length of the list view, and inside this list view we will fetch the single contact on the index, so we will do context on index, and we got the single contact as entity. So to load the contact image in here, so we are not going to use the profile widget in here, but instead we have the unit list, so we're going to use the image.memory, something like that. So for now we will comment this out, and later we will also use this if needed. So we are going to do image.memory, and as the contact we will pass the contact.photo. If it was null, simply we will pass the unit list with 0, means nothing, and the error builder, if there was an error loading the image from the memory, simply we will display the profile default png which we have in the assets here, the profile default, and then we will load. First remove the const from here because it's not going to be constant anymore, and in the string interpolation we will do context.name.first, and also the context.name.last, first name and last name of our contact, and in the subtitle there will be the status of him. Let's set a default status for now, and that's it. Now if we run the application, so since we put the request permission in here, so this is going to take the permission from the device to access the context from here. So we have to run the application on real device in order to test this loading the context from the phone, because this is not going to work on the emulator since we don't have any context in an emulator, right? So I'm gonna connect my real device in here, and then we will test it with that. So the screen recording you're seeing is my real device, and now I will go to navigate to the context page. So when I did, it is saying the bad stat get device number use case is not registered. Oh my god, I think we forgot that. Anyways, let's do it now. In the user injection container, what we have to do is we already have the use case register, so simply we have to copy that and paste it again, and simply do get device number use case, and that's it. Now how to start the application again, and let's try again, and it's saying allow WhatsApp clone app to access your contacts. Okay, allow it, and it's loading, and here we go, the contacts are loaded from my phone. So simply you have to follow all of the steps that I followed, and here you go, your contacts will be loaded from your phone. But we are not going to deal with the contacts in here, but we are going to deal with the Firebase users, and these users will be considered as our contacts in our WhatsApp clone that we're building with Firebase in Flutter. So that's how you can load the context in here. And the next step we will be doing in here to load the users from the Firebase that are created up until now. So anyways, for now let's just keep it like that, and I'm stopping it from my real device and coming back to the emulator device. So now it's time to go and write the domain layer code and a little bit of data layer code of the chat feature, where we're already done with the user feature, and using the get device number method was remaining, and we have done it right now. So we'll go to the chat feature, and here currently we have simply the presentation, but now we are going to create the domain 2 and also the data here. Inside the domain we are gonna have the use cases, the repository, and also the entities. And in the data we are gonna have the remote, we are gonna have where there will be remote data source and remote data source implementation, same as we had in the user feature, and the models, and lastly the repository directory where will be the repository implementation. So we will start from the entities here, the chat entity. So in the chat we are going to have two types of entity. One, the chat entity for having the chat conversations of the users on the chat page, here this chat page, which is kind of similar as the context page, but here we'll load all the chats that I have chat with. So the chat entity will be basically the data of a single conversation in our chat page that we have chat with. And we're also going to have one more entity that will be of message entity. The message entity is clear from its name, like when we send a message, so what kind of data a single message is going to hold. So this is basically what the message entity means and the chat entity means. So now the chat entity will be very much simple as we had the user entity in the domain layer, entities, and the user entity. Some fields, and we'll be passing in the constructor and also the list of objects props for the value equality. So that's all will be also in the chat in the message entity, but only the fields will be different accordingly for chat and message. So in order to save our time, I just directly pass the chat entity in order to not write it from scratch. So I'm just going to explain the fields in here and we are good to go with this. So we're going to have the sender UID and the recipient UID. Since two users will be chatting, which is the current user, which will be sender, and the user which will be receiving the message will be the recipient user. So we're also going to store the information of two users in the chat entity and the message entity. So we're going to have the sender UID, recipient UID, and their names, and also their profiles, and the recent text message that will be shown below the username written, as you can see on the screen. So this is basically the recent text message will be displayed in here, and also the created at the time, like when I last chatted with that specific user. And the total unread messages feature is not included yet, but yes, you can also implement this by your own. Like when you send message to someone in real production applications, you can trigger some background function to increment in this total unread messages and simply show the number of it below the time, like in the WhatsApp. So this can be your total unread messages. So simply will be updated to 0 and will be incremented when you receive message from the specific conversation. So these are the fields in the chat entity, and this is simple as constructor, and this is the list of objects props for the value equality. And then the message entity will be pretty much simple as we had the chat entity. So that's all we're going to have in the message entity. The same sender UID, recipient UID, and the sender name and the recipient name. Then we are also going to have the message type. This is the very important field in this message entity, because we are going to have different type of messages, not just text, like sending GIF message, sending the video message, audio message, and also sending an image like that. So all that will be distinguished with this single type message type. And in case of text message, the message will be a simple text that we send, and in case of other types, for example, we send an image, so this message type will be simple image constant, and the message will be the message URL, and we will load it in our single chat page here in the presentation layer single chat page. So you will get to know about this, how the images will be sent, how audio will be sent, and how all of these messages will be sent when it comes to binding the logic with the UI. So that's all what this to field means. And again, this created at means when the specific message was sent, and this is seen is for showing that if the specific message is seen or not. So we are also going to implement this functionality when we go for writing the remote data source implementation for the chat. So it will also become clear to you how we are going to deal with this is seen field of the message. And then we have these three fields for the reply. Like currently when we send a message, so it's not replied. So currently these three fields will become empty string. But when someone replied to a specific message, so accordingly these fields will got the data, and accordingly the UI will be updated, as you have seen in the first video where I was showing you the demo of the WhatsApp clone that we have created. And then the sender profile and recipient profile will be in the chat entity but will not be included in the models. These are just for using with the message entity. And the message ID is the very important field, which will be the unique identifier of a specific message in the messages collection. So, and then this is the constructor, and simply the list of objects for value equality. And we're done with the work of entities. This time we have to go for the repository. So here we have to create a dart file with the name of chat repository, and inside we're gonna have an abstract class with the name of chat repository. And here we are going to have the methods that will be used specifically for the chat, where these methods will be utilizing the entities that we have created. So entities is like that the core business logic which is used by the main methods of a specific feature. So we're gonna have these 5 methods in our chat repository, which is send message, to send a message to other user, which is taking 2 parameters of chat entity and message entity. So why it is taking 2 parameters of both chat entity and the message entity is because when we send a message to other user, we're also going to add them in our chat conversation. So that's why it's also taking the chat as well as the message. And this will become more clear to you when you go for writing the actual implementation in the remote data source. So just for your understanding, I just told you why it's taking 2 parameters in here. And then the get MyChat, simply to load my conversation that I have chat with in the chat page, as simple as that. And the get messages is for loading the messages for a single user when we navigate to the single chat page. And the delete message is for deleting a single message, and delete chat is for deleting the single conversation from the chat page, and that's it for the chat. So according to that, now we are going to have the use cases accordingly. So the use cases are pretty simple. So we got the use cases in place. So these use cases are pretty simple, as you may have seen in the user feature. Simple class taking depending on the abstract class repository, and simply having a call method with a specific return type of the method it is returning from the repository. So in that case, it is returning the delete message, so its return type is also the future void. So here we also put the future void, and this call to make the delete message use case also a callable class. And the same is for delete MyChat, and the get messages has the same return type as the method it's calling, and the get MyChat is also the same, and send message is also the same simple use cases. And now it's time to create the repository implementation in the data layer. Repository implementation, but we have to name it this time chat repository implementation. And here we're gonna have a class chat repository implementation, which will be implementing the chat repository. And here we go. Let's implement the 5 methods, and this is going to be depending upon the remote data source. So we have to copy the data from the chat repository and create the chat remote data source, and also the chat remote data source implementation. So the chat remote data source will be same as the repository with only the name changed. And in the chat remote data source implementation, we're going to have again the class of chat remote data source implementation. We will be implementing the chat remote data source like that, and just create the missing overrides. But implementing these methods is not the part of this video. In this video, we just loaded the context and we have successfully implemented the domain layer for the chat. We are just going to implement the repository, create the models, and this is the only task for this video. In the next video, we will go for the creating the Cubits, writing the real implementation, and simply registering them in the injection container. And in the third video of this, we will go for finally binding them with the UI. So anyways, let's take the instance of chat remote data source in here. It will be depending upon it, remote data source, and that's it. Now it will be accepting it as the in the constructor will be required, and simply this is going to be asynchronous, calling the remote data source the delete chat like that. And the same for this one will be asynchronous remote data source dot delete message, and the same for others. And now the models will be pretty simple. Let's create their files like chat model we're gonna have, and also the message model, and a chat model same as the user entity, extending the chat entity as the user model was extending the user entity. So the chat entity becomes the superclass of the chat model, and in the chat model we have the same fields passing in the constructor, passing them in the super, and we have 2 methods for the conversion: from snapshot to convert the data from snapshot to the dot objects, so that the upcoming data from the Cloud Firestore can be displayed in our application. And while storing them in the Cloud Firestore, so we have to convert them into some raw data like JSON format, map string dynamic. So to document is also the method to store the data in here, and you can name it also to JSON like that. So that's all for the chat model. Same data as the chat entity, but some conversion methods in here. And we do not put these methods in the entity. That is because the domain layer is the independent layer and it's not dealing with some third-party operations like it's doing the conversion of data. And the message model is doing the same job. It is only not having the profile URLs of the sender and the recipient, and all of the other data is present in the chat model, same extending the chat entity. And a chat model like that, the constructor, and in the super we are passing the data in here. The same from snapshot method to convert the data from snapshot to dot objects, and to document to convert the data from dot objects to some raw data to store them in the Cloud Firestore database like that. So that was all of the tasks of today with the chat feature. As I explained, in next video we will be doing the remote source implementation, writing qubits and registering the singletons and the factories of the class that we have written up until now. So after that, in the next video we will be going for the chat feature, binding all the methods with the UI to see all the code in action. In the last video, we did some work around to load the context from the phone and we completed the chat features domain layer. Along with that, we also tackled with some other small changes which required very less time to be dealt with. And today we will going to write the actual implementation for chat feature, then we will write the qubits and lastly registering them in the injection container. So let's get through it. So here we have the user feature code. So we are simply going to collapse this because we are not going to deal with this anymore for now. So it's better to be collapsed like that. And here is our chat feature where we write some code in the previous video and we left the chat actual implementation in here. And obviously this is going to again depend upon the firestore, the Firebase firestore dependency, because we are using the Firebase as a backend for this application. So simply tag the instance of the Firebase firestore and pass it in the constructor. And here we go. So we have the methods here to implement. So the delete chat and delete message are on top. So we are going to first implement the send message. So to clear up everything, then you will get familiar with the code that we will be writing for the delete chat, delete message and getting them. Because first we will send the message, then we will be allowed to get or delete that. So there is some concepts that you need to understand. So that is why we first going to write the send message to make it easy for you to understand the other methods functionality also. So I'm gonna copy this method, or not copy but just simply cut it and paste it here on top. So this will be the method we will be implementing first, then go for others. First thing first, make it asynchronous. So we are going to call these two future methods inside this send message method for first adding that specific user to our conversation and then to send him a message. So that by doing add to MyChat, we will be allowed to load the user in the chat page and the message will be sent, can be seen in the single chat page of that specific user. So for now it might be a little bit confusing for you, but let's just write the code. So along with that it will become more clear to you like that. So simply open the body of the add to MyChat. So what's gonna happen when the add to chat is called? The first thing that we have to do in the add to MyChat is to access to the collections references current user, which means mine and the other user that we are sending the message to. So what we are doing in here is going to the user collection, and inside we are doing the sender UID, which means that our current UID. Inside our UID, we will create the MyChat. For example, there will be only MyChat conversations and this user will be added in here when I send message to him. And the other chat reference will again be the user collection, but this time the document ID will be the recipient UID. So for the other user, the same thing will happen. We will create, using his ID, simply create the MyChat collection. So this MyChat collection in case of other chat reference will be his chat data where his conversations will comes in. So that was the first step to do in the add to MyChat. Before going further with the code, let me explain how the MyChat conversations and the messages is going to store in our Cloud Firestore database. So first we are going to have the users, which is the simple user collections that I am accessing here, and we accessed this previously also in the user feature. So this is the same user collections where our user are stored for now. So inside that users collection we have the IDs of the users. For example, all the users inside the users will be the context of the users, and inside each specific UID there will be MyChat, and inside that MyChat collection, there will be the IDs of the users to which the specific user chat with. For example, if I show you in the Cloud Firestore database in here, we have the user collection, which is this user collection, and we have the ID. So here we are going to have the IDs of all the users, and inside this specific UID, for example, I send message to some other user, so inside my ID here will be created another collection named MyChat, and this will be the same collection as users but will be inside the specific UID, and inside that MyChat there will be the IDs of the users that I chat with, so these will become my conversations. And inside each UID, inside MyChat collection, which will be created in here in the specific UID, will be the messages of that specific user of the UID stored in the MyChat collection. So the messages collection is going to contain all the messages by the UID of that specific user. So that is how the flow is going to be for the chat in our WhatsApp clone. So for add to MyChat a specific user, first of all we accessed or created the collections for both of the users MyChat, and the next step in the add to MyChat is going to be to create my new chat and other new chat, where the data will come from the chat entity. For example, when we are calling this method from the UI, so that data will come from here. So the difference between these two chats is that in the my new chat, the sender will be the sender profile URL, which means that my URL, I am the current user, I am sending message, so the sender will be the sender and the recipient will remain the recipient. But in case of other new chat, this will be the opposite of that. For example, the sender will become the recipient and the recipient will become the sender. So like that, these two are considered the two different users with one-to-one chatting with each other. So this model will got the data from the UI while sending message to each other, and what will be the next step in here is simply put try catch block for if an exception occurs, so we get to know what is happening. And we are doing MyChat reference.doc from the chat recipient UID. So here we are looking at if inside MyChat reference collection, inside MyChat where we gone from the sender UID, which means our ID, if inside MyChat get the user on the recipient UID, if there were the user that I have chat with, so simply get that. Then we are checking after getting it if it was not exist, and the request we send return nothing, which means that the chat document does not exist on that specific ID. So what you're gonna do is simply for MyChat go to the recipient UID, which means the user we are going to chat with, his UID. On his UID, set the new chat with the data got from the model coming from the UI. And then on the other chat reference of the other user, here will come the my ID. So I'll be his recipient in that case, as we have put the data in here and as I explained. So I will set the other new chat. So for both of the users, inside their UID will be created a MyChat collection, and inside that will be the IDs of each other. So we both will become each other conversations after sending a message. So this method is going to be called in the send message later, but for now it's in the implementing or it's almost done. The only thing is remaining that I'm going to explain this also. What if the document already exists? So if the document already exists, what we're going to do on the same ID, simply update the my new chat and the other new chat, and that's it. Like if we again sending a message, for example, for the first time we send a message, so the recent text message got the data. So on the chat page, the recent text message will be shown. Like if I say hi, so the recent text message will also be shown on the chat page, but will also be inside the single chat page obviously. And when I again send a message, so this method will be again called. So for the second time, this condition will be false and this will be executed, and the recent text message will be updated for both of the users. And that was all the logic for the add to my chat method. So if you're still confused somewhere here, so simply you can go back in that video and rewatch that part, that everything that I explained, what is going to happen when the add to my chat is called, like how everything will be created for the sender user and the recipient user. So that was the add to my chat, and after that what we're gonna do is to implement the send message based on type. So following the same flow, we have reached to here, from user to UID, from MyChat to the user IDs. Now we're going to get through these messages and the message IDs. So first thing first, here we will go with the my message reference and the other message reference. So until that, MyChat, the collection reference is same, but for the next step it gets interesting. We got the recipient UID, which we were checking here if it was exist or not. So we get to this UID and create again the messages collection for that specific user. For example, my message reference, so I got created the messages for the specific user that I am going to chat with, and for the other, the my UID, I am as a recipient got the messages for his inside his UID, my chat, and the messages collection. So that was simple, the collection reference, and the next step will be same, creating the model like that to take the data from the UI. So we got it like that. The message ID will be each time different to uniquely identify each message inside the messages collection, and the message model got the sender, recipient, sender name, recipient name, all like that, and they created reply to, as I explained in the previous video, how the entity fields is going to be work and for what purpose these are going to be used. So that was simple, the new message send, and to set it inside the collection, we're again gonna try and catch, and simply for my message ref and for other message ref, we'll pass the message ID for both and set the new message for the both. So we got the structure of the messages, like I also have the messages of the user and the other user also have the messages that we send to each other. So we can have the delete from me functionality, like if I delete a message, so it's only deleted from my messages, not from his. So we can also implement the delete for everyone functionality, like we can access to the other user ID in the single chat page. So simply for the first 13 minutes we can set the time, can do some comparison with time and check the conditions. If the 30-minute has been passed of sending a message, so simply we cannot delete for everyone and only delete for me will be done. Otherwise we can also do the delete for everyone. So this functionality is also possible with the chat model that we just implemented. So these was the two methods will be called inside the send message. So now we're gonna go and modify the send message. So remove the to do, implement, and throw unimplemented error, and here we'll go first. We will call the send message based on type, passing the message directly. So what is going to happen first in here, it is going to create the MyChat and the messages collections for both of the users first on the similar ID that we are dealing here on the sender and the recipient, and here is the sender and the recipient, and the further IDs are also the recipient and the sender, like that, just for the messages. So it is first going to create the path for that, and after this is being called, what we're going to do, we will call the add to my chat, so that again these collections will be accessed and the data will come from the UI, and then the condition will be checked like that. So in that case, since the send message is called before, so the document might be existed, so it will simply update that with the fields gotten from here. So for both of the user, the data will be updated, so the conversation data will be created and the message will be sent also like this. There are also other ways to achieve this, so if you know better way than this, like if you have any better idea than me, simply you can implement it and also let me know if you implement the better idea than me, so I can also learn from you. But for now in that video, let's just be with me of calling the send message based on type and add to my chat like that. And one more thing which must be done here is that after sending a message, we are going to create a simple local variable inside the send message will be set to empty. Then we'll switch on the message type if to check which type of message was sent. So if it was photo message, we will set the recent text message to photo, and if it was video message, simply these are the constant that I created initially when the project I created. So when you go to this, simply the class and having the static constant methods having the simple string. So it's pretty simple like that. Simply checking the condition based on that. If the message type was photo message, set it to photo. The recent text message will be photo, and if it was video, and so it will set the recent text message to video, and so on for the others. So now instead of the message.recent text message, the recent text message will be the recent text message set in here like that, pass it upon this. So now we are good to go with the send message. This method is fully implemented and I explain every little part of it, like how the message will be sent and how the data will be stored for the users and what are the possible things that we can achieve with this. So again, if you have any better idea to implement this, so feel free to do so and also let me know in the comment section, because I would be happy to see you implement this on your own way. So this is going to be great. So this method is successfully now implemented, so now it's time to go to the delete chat. So as far as I think, you might be familiar that how we will be deleting a chat message, since I explained everything, the flow and the model. So now it might be far easier than it would before if I just directly came here and start implementing the delete chat or delete message before implementing the send message. So that's why I wanted to implement the send message before doing the delete chat and delete message and then getting them like that. So the delete chat is going to be very simple. First of all, let's put the asynchronous in here, and inside the body simply access to the chat reference, document reference on the user sender UID, which means our UID, and in the MyChat the specific user ID. Simply delete that chat and then we're done with deleting that specific conversation from our chat. And for the message, it will be pretty same, only the one collection deeper. So first put the asynchronous in here and then simply the same collections with the ID and simple the messages on the specific message ID, delete that message, and that's it. Now it's time to implement the get messages and the get MyChat. So first of all, again, we are accessing to the message reference, like we have gone to the users on sender UID, which means our, and in our MyChat we got the recipient UID ID of the user of which we are going to read the messages, and then we go to the messages collection and we are ordering the messages by the created ad, and we set it is descending to false, which means that each message will come one after another. Like the latest message will not be on top, but the latest message will be down, which means that the ascending order. So once we have the message reference in the stream, we will directly return from message reference the snapshots of that messages collection, and this will give us the query snapshot of map string dynamic, and from the query snapshot of map string dynamic we will get to access the docs, which give us the list of query document snapshot in the Cloud Firestore database, and we map each document snapshot and converted from snapshot to dot object and converted them into list. So this will return the stream list of message entity so that we can get the real-time chat when we send a message. So this will be directly updated and we will see the updates on our emulator or the device that we are currently running on. So that is what going to happen when the get messages is called with the parameters passed in here. And the get MyChat will be pretty simple, only we have to come till here and then get all the chats. First, again accessing the MyChat reference, the firestore collection the user's own sender UID, which means my ID, and inside MyChat collection I will get all the chat conversation of mine, and the order by will be again on created, and this time we have to set the descending to true, which means that the most recent conversation that I have chatted with will comes on top, which is not case in the get messages, but we want each message to be down from the other message, which is true in case of the ascending order by time. So that is what will going to happen, and the next step in the get MyChat will be from MyChat reference I got the snapshot Sam as we are returning a stream. So we need the snapshot, so we map each snapshot, again giving us the query snapshot of map string dynamic, accessing the document query snapshot of map string dynamic, and converting each query document snapshot of map string dynamic to the dot object so that we can load it in our UI in Flutter application. So we only can deal with the dot objects, so that must be converted to from snapshot to dot objects. And that was it for the remote data source implementation. Again, I am reminding you, if you don't understand something, so please rewatch that specific part that I explained about sending a message, deleting and getting these messages like that. So that was the remote data source of chat implementation. Now inside the presentation layer, we are going to create the directory of Cubit. Inside the Cubit, we are going to have two more directories of chat and the message. And for the chat, we are going to have the Cubit of equatable enabled chat. And for the message, we are going to have the Cubit of, again, the equatable enabled of message. And the stats of them will be SAM, initial, loading, loaded and failure. So I got the message stat, initial, loading, and when it's loaded, we will simply get the list of messages gotten in the stream, so that we will emit the list of messages when the data is taken from the stream, and this list of messages will be shown in the list view builder. And then here we go, we got the data of messages, and SAM the chat stat is going to contain the loading, initial, loading, loaded. In the loaded stat is loading the list of chat entity, which means our conversations inside the chat page. And then it's time to go for the Cubit. So the chat Cubit is going to depend upon the get MyChat use case and delete MyChat use case. And let's pass them in the constructor and make them name parameters by wrapping them with the curly braces and make each of them required to make the dependency like that. And we already know the cure of that. To cure the dependencies with the dependency injection container, which is the very important step of clean architecture feature, which connects everything up to reach to the actual implementation and trigger that and done with a specific use case. So inside the chat Cubit, we are going to have two methods of get MyChat and delete chat. So the get MyChat is doing requiring the chat entity, which means that when calls on the UI, we have to pass the chat entity to provide the data so that the action will be taken on that data in the remote data source implementation that we just understood. And first of all, it will emit the loading stat so that we can show some loading indicator while loading the conversations. And then we will simply do call on the getMyChat use case, passing the chat and simply listening to that stream, and when the data is fetched, chat context simply will emit the chat loaded state, passing that loaded context loaded from the method which is right in the chat remote data source implementation. Or if the socket exception occurs, we will simply emit the chat failure, and for other exception we will emit the failure, so we get to know what's happening. So we will also deal with the chat feature in the UI, like what will happen when the state was chat failure. So that is how we are also managing the state of our application efficiently using the block subset qubit. So that was the getMyChat, and the delete chat is pretty simple. Simply taking the chat entity as a parameter and simply awaiting the deletMyChat use case and passing the data. So when it's called from the UI, the data will be taken, the use case is called, and then the dependency injection knows where to go to access to the real implementation and perform the specific task and which state will be emitted and how the UI is going to look like here. Since we are getting the data in the stream, so this will be directly reflected when a message is deleted. So that is what happening in the chat qubit. And then in the message qubit, this is going to depend upon 3 use cases of delete message, send message, and lastly to get the messages, passing them in the constructor. And then here will goes the methods, and here we got the 3 of the methods that are pretty simple. The get messages is very similar to the getMyChat, simply emitting the loading state, calling to the get messages use case, and simply listening to the stream and emitting the message load state, otherwise dealing with the failures. And in the delete message, simply calling the delete message use case, and simply when sending the message, simply calling the send message use case, put the await in here, and simply accessing the chat and message entity like that. So that was the 2 qubits will be used for loading the conversation, the chat qubit, and loading the messages, sending the message, deleting the message, and deleting the conversation using that method. So the last thing that is remaining for the chat feature is directly create a dart file inside and name it chat injection container. And inside the chat injection container, we will copy the injection container of the user to save our time and directly paste it in here. So what you have to do is to remove all of its imports because these are useless in here. Change first of all its name to chat injection container and import the SL from the main injection container, and here we will go with the chat qubit, and this is depending upon the getMyChat SL, so we will do sl.call and delete MyChat as MyChat use case, we will go for sl.call. So you already know we are registering them as a register factory, which means that whenever is requested will give us the fresh instance for the qubit, and the sl.call doing start searching for the qubit register in the same injection container. So we are going to register the getMyChat use case right now, so this is not going to give us an error when the sl.call is called. So the next qubit here will be the message qubit, and then remove these get messages sl.call and the delete message sl.call, and lastly send message sl.call. That's it for the qubits. Now remove the rest of them, and for the use cases we will remove all of them and leave only one for now. And here will goes the use case injection as lazy singletons, and simply they are calling the sl.call for the repository. And now we have to change the repository injections to this. So when the repository SL.call is called, so the call is happen on the chat repository, and the repository implements the chat repository implementation, and the repository implementation depends upon the chat remote data source. So again it did the SL.call, so again it will start searching for the remote data source registered. So it is again registered here, the chat remote data source, which is returning the chat remote data source implementation. And the for firestore SL.call is already registered here in the main injection container. So here we go, we reach to our real implementation, and the function is triggered and the changes will be reflected on the UI. So that's how each task is executed in the clean architecture. So that's it for the injection also. Now press the Ctrl Option O to remove the unnecessary imports from the library or the dart file. Now when we want to start our application in the next video and go for binding the methods with the UI, so we will get an error while accessing the Cubits in the UI. That is because we also have to provide them on top of the widget tree, which is the very important part. So we'll copy and paste this gist device number qubit 2 times, and we will do chat qubit and simply the message qubit here like that, so that next time it don't bother us that you have not provided these qubits, and we will good to go using them in the chat and single chat page. So the chat page and single chat page video might get a bit longer and can even be split into 2 videos, because there is much work required to be done in the chat page and in the single chat page, especially the single chat page, because we have different type of messages and then replying to this message. So there is a lot of work in that specific single chat page. So this video can be even split it into 2. Anyways, we will see in the upcoming videos what is going to happen. So that was all for this video. We have successfully implemented the remote data source implementation. We have written the qubits, we have registered them here, and we have also passed or provide them in here. But still we left one more thing, that is calling the await chat injection container. So that was the very last step to be done to register the classes of the chat feature, and we are done with this. So we have done all of the things of that were the tasks of this video. In the last video we have finally completed writing backend for chat feature, and now it's time to bind it back to the UI. So we will start with loading the context from Firebase in the context page. But before that, I want to tell you something. Along the time while developing WhatsApp clone with me, if you face this exception in the place where you are retrieving the data from Firebase Cloud File Store, and it's saying could not reach to Cloud File Store backend connection failed 1 times, and also saying something like permission denied. So all you have to do is to recreate your Firebase project and you're good to go. So if you have set up your Firebase project with Flutter Firebase CLI, so it is far more easier for you as compared to the manual creation of the project or the apps in the project again. Simply you have to run the Flutter Fire configure with your project ID, and simply you have to override all of the generated files like the Google Services JSON inside the Android, and also the Firebase options inside the lib. Here you can see it's modified, so it look like this. So I have to commit this change while pushing code to the GitHub. So after this has been done, the error will be fixed and you will be able to load the data from the Cloud Firestore database or deal with other operations of Cloud Firestore database. So we were about to load the context in our context page from the Cloud Firestore. So the context page is inside the app feature, and inside the home we have the context page, where currently we are loading the context from the phone by sending the request there and fetching all the context from the phone. So we are going to have the context from the Firebase, and they're going to have the data like that. So I'm just going to collapse this block builder and simply copy it and paste it down here and select them all, and go for comment them out and simply write up here the logic to fetch contexts of the phone, and simply do a fix me in here to make it highlight. So later if you need this code, so you can simply take it from here. I just keep it like that, commenting out. And here now we are going to use a different block builder, so the previous code is also in here, so you can take it easily from here. So the get device number qubit will be converted into user qubit, and the user stat and the user loaded, and the context will be changed to users since the loaded stat has the users, not the context. So the rest will remain the same, and the user entity don't have the photo, and we don't have the type of the photo like event at list or something like that. So we are going to remove this image memory from here, and we are going to use the profile widget here, and simply inside the image URL we will pass the contact.profile URL, and that's it. And instead of loading the first name and last name, we will simply delete everything from here except this contact. We will do contact.username in here and remove this const from here because this is going to be no more constant, and we will copy this and paste it inside the string of this and simply change it to status, and that's it. Now we have to change the invocation of the function here to get all users, but first we have to change the user qubit get all users. And since we don't have any users inside the application except only one user, which is our current user, so when we navigate to this page it will show nothing. So we also have to add one check in here. Right after this we can say if the context dot is empty, means there is no user except our, simply we will return center child simple text of saying no context yet, and put the semicolon here, make it constant because there is no changeable data in here which can be changed when we press Ctrl S, so it will remain the constant and will in result improve the performance of the application. So it's better to put the constant where the change of the widget is not required. So after that, Ctrl S to hot reload, and since we have added the invocation or changed the invocation here, so we have to hot restart the application to make it work. So once the application hot restarts, you have to move to the context page, and here we can see our user in here. So this must not be like this. There must be only users displayed in the context except ours. So there are different approaches to achieve this. Like you can go to the remote resource implementation of the user and simply the method here in the data layer here inside the user remote resource implementation, while get all the users is called, we can pass the user entity or UID in here and simply run a where query in here, and we can say where the UID is not equal to the UID, and it will fetch us all the users where the current UID is not equal to the UIDs. So it will simply ignore our user while getting all the other users in the context page. So this is one approach to do this, and the other approach is in the context page where all the users are loaded, we can directly do where, and simply this element is the user, and we can say where the user.uid is not equal to the widget.uid, and the widget.uid is going to be the UID that we are going to send from home page to the context page. So we have to do some modifications in the pages. So we will do final string UID and pass it. Okay, let's pass it in the constructor, remove this debug, and that's it. Now there is still an error in the context. Okay, we have to convert it to list also. Now it's fixed, and the error occurs in the routes on generate routes, and here we also have to pass the arguments in here. So we have to simply check a condition. If arguments is string, then simply return this material page builder with the argument passed without this constant keyword, and when the argument is not passed, simply we can return the error page like that. Now from the home page, while navigating to the context page, here we have the navigator push name to the settings page, and from the floating action buttons down here, we are navigating to the context user page. Here we have to pass the arguments. That would be widget.uid, our current user UID. And here we still have an error. That is, we have to pass the arguments instead of the UID. So the error will be fixed, and now we are sending the current user ID in here and simply running the where here to fetch us all the users where the UID is not equal to UID. So simply it will ignore the user fetching with that UID, which is our current UID, and will fetch us all the other users, and based on this the conditions will be checked and the list view will build its item like that. So now if I were to start the application and then I come here to the context page, so there we will see the result of no context yet instead of seeing our users directly in here. So this time if we navigate to here, we got no context yet. But you can also follow the other approach that I show you, doing a where in here and simply checking the condition inside the backend. So this would be more efficient, but this is also the way, but this is an inefficient way. So I'm going to give you a task to just put the query in here in the remote thread source implementation and simply pass the argument to the method we have created in the repository of the user. Here, get all users, simply pass the argument in here string UID, and based on that take the decisions in the remote thread source implementation, and while calling the method in here, simply inside the context page directly pass the UID inside here, and you don't have to run this where again. So this would be the task for you, and I'm just doing it like this, leaving you this for you as a task. So that's how the context will be loaded. So since we don't have any other user inside the application, so we will see no context yet. And now we're gonna go and log in with phone number to have one more user in our WhatsApp clone. So you'll go back and then go to the settings and simply log out from here. So the user is logged out from the application. This time if I hard start the application, I'm not supposed to navigate to the home page, but I must supposed to be remain in the login page, or we can set a welcome page where we can, when we do agree and continue, we will be navigated to the login page, putting our number in here. So I just add another test number inside the phone authentication. Here in the sign in method, I add one more number with the same structure, with the same OTP. Just instead of 41, I'm doing 42, and the 2 at the end is the same. So now I am going to sign in with that number. So 0301 and 424242 3 times, and lastly the 2 also. Go for the next and put the OTP in here from 1 to 6 and next. And this time I will name this as John, and go for the next, and the user is signed into the application. So if I go to the Firebase, go to the users, and here we go, we got this, and the cloud firestore database, we got one more users with different ID with name John, and we can go to the settings and we can see we got the data like this. We can edit the profile also. So now we are on the other users login inside our WhatsApp clone. This time if I go to the context page, you can see we got the other users but not our data inside the context. Now this is the time to load the data in the chats page. So the difference between loading the data in the chats page and inside the context page is that inside the chats there will be only the users that I have chat with. At least I have sent only one message, so it means that user will become my conversation and will be displayed in the chats. Otherwise, if I have not chat with that user, so simply he will remain in the context. So if I keep creating other users inside my WhatsApp clone, so that will keep coming in the context but will not be inside the chats page, because there will only come the users to whom I have chat with. So I'm gonna go and call the methods or the Cubits inside the chat page. So here above the list view, we will wrap it with the block builder and not the provider, so will be the block builder, and the subject is going to be our chat, and that's it. Change the block to the Qubit and go for importing them. Once they are import, simply check a condition. If the stat is chat loaded, then we have to return a list view, and in the else we can simply copy the circular progress indicator from the context page and simply paste it in here outside the condition. And when the chat is loaded, we can simply fetch the MyChat in the variable chat context, and here we got the list of chat entity in the stream, which will be updated in the stream when we chat to the users. So the recent text message will be updated this way and will be reflected directly when the users start chatting with each other. So the recent text message will be updated and we will see the results live, so we don't have to hot restart or close the application and open it back to see the results changed. So the stream is making it easier for us to see the updated data directly reflected on the screen. So we got the MyChat, and this MyChat is the list of chat entity. So we will do MyChat.length, so to load all the chats or the conversations that I have chat with in the chat page. And that's it. Now we will have to retrieve the data. First we have to fetch the single chat inside the list view builder. So we will do single chat equal to MyChat on index. So we got a single chat. This time we can fetch the data from it, like we can set a sender, not the sender name, but this will be the recipient name, and remove the constant from the title, also from the subtitle, and here will comes the conversation's recent text message, and the date time that now would not be like that, but the chat dot created at dot to date, and put the assertion operator in here so we can say that it won't be null, and the rest will remain the same. Now we have to convert this into stateful widget, and inside the init stat we have to call the method from the Qubit. So we will do block provider.of context of the chat Qubit, and from the chat Qubit we will call get MyChat, which requires the chat entity, and inside the chat entity what we have to pass is in the data remote, in the chat remote resource implementation we can do Ctrl F to get MyChat, and we have to pass our sender UID to fetch all of our chats inside the MyChat. So the sender UID is, as I told you, will be the current user UID. So we will simply do chat entity in here, and the sender UID will be the widget.uid, which we are going to send directly in here as we have sent to the context page. So we will do final string UID, and then like this. So we got the UID, and in the home page this time we don't have to deal with any routing stuff because we are not navigating specifically to this page like putting in this tag. So we are not doing this, so simply we are just returning this in the tab bar view, so we can directly pass the UID in here, so it will got the UID like this. We have to remove the constant and put the constant for the other, and these are also going to require the UID. So later we will also remove the constant and will pass the data in here, so we will be no more prompt to remove the const from here. So the UID was required and we have passed it in here, and now it will load all of the chat conversations of the users that I have chat with. So currently the snapshot data will be empty, so it will return nothing. So I have to check a condition also above the list view builder of the MyChat if the MyChat is empty. So what I'm gonna do is to return no context yet, or no conversation yet, we can say. So simply we can return this by changing its name, and we can say no conversation yet. This time if I hard to start the application, so all the dummy users data will be removed and I will get no conversation yet because I have not started chatting with someone up until now. So we got some loading indicator when the data was loading, and we got the no conversation yet, and that is an expected result up until now. Now we have to move to the SingleChatPage and start dealing with loading the messages of the specific user in here and then sending the messages like that. So to navigate to the SingleChatPage, we are gonna need the data of the sender user and the recipient user. So the single chat page is going to accept the final message entity, and we will name it message, and we will pass it in the constructor like this, and this is going to be required in the onGenerate route. So what we are gonna do, simply the same thing will happen. We will copy this area from here, paste it in here, change the arguments to the message entity, and change the page to the single chat page, and change the current user to the message, and pass the args, remove this dead code from here, and that's it. The error is fixed. Now while navigating from chat page, we have to pass the arguments, and the arguments would be the message entity, and the message with the message entity we are going to send some arguments to the single chat page. The arguments would be this: the sender UID, recipient UID, sender name, recipient name, and their profiles. So that's all we need in the single chat page. So simply we are sending them in the chat entity, and from chat entity, not the chat entity but the message entity, and in the message entity, since we have sent the data inside this fields, so simply we can load it in here, like we can say the username. So we can simply do widget.message.recipient name. So when we go to someone messages page, like single chat page for chatting with them, so simply their name will be loaded in there above in the app bar. So we have to remove the constant from here to make it work, as it's the dynamic data, so it cannot be constant like that, and the const will be only the data that is not changeable when we hot reload like that. Support the const only for the online, and we are also going to deal with the online and offline status after some while. So after this has been done, let's hard start the application, and we are now going to navigate to the single chat page of the user that we have in the application. So we are now currently signed in as John, so we will go to the context page, and when we click this, so nothing will happen because we have to do the navigator push name and sending the data also in the context page. So this is only done currently in the chat page, so we don't have any users in the chat page, so we also have to do the same thing in the context page to make it work. So we have to copy this navigator from here and go to the context page, and in the on tab of the list tile we have to paste it in here, and the page const is going to be, let's import it, and the message entity will be the same. So now from where we will take the sender and the recipient data in here. So what we can do in here is to wrap the block builder with another block builder, and this is going to be our get single user, and this is going to be single user qubit, and we have to import this, and we will check the condition. If the stat is get single user loaded, then we will return the block builder. Otherwise, what we will return is the same circular progress indicator if no of the stat is emitted. So we got this circular progress indicator when no of the stat is emitted in the single user qubit, and this time we're going to call the block provider.auth context with the get single user qubit, and with the get single user qubit we will pass the widget.uid to just fetch us that single user on that specific UID that we just provide to the get single user. So it will get us that user, which means that the get single user will give us the current user, and here we will store this current user in the current user equal to stat dot single user. So this must be inside the loaded stat to make it work. Stat dot single user. So the single user is now our current user, and the other user is we already have, since we load all the users in here except ours, so we got the data of current user in here. So we will do sender of the current user dot uid, and the recipient ID will be the contact dot uid, and the sender name will be the current user dot username, and the recipient name will be contact dot username, and the sender profile will be the current user dot profile URL, and the recipient profile will be contact dot same profile URL. So the data from the contact page will be passed to the single chat page like that. So after that, simply again how to start the application. Since we have added the provider in here and another block builder, so this is going to require the how to start to reset everything and recreate the widget trees to make these all these methods work. So this time if we navigate to the context page, and here when I click this user, so I am navigated to his single chat page, and you can see we got his name in here, and currently we have these dummy message which are in the static list, and yes, we are now going to load the messages also in here. So we don't have any messages yet, so simply for now we can simply put the builder in here to load us the messages. So since there is nothing, so simply no messages will be show up in here until we send one. So we are gonna go down here in the body. We will wrap this just detector with the builder, and we'll do message qubit to load the messages in here in the body of the single chat page, and we will check if the stat is message loaded, not loading but the loaded. So we will return this body. Otherwise we will return the same thing that we were returning in the context page, the circular progress indicator outside from this condition. That's it. Now format the code, and then simply inside the init stat of the single chat page we have to call to the method of block provider.auth context with the message qubit, and we'll call the method get messages, and the message is going to take the message entity, and this is the time to again locate in the chat remote data source implementation. While getting the messages, we are required to pass the sender ID and the recipient ID to load that specific recipient user messages in the single chat page. So we are required to pass the sender ID from the widget.sender ID, widget.message.sender ID, and the recipient ID will also come from widget.message.recipient ID. So all the messages of that recipient user will be loaded in that page. So it's time to again how to start the application, but the result will be the same because we have to modify the list view where we are loading the messages. So the list view is here. So this is going to be no more the static list view with the messages like that. So we will remove this message because this is also our message, and this is the other user message with the central lift specifies that, and we will remove this one also. And we will keep these messages, we will based on the condition of the current user and the other user, we will display the messages like that. So simply we will cut them from here and paste them outside from the list view and we'll comment it out. So the children will be removed from here and the list view will be converted into list view builder, and this is going to take the item builder of context and index and is going to return the messages layouts based on the condition. But let me pass the item count from the messages here. We will load the final messages equal to stat.messages, and we got the list of messages in the stream. So we will pass the messages start length in the list view of the messages, and in the return we will simply uncomment them and cut them, and we'll paste it in here, and we will check the condition in here. If the single message sender ID was equal to the current user ID, so we will display this message, means that in the right side, and if it was not true, we will display a message here at the left side. So first we have to fetch the message in here, single message equals to the messages on index, and the message we will check if the message.sender UID is equal to the widget.message.sender UID, which is the current user ID. If the sender was the current user, we are simply saying that we will return this message layout. Otherwise, we will return this layout. So this is all what is going to happen, and the message will be the message we sent, and the timestamp will be the created at, and for the same for the other one, the message will be the message sent, and the time will be the message dot created at. And for the other fields, we will decide for them later if required. For example, for is seen, and the is short text will remain the same because for the other user we are not going to show the text, but the text will only be showed with the current user message, so that's why it's here true. And the long press will be able to delete a message, and the on swipe will be allowed to show some other interface to reply to the user. And we are also going to do this, and we'll send different types of messages in our WhatsApp clone. So this is all what we are about to do. So now the list view is dynamic. It will load the messages and will display if we send one. So let's how to start the application. And again, when we come here, we will test that like what's happening in here, the code we write, what's the result of that. So no conversation yet. Let's go to the context page, navigate to the one single contact, and there are no messages yet, so it's not displaying any. So this is what we wanted to achieve up until now. So now is the time to not load but send a single message to the other user to see all the code in action of the send message that we have written in the chat remote data source implementation. So to send a message to the other user, we're gonna have a message method in here. So first we are only gonna try to send the text message, and once it's sent, we will also look around the way to how we can send different types of messages, like sending a video message, GIF, and also the audio. So this is what we are gonna do right now. So inside the send message method, we will call the send message method from the message qubit, and the chat will be the chat entity and the message entity, like that. And now we're going to pass the parameters to them to send a message properly to the other user. So for the chat entity, we will pass the sender UID with the sender UID, the recipient name and profile, and the created at will be timestamp.now, and the total unread messages will be 0. And the sender recipient name will be adjusted accordingly, as I explained in the previous video, like how in the models we were creating for the sender user and the other user. So in the sender user model, we had the sender, and in the other model we had the sender recipient, and all of the IDs, names, and the profiles were just the opposite of the first one. So to make the difference between the two users that are chatting with each other. So here we have to directly pass data, and in the backend it's dealing with it, as I show you in the previous video here in the chat remote data source implementation. While sending a message, the chat model is configured as, you can see sender is a sender, but here the sender is the recipient, so it's managed like that. So the chat entity got the data. Now in the message we have to pass the parameters also to this. For example, the sender will be the sender, recipient, sender name and recipient name, and the message type is going to be text message for now, and later we are also going to deal with this. And these fields will be sent as empty for now and will be dealt with later while we move to the reply section. And is seen will be false when the message is sent. Default is seen will be false, and is created will be the current time, and the message will be the message coming from the message controller text field. And when the message is sent in the then method, what we are gonna do is to set the stat and clear the message controller. So when we send a message, so that this field will be cleared right away. And now we are going to go and call the send message in the field where we have this. So we are gonna do widget and gesture detector on tap. We will call the send message like that. Now let's check up everything. Is it perfect? Yes, the parameters seems to be correct. We are clearing the controller, and let's start to start the application, and then we are going to change, not to change but to test the send message of our WhatsApp clone that we have written the methods for, and now is the time to test it also. So we are gonna go to the context and here and open up the field, and let's say I say hi, and when I click this, the message is sent, and I'm expected everything correct also in the backend, and it must be correct since the message is sent and there is no errors in the console. Let's say another one. Let's say what's up and send. The messages are sending directly without any errors. Now it's time to test the backend also to see if it's as expected as we thought it to be. So here's our Cloud Firestore. Let's reload this tab, and it's reloading. Inside the user feature, users collection, inside the John user, we got the MyChat in the MyChat, we got the other user ID that we sent the message to. Inside that user, we have its data, and inside that we have the messages. Two messages will be here. Yes, the first one is hi and the next is going to be what's up, and the same data will be inside the other user, which is my name, and we have the MyChat, and here will comes my ID and my name. This time I'm recipient, and his messages and the IDs of the messages that we have sent. Now let's go back, and we got the conversation here when we sent a message. That's great. Now if I click it again, we got its messages. So the messages has been sent successfully in our, and we have done it all the way with clean architecture. So this is a great achievement in here in our WhatsApp clone. So now we are also going to test the real-time messages. So since we don't have any other mobile where the same application is running, so I'm gonna connect my real device with it and also run the same application in here and test the real-time messaging in here, and then we will go for sending different types of messages also in our WhatsApp application. So this is going to be very interesting. So I got the same application running on my real device. Now this time I have two debug consoles, one of the Pixel 34 and the other my real device. So simply I'm gonna go and open the recording in that device, and here we go. So here I have the John login. On that other device I have the user login with my name, so he has the conversation cam in the chat page with the John. So let's open up for both the single chat page, also for this one, and you can see the one message has been sent, the other at the left side, which means that he received the messages from the John. So let's say he replied back with hi and sent. He received the message directly in here in the stream, which means that it's real time. So let's say he's saying how are you, the message sent, received, like that, and he again say I am fine, thank you, and he received the message like that. So that's how the real-time messaging is working, and now we are going to go and implement the sending of messages of different types. For example, sending the image message, video message, also a Gif message, and lastly sending the audio message. So I'm gonna stop the recording in my real device for now, and if it's needed I will open it right away. So now in here, when I go back, you can see I have defined thank you, which is the latest recent message I sent. So that's how the recent text messages are updating, and we can chat in our WhatsApp clone that we have created with clean architecture. So to send different types of messages, we have to create a common for this send message method, because at the end we will come up with the result that we are still sending a message, but just their type is different. So the same method will be called for each of the type of the message that we are sending. So we are not going to repeat the same line of code of sending message with different type, with just changing the message type constant. So for that we have to create the chat utils and separate the data in here, and simply the same common method will be used, and only the type is going to be different for sending different types of messages. So what we are going to do in here inside the presentation, we will create another directory with the name of widgets. Inside the widgets we are going to have the chat utils, and don't ask again and cancel, because I'm going to push it later to provide the latest code to you. So inside the chat utils I will do create a class with the name chat utils, and simply create a send message static method in here with the future void return type, and we're going to pass the build context because we are going to call a method from the block provider. So it's compulsory to have a context of build to call the Cubit method in here. Then we have to change only these 5 parameters while calling the send message method, and the rest will remain the same. For example, every time when we call the send message, so this data will remain the same and will not be changed, and the message type will every time change when we call the send message. For example, calling the send message with different type, GIF, audio or video like that. And the replied message, these 3 parameters are for the reply, sending the reply to other user. So we are simply checking the conditions since we have passed them as nullable. So we are checking them if they were null. So which means that when we call the send message method and we don't pass them right away, so they will directly come as empty strings. And in the chat entity, you can see we are passing most of the data from the message entity, and we would have end up passing that again and again if we would not create the send message constant common method in the chat utils. So that way we have separated the data and will call the send message method with just specified types and deal with the different types of messages to send it in our WhatsApp clone. So that's what we need to do before moving to the step of sending different types of messages in our WhatsApp clone. So we will navigate to the SingleChatPage and remove the boilerplate code from here, this block provider, but instead what we're going to do is to do chat utils dot send message. The context will become the context and the message entity will become the direct message entity, and the rest of the methods were nullable. So we will pass them in the parameters of the send message and pass them to the send message method we're calling from the chat utils. And every time now when we call this method, so we have to specify the message and the type. These are the required parameters, and the others if specified will be passed like that. If not, simply will be empty string like that. So we got the common send message in here with more short data. Now there is an error, so which means that we don't have to pass the send message directly in here, but we are going to create these separate more methods in here of send text message, send audio message, send video message like that. So now for sending the text message, we will do send text message method, and this is going to simply invoke the send message and passing the text and the text message type to send the text message. So the send text message you can see become more shorter than it was before. Now here we will send the image message. So how we are going to do this? We are going to have a method of send image message which is doing storage provider remote data source and doing the upload message file, where it required the message type and the user ID and the other user ID and the image that we have picked. And then when the image is uploaded to the cloud storage of Firebase, simply we then are calling the send message, the same common method, where this time the message will become the image URL and the type will be the photo message. So later in the message layout, this method, we have currently simple text, so we are going to create the message widget in here. Inside that we will take the decision based on the condition. If the message type was equal to text message, simply we will display the simple text. Otherwise we will use some methods like image network, cache network image, or the video players to load the videos, audios and all of that stuff like that. So this is going to be modified after that once we are done with writing the methods. So we got the send image message. The next method is going to be send video message, which is again calling the upload message file, and we are passing the video So we are going to create the methods for picking the video and image after that, and then it's calling the send message with the video URL uploaded, and the message type will be the video message type, so that we know this is the message type, and based on that we know what widget we have to load to play or pause the video that we have sent. So the send message video message will be like that, and after that we will send the Gif message where we are awaiting the pick GIF method passing the context, and we are checking if the GIF was not equal to null. We are creating the fixed URL, retrieving the ID from the GIF, and simply sending the message with the fixed URL and passing the message type as GIF message. And this pick GIF is going to be inside the constant app constant here, this method which is returning the Giphy GIF and taking a build context to pass it in here, and the Giphy picker, and we are passing the API key in here. I'm gonna tell you from where you can take the API key, but first let's go to the pubspec.yaml file, and simply you have to comment out this enough Giphy from here, and simply uncomment the Giphy picker in here and pubget. Once it's done, you have to go back to the app constant and import the Giphy picker, and we are done with this. Import the material.dart for the build context, and in the SingleChatPage we are going to import the picker pick GIF like that. So this is send GIF message, video message, image message, and now let's create the methods for the picking the image and video on top here. So this is going to be our two methods of select image, which after selecting an image will be stored inside the image variable, and this is select video, which is picking the video and storing in the video variable, and then we are using that files down here for the send image message and send video message. And now is the time to do configuration for sending an audio message. So to deal with that, here we have to do some initialization for audio, and we also have to add some permissions inside the info plist file and also the Android manifest XML file. So we are going to use these three variables in here. The Flutter sound recorder is coming from the package of Flutter sound recorder, and the rest two are the boolean variables, and inside the init stat we will initialize the Flutter sound recorder and open audio recording, which is going to be a method like that. What it is doing is that from the permissions microphone, it's requesting the microphone access and checking if it's not granted, simply throwing an exception, mic permission not allowed. Otherwise it's awaiting the sound recorder dot open the recorder and setting the is record initialized to true. So that were the initial step that we need to do in here, and now based on this is recording here while sending the message here, after this we will check if is recording was true. We will show the icons dot close to stop the recording, otherwise to the recording, and here in the send message text message we have to check the condition if is display send button was true, which means that we are going to send a message. Otherwise if it was not true, what we will trigger on the send text message, that would be decided in the else condition, and inside the else condition we will first do to prepare the path for the audio. First we will get the temporary storage, and from its path we will do flutter sound.AAC, and if the recording was not initialized we will simply return to not go forward with the other methods. We will also make it asynchronous since we are doing creating the temporary directory, and the next step here will be if the recording was equal to true. So what we are gonna do is simply stop the recording and upload the recording to the Firebase cloud storage as the audio message type and send the message as audio message. Otherwise start the recorder. So what basically we are doing in here when we are not sending a message, and you can see this is the display and the is play button, this is false. So when this is clicked, initially the is recording is false by default. So when is clicked, so it will come all the way down, and since this first condition is false, so the else will be executed and the start recorder will be called with that audio path. And when it comes all the way down, it will set the is recording to true. So we will see this cross icon in here, which means that we are now recording our voice. So when we say something and record that voice, and when we click back on that icon, that close icon, so when this is executed, the call flow will come in, and this time the is recording was true when this method was called after that. So it will stop the recording, will upload to the cloud storage and tag the URL, send a message with the type of audio message. So this is all going to happen when the send text message was called. So now it's time to call all of these methods in the UI to see different types of messages sending in action. But before doing so, there is few things that we have to deal with. First is when we send a message, we want to track the bottom so that it automatically track the bottom while scrolling, so we don't have to scroll up and down like this to see where is the latest message sent. And the next thing that we need to consider is to create the message type widget, where inside that we will pass a type of the message, and based on that specific type we will try to display messages based on their types. As I said previously, if we have sent it a video message, so we have to create something like that. So there must be buttons to play and pause the video that we have sent it to the user. And if it's audio, then what will be the scenario like this? So we need to deal with these two things before calling them in the UI. So now let's go and first let's say call this method here while sending the message above this here. So this is not going to require any parameters. This will send the text message but also audio if we directly click it. But since we don't have any UI for that in the message layout, so it will directly load the URL of the audio that is uploaded to the cloud storage of the Firebase. So we need to tackle with this also after we track the bottom. So we will go at the top in here, and right after this in its stat, we will create a method scroll to bottom, which is using this scroll controller, means this scroll controller, and checking if has clients, then we are delaying for 100 milliseconds, and we are animating to the max scroll extent of the scroll view, and we are passing the duration to 300 milliseconds and ease out. And this delay before animating to the max scroll extent is because when we send a message, so its rendering takes some time, so we need to wait a little bit, means 100 milliseconds. So when this rendering happens, then this will seamlessly navigate us to the bottom, so like that we will track the bottom. So there are different places where we will be calling this scroll to bottom. The first place is in the build method. We will do widget bind instance.add post frame callback, which means that when the current frame is rendered by the build method, simply we will call this scroll to bottom every time with the build method. For example, when we open up the keyboard and we are up there, so the place taken by the keyboard will be directly adjusted with the messages like that. I'm going to show you how this is going to look like once this is completed calling the scroll to bottom in these specific places. And also the scroll to bottom is going to be called in here in the send message. Once it will be called in here before the send message, and once it will be called after the send message. And when we come to directly scroll to the bottom, here we have to call the same method that we have called in the build here inside when the stat is loaded. So we will do it like this. So when we come to this page, this will directly scroll to bottom when the messages are loaded. So there were some issues with the internet connection, and I restored this application by stopping the main dot and running it again. And this time, if the application runs and I came to the SingleChat page, since I have added the request permission for the microphone, so you can see it is saying allow WhatsApp to record the audio. So what I will do is I will do while using this app, so this will allow the permissions. And we were about to send the messages to see how the scroll to bottom method is working. So I'm gonna open this field, and let's say I'm sending H 4 times, and let's say G just for completing filling this area so that we can test the scroll to bottom. And let's say send some more messages. Is it scrollable? Okay, it requires some more messages to be sent. Let's say 2 more. And now this is scrollable. So once this has been done, we also have to pass this scroll controller to the list view builder controller, and like this, so that it knows which area it needs to track when a message is sent. So this time we will hard start the application, and once it hard starts, simply you can see we got the latest message sent on 5 AM and now it's 5:01, and it's the recent text message. When I came to this conversation, it will directly scroll the bottom as you have seen in here. But if I am here and if I open up the keyboard, so it will directly track the bottom like that. But if I send one more message, let's say hey, and do send, it will track the message like that. So that's what I was talking about of tracking the bottom when the message is sent, or if I go back and come to the SingleChat page again. So that was tracking the bottom. Now it's time to go and add those message widgets and some other bottom navigations for example, when I select the image or sending the video, so how it is going to look like as a preview. So first of all, in the global inside the widgets, I'm gonna add 4 different files in here, and I'm also going to explain it that what this is going to be used for in our WhatsApp clone application. So these are the 4 files that I was talking about. First is show image and video widget, show image pic widget, show video pic widget, and also the video widget. So this show image and video pic widget is not going to be used in the chat feature, but will be used in the status feature. So this contains the code something like that. I just added, you can also read by yourself, but I'm going to explain it whenever it's time to use the show multi-image video pic widget. So in the chat feature, the widgets that are in use are show image pic widget and show video pic widget. So the show image pic widget is nothing but a simple show image pic bottom model sheet, which is showing the model bottom sheet is scroll control is true, which means that it will take all the area available, which means that full screen. Is it dismissible? No, it's also not dismissible when we drag it down like that. If a bottom sheet appears, passing the context from the method, it is accepting the file and the on tab callback and the recipient name. So it's first it is returning the container here, and a stack with the background color. The alignment of the stack is in the center, and it is displaying the image directly as a profile widget, which is also dealing with the file. Since we have passed the file in here to this, which is accepting the file, it's not the image URL with the profile widget. So this is also dealing with this, so we have passed it directly in here. And simply these are just the align methods, just for showing that close, crop, and emoji and text and write something. So this is just for creating the view of that preview that we have in the WhatsApp. And this is also the place where we are displaying the recipient name to whom we are sending the message, and this is the button which when clicked will send that specific message or that specific message of image to the user. So this JS director will not be over the row but will be here on this container on tab. So that's it for the show image picked widget, which is simple bottom model sheet for displaying the image preview when one picked from the gallery. And the show video picked widget is the same bottom model sheet, but it's dealing with the video widget, and the rest things are the same. So what is this video widget? That widget, what it is doing, it is simply receiving the file, and here the video player controller is declared with the late variable, and its play is set to false by default. And since we are going to play a video to show the preview of the video that we are going to send to the user, so this is basically for this purpose. So we simply receive the video file in here, we are initializing that file with the video player controller, and when it's initialized we are doing set stat to update the UI, and in the stack we have center alignment, and we are directly doing if the controller value was initialized, what you have to do is put the aspect ratio widget, and the aspect ratio will be the aspect ratio of the coming from the controller, which is 16:9 of the video and the video player, and we are passing controller so that it will give us where we will be allowed to play or pause that video. And the play and pause video functionality is implemented here in the align of the stack. Here is the icon button. If it was playing, we'll pause it. If it was not playing, simply we'll play directly like that. And here we are setting the stat display is not play, which means that every time it's called will set to false, and if it again called with false, it will set it to true. So it will be true and false like that to indicate the stat of the video, if it's playing or not. And if its play was true, we will show the pause circle. If it was not, simply you'll show the play circle with the size 40 of that icon. So this is what video widget is, simply for playing and pausing the video and displaying that we have selected and about to send to that specific user. So these are the basics widgets that we'll be using while sending the video or image. And then we are going to have some message widgets inside the widgets of the presentation layer of the chat feature. That would be these three widgets. The first is message video widget, and the other is message audio widget, and the message type widget. We have these conditions exist where we are checking the conditions. If a specific types came in, what we have to display accordingly. So inside the message type widget, we are accepting the type and the message. So we are checking if the text message received in the message type widget was equal to message. Simply display text and nothing else. If it was photo message, simply put a container, give some space from the bottom, and put the image profile widget and pass the image in here to load that from the URL. If it was video message, what we are doing is simply returning the cached video message widget, which is this widget, cached video message widget. It's taking a URL and doing the same thing, but using the cached video player, which is similar to the video player but also caches the video so that we don't have to load it every time a call is made to the specific URL, which is already cached. And it's doing initializing the video controller with the network and passing that URL that is coming here from here when we call it in the message type widget here. And we are setting the volume to 1, disposing also. The aspect ratio is here of a video, and the cache video player passing the controller and simply controlling the play and pause stats of the video. That's it for the video. And if it was GIF message, simply displaying the cache network image and the URL of the GIF. And the audio message, we are displaying the message audio widget, which is a bit different from the video. Simply a field of is playing to false, is audio player initialized, and what we are doing in here, we have the button in the row at the left side where when is playing. If the video was already playing, simply we'll pass and we'll set the state of is playing to false. And if it was not playing, simply we will do audio player that set URL of the upcoming URL from the parameters and then set the state to true. And when this video completes playing, then we will set it to false and we'll call the audio.stop. So this is the functionality. When we play an audio and it reaches to the end, it will stop and we will be allowed to play it again. So this is the logic of that. And yes, you can improve it more if you want by making it very similar to the actual WhatsApp clone. And after you did it, please also let me know in personal message like in the Instagram or LinkedIn, or directly let me know in the comment section that what you have done while dealing with the audio message widget. So that's it. That's what I'm doing in here to make a simple audio message so that we can play and pause and deal with the stats of the audio. And the icon is simply deciding when it's playing, show a pause circle, otherwise the play circle. And here, just to also track the indicator, the progress of the video, like how many progress up until now has been done, as how many progress I have watched that audio. To show that in the stream, I put the stream builder in here and retrieving the position stream from the audio player as duration, and I'm checking the condition. If it has the data, means the audio is playing. So what I'm doing is giving some margin to the container from top and specifying the width of the container as 190 and the height 2, just creating the small indicator, and the linear indicator value is taken by the snapshot data milliseconds to double and the audio player duration in milliseconds to double, so that we can calculate the data like how much progress has been done of that audio we are playing. And the value color will become equal to white and the background color will be the gray color. Otherwise the value will be 0, which means not playing, and also for this case. So this is what we are doing for the audio message, and that's it. In the message type widget, we are returning the audio widget, and the text is like that. In the else condition, we are also returning the text. So that was the widgets that we needed to add to display which specific message is sent, and also for preview, these are the global widgets. So that's it. Now these will be used inside the SingleChatPage here. So first of all, we will do it for sending an image. So to send an image, here on this icon inside the field, which is the suffix icon of the field, here it is. So we will wrap this with the gesture detector, and on tap, what we are gonna do in this on tap is we are calling the select image method, and when the image is selected, in the then method, when this was completed, we are checking the condition if the image picked was not equal to null, which means that the image has been picked. So what we are going to do is doing widget binds instant.add post frame callback to display the image pick bottom model sheet right after the image has been selected, and passing the recipient name and the file. And when the tab is clicked, we are sending that image message, and simply navigator.pop has been called to remove the bottom sheet from the view, and then we will be navigated back in the SingleChatPage, and then we will see how the image message has been sent. So that was it for selecting an image and sending an image message. Now for video, what we are gonna do is to call the video in the place of this video in that attach window, We will do the same thing as image. In the then method of the select audio, if the video was not equal to null, we are doing add post frame callback show video picked and the recipient name the video file and the send video message and navigator pop to remove the bottom model sheet from the screen. And also we are setting the is show attached window to false so that the is show attached window is no more visible when the video was sent. And for the GIF, what we're gonna do, directly call the send GIF message in here. And I was talking about the GIF API key, like from where you can take this GIF API key. Simply go to the browser and search for the Giphy developers and go to the Giphy developers and go to the dashboard after signing to the Giphy. And in the dashboard, what you have to do, simply create an app where I already have created an app and I'm using the ID of that. You have to take this API key and pass it in here as API key while picking the GIF. So that will be your API key and that's where you can take the API from. So after taking this API key, you are good to go with this picking the GIF, and this will be working as expected in the SingleChatPage. And lastly, to display all these messages in the message layout, what we're gonna do here is we are calling the text in here. So we have to pass one more parameter in here that would be of type string message type, and in the message layout we have to pass the message type as the message.message type. The same for the other message layout. And here in the message layout, now here what we're gonna do with deal with this padding first. So if the message type was equal to text message, simply we will give some space from the right to have the space for this time. Otherwise we will simply give the white space. And for the text, here we will return the message type widget, which is internally dealing with all the types of the messages and like how each message will be displayed when sent. So after this, I think we are done with this. We have to how to start the application and go for the testing. So how to start the application, and also confirm one more thing in the Android app. Inside the source file, main Android manifest file, we don't have the permissions Android added for recording the audio. So we need to add the record audio permission in here. And for the iOS, we need to go to the iOS, Flutter, open the iOS module in the Xcode. So once the Xcode has been opened, you have to go to the runner, and inside the info, you have to open it as source code. And here we added the NS context usage phone description. Now you have to add the NS microphone usage so that it will also allow us to record the audio. After this has been done, simply you have to close it. And when the permissions are added, we have to close the main.dart and run it again. So when the application runs successfully after adding the permissions, we have to navigate to SingleChatPage and go to the conversation. So this time, let's try to send different message. For example, let's say I want to send an image. I click this and I select this image. So a bottom model sheet appears where I have selected this image. I can click this back. I got the recipient name. When I send this, this will disappear, and once the message is uploaded to the Firebase storage, you can see it's loading in here, and you can see we got the message sent it in here. So sending image message is working properly, and now it's time to send the video message. Here it is having some issues, so let's go to the SingleChatPage back, and here we need to increase its size of the attached window. It must be 320. Ctrl S to hard reload and close this render flex. And when the hard reload completes, when you click this, it will be fixed like that. Now when I click this video, this will take me here to the videos where I have 10-second videos here. I will select this, and here I can play this video. I can pause this video, and I can send this video, and once it's uploaded to the Firebase storage, it will be loaded like that, and I can play it here, pause it in here. So that is all doing by the message type widget. And now let's try to send the GIF. So when you click this GIF, this will take you in here where, let's say I'm selecting any GIF. Let's say this one, and let's say once it's loaded, I will click this done, and it's sent it here. And once it's complete, we have successfully sent 3 types of messages: the image, video, and the GIF, and the text is also sent. And the last remaining one is sending the audio message. So when I click this, this will be converted into this, and let's say I say something in here and it's recorded, and when I click this back, so it's come back to this state and audio is sent. And when I click this, it will play all the recording that it records. So in the emulator, it might not directly work properly, but in the real device, it will work. Because I already have tested in my real device, it's working. But in emulator, that's why it's behaving like this. So we have sent it successfully 4 types of messages. That is now image, video, and the GIF, and the audio, and the text message. So it's 5 now. And in the next video, we will go for sending the audio. Like when I do this, so I have to take some action on that and show some UI in here to reply to some message, image, or any type of image that we want to reply to. And then we will also implement the seen message. For example, I send this image, and if other users comes into the SingleChatPage and he's seen this message, so this will become the blue tick. And I will also implement the online and offline status in the next video, and also sending the emoji when you click this. So that will be the task for the next video, as this video gets longer. So I think we need to finish this, and the remaining task of the chat will be done in the next video. And the last thing that I want to do here is that in the message layout, we can do to delete the message in here. For example, in the on long press, we will display an alert dialog passing the context, and when on tap is called, we will call the delete message passing the sender UID, recipient UID, which means the user we are chatting to in our messages, that specific message ID. And when it's completed, the navigator pop will call to remove the dialog box from the screen, and it will, in the confirm title, we will do the delete, and here, are you sure you want to delete this message? And the same dialog box will be copied and pasted in the on long press of the other message if we want to delete other user message only for the for me, so it will be deleted also. So now let's how to start this application and test this latest functionality, and we will go for the next steps like online offline status, emoji keyboard, seen message, and replying all that will be done in the next last video of the chat feature. And then we will move to the status feature, and lastly to the call feature. And with that, our WhatsApp clone will be completed, and we will happily go to the week 6 of creating the Google Map clone. So that is what we're gonna do. And you can see we got the audio recent text message, as we have sent the audio in here. So let's say I want to delete this audio message. I will hold it, and it's saying, are you sure you want to delete this message? When I do so, it will be deleted like that. And if I want to delete this text message of the W, I will do this, and it will be deleted like that. So we have done the tasks of today in the chat feature, and in the next video we will do the other tasks that I just said. Today we are going to complete the chat feature by implementing reply functionality, seen messages, online offline status, and also the emoji keyboard. So before going forward with implementing this functionality in the single chat page, there is something that I need to tell you. And you may have noticed we are now not running our WhatsApp clone on the emulator of Android, but we are running it on the iOS simulator. This is because one person in the comment section was asking me there is a null exception. So just because for his clarification, I wanted to run the application on iOS simulator to check out what's the issue. So before running WhatsApp clone on iOS simulator, there is something that you need to consider. The first thing you have to do to run your app on iOS is you have to open the terminal and then you have to change the directory by doing cd to the iOS in your WhatsApp clone project, and then you have to run the pod update to update all the dependencies packages for the iOS. So it will update all the dependencies and will install those dependencies which are not installed, and it generates the pod project and integrating client project, and in the iOS you will see the pod.log file as for the pubspec.log file when we do pubget, so it generates the pubspec.log file, but when you do pod update, so it generates the pod.log file. And then the next thing you have to do is to go to the pod file and uncomment this line platform iOS. So since I have the iOS 17 latest version of simulator, so I just define the 17 in here, but you can define anything your iOS version in which you are going to run your WhatsApp clone in the debug mode. So you have to do these two things and you will be good to go with running your WhatsApp clone on iOS. But if you face one more issue, for example, that I faced that I want to tell you now, is in the main.dart you can see there is some change happened. That's why its color is changed, and this need a commit so that it will be updated in the GitHub repository. So you have to go to the main.dart, and when I run the application in the iOS, so it was saying the Firebase core duplicate and the Firebase project for iOS already exists, something like that. So if you have the same case, what you have to do is to copy your project ID, and this will fix this issue also. So that was the steps that you need to follow to run your WhatsApp clone on iOS simulator. And next, now when we go forward for phone authentication in our iOS simulator, so the phone authentication will also not work directly in the iOS. We need to do some configuration also in the Xcode. So let's do, for example, let's put our number in here and pass the dummy OTP, and let's see what exception we face while signing with phone number Firebase in the iOS simulator. So when I do 301414141 and 2 and go for the next, and then I do from 1 to 6 and do the next, and I put the number in here and do next. So it's saying something went wrong and I didn't authenticate to the application. So when I open up the run console and move up here, you can see the phone fell. Please register the custom URL scheme, this URL scheme in the apps info plist file. So what you have to do is to simply open your iOS in the Xcode, and there is some configuration that you have to do. So once the Xcode opens, you may have remember we have added the permissions in here in the info plist file. So you have to go to the runner and here to the info. It will be default as general. So you have to move to the info tab, and here in the URL types you have to add one URL type, and in the URL scheme you have to paste that URL scheme that here it gave you to add in your custom URL scheme. So once this is added, you have to do nothing, simply close the Xcode and then stop the main.dart and run it again. So after having this configuration in the Xcode for phone authentication, after that the phone authentication will start working, and this will no more throw the exception something like this that we just faced few seconds before. So when the application runs successfully again on the iOS simulator, we have to follow the same steps again, agree and continue, and put our phone number, let's say 301 4424242, and lastly also 2. Go for the next, and the OTP, okay, this time it will open the reCAPTCHA since we have added the URL scheme. And when it's verifying we are not a robot, and this was not the case in Android. Okay, let's put the OTP from 1 to 6 and go for the next and put the name in here, let's say John. Next, and we are signed into the application, and we don't have the conversation yet, and we got an exception here. It is saying the unhandled exception, the service is currently unavailable. This is most likely transient condition and may be corrected by retrying with a backup. So this means that this is an unhandled exception, and like here it's saying the likely a transient condition, which means that it's not a permanent issue, but it's the temporary one and may be caused by the poor internet connection, and this can be corrected by retrying with a backup. Retrying with a backup means this is basically a strategy in software development where we perform a failed operation after some delay. So this is what all that unhandled exception means. So let me hot start this application, and I think this should resolve. So if this is not resolved after hot starting the application, so we will follow another approach to resolve this issue. So after the application hot starts, it's saying unhandled exception. There is one more exception rising in our application, and that is from display screen. If this is unmounted exception, so we can simply set if mounted in here to prevent this. Put the curly braces in here as it's suggesting in here. So add curly braces. Now how to start the application, and now we have no exception, but still we are unable to retrieve the data from the cloud file store. So let's stop the main.dart and run it again, and let's see what happens. So after having some workaround, I finally fixed that issue, and I had to remove the name from here. That is because in the Stack Overflow, first I found you have to fix the issue by specifying the name in here. When I did, it was fixed, and for this person it also worked, but it raised one more issue, the unhandled exception that we have seen some minutes before, why the data was not fetching from the cloud file store. But here I found another answer where I am gonna give him a vote because his answer was really helpful. And he said go to your project directory and remove the Google Services Info plist file by running this, and this is only for the people who have set up Firebase using Flutter Fire CLI. So after that you have to run the Flutter Fire configure and select your project, and then hit enter and select the apps for the project that you want to set up the Firebase for, and then hit enter and keep going for the override steps. And once it completes, simply you have to clean the build of your project, then pubget again, and once this completes, run your application. And he's also saying no hot reloading, which means that hot reloading will not work. You have to stop the main.dart and run it back to make it work. And this answer really helped out many other people also. So once I follow his steps, so I finally got data in my WhatsApp clone. So the bugs and the exceptions are kind of part of the software development. You have to learn to live with them if you want to become a good software developer. And sometimes these issues are very annoying. For example, they just come up one after another. For example, I just fixed one issue of Firebase, and then eventually another comes up. First, there was issue in the iOS duplicate of the Firebase project default already exists, and when I specify the name in here, so another comes up like the data was not loading. There was an issue, the data was not loading. Anyways, let's continue the video further. So now it's time to go and deal with the functionality of the reply. So in the SingleChatPage here, we have to also now this time add the functionality for the replying to other user. So this was the messages that we have sent, and in iOS the video is not loading. And yes, I also want to tell you the limitations of the iOS simulator. For example, the camera and the microphone won't work in the iOS simulator because these are not supported directly in the iOS emulator, but in the emulator that works fine. The emulator use its default camera and the microphones work fine, but in iOS this is not the case. And for this video, why this video is not loading is because we are using the video player for videos, and yes, we must use it. And why I'm saying that we are using the video player is that there is the issue of video player better exception message on iOS devices if the video fails to play. Here let's see, there is an exception of PlatformException video error, and here it's saying null and the video is not playing. And this issue was open for the video player in the May 8th 2020, and it's been 4 years. It's still open and people keep commenting and it's not resolved yet. And one person here says that the better player, here he's saying, worked for me without any issues for both devices, so I had to switch. So we are currently using the video player, so that's why the videos are not loading. By the way, now you know how to work with video player. So the better player and the Chibi video players are really similar, only a bit of functionality will be different. So if you want to use that, simply you can also use that to play the videos on the iOS. And for the recording will not be played in the iOS, and the microphone won't work in here because these functionalities are not supported in the iOS emulators. And yes, they will work in the real iOS device and also in the emulator. So anyways, now let's continue to work with the reply functionality. For example, when we swipe like this, so we have to show some window, and here we have to show some window above here the message box, and will be designed really like WhatsApp. And then when we send a message, then this message will be sent as reply, and these fields will this time get the data. For example, the common method that we created for sending a message, and for each of the message that we are calling, we are not passing them, but this time this is going to get the data. So now first thing first, we have to go and in the domain layer we have to create one entity for the message. This is not going to be stored in any cloud firestore database, but this is just for separating the fields that we want for a reply when we are about to reply to a specific message. So what we are going to do in here to create a reply entity, we will name it message reply entity. And once its file is created, inside that we are going to have a class of name message reply entity, and it is going to hold the message username and the message type and a boolean field to specify if I am replying to myself, for example if I am replying to my own message or the other user message, like that. So this is me is just for that purpose. So once we have the reply entity, we have to go to the Cubit and the message Cubit. Inside the message Cubit we have to add some getters and setters for that, so that we can simply store the data in here. So since we are providing the message Cubit directly on the root, so this will be accessible directly like that. So inside the message Cubit, we will first create the message reply direct field inside the message Cubit, and then we will create a getter for that and also the setter for that. And this is going to take the message reply, and this start message reply will be set to the message reply that is passed when the set message reply is called. So this will be for setting the message reply. For example, when we swipe like this a message, so we will call this set reply to set the data in here, and then we will retrieve it using the get, or we can also retrieve it by directly accessing the message reply. So these are the fields we're gonna work with the message reply. So after that we are gonna go to the SingleChatPage, and here on top we have to create a method in here above the build. Here we are gonna have a method, and this method would be a simple void method named onMessageSwipe. For example, it will be called when we do swipe like this. So this is going to take the message username type and the boolean is me, and we'll call the block provider of message Cubit, set the reply to the message reply entity and passing this data. And after that inside the build method, we'll first create a provider of the block provider of context message qubit so that we can access the data from the message qubit easily. And after that, we will create one more variable inside the build method, and this method will be of boolean type and will be equal to provider message reply dot message is not equal to null. For example, to specify if we are replying to other user or not. So based on this condition, we will display the window above here, the text field. So if it's true, we will display, otherwise we won't. And this message will get the data when the onSwipe is called. So now we are gonna go and call the onSwipe method in the onSwipe here. So we will call the onMessageSwipe in here with passing the message.message and the username dot sender name, and the type will be the message type, and isme will be true. For example, here this is our message we are returning, where the sender ID will be equal to the sender ID, which means the current user ID upcoming from the widget. And in here we will copy the same thing for the other message and we'll paste it in here, but here we need to keep the isme false. And now when we do swipe, so the message will get the data and this condition will become true. So now we have to take the decision on that, like how the reply preview is going to look like when we swipe one message, and how the functionality is going to work when we are replying and send the message like that. So we're gonna go down here in the, we will Control F and do bottom message, and I think we don't have added the comments, so we will simply do text field, and here it is. And above this we will do check the condition. If the is replying was true, we will add some size box of height 5, otherwise simply size box with 0 height. And then we will check one more condition. If is replying was true, we will return a row where the expanded child would be message reply preview widget, which we are going to create in a while, and will have some container with 6, so it can move it from here. So it will be really looking attached with this, so it will be looking here above with the field. So now we are going to go and create this reply preview widget. So we got these two widgets in the message widgets. One is message reply preview widget and message reply type widget. So the message reply preview widget will be the preview widget which will show up when we swipe a message directly in here, and the reply type widget will be the widget which is going to be attached with the message layout when we send a reply. For example, when we send a reply message, and the reply to and reply type and the fields that exist in the message entity got the data and that was not equal to empty string. So based on that, the message layout here data will be modified, and we're gonna add some UI changes after some while when we are about to send the reply message. So first let's go here, import the message reply widget, and it has a field on cancel reply listener, which is simply void callback, and here we are doing the block provider message qubit, and we can directly do provider dot, since we already add it in the build, so set the reply to empty, for example, when you click the cancel button. And now it's time to review the reply preview widget. So here what we are doing, simply we have a stateful widget, and this can be stateless because we don't have any data in the stat. So let's convert it into stateless, and now it's stateless, simple void callback. And in the provider and in the build method, we are again accessing the message qubit so that we can deal with the message reply conditions based on that, since we add all the data here. So we can get the reply or directly can access the message reply and can set the reply. So here in the preview we have a container with the margin horizontal 10, and the height we are checking if the message type was the text message. So the text the height of the container will remain 70, otherwise would be 100. And the decoration has the container color will be the app bar color, and the border radius will be from top left and from top right. And why from top left and top right is because when we show up a container in here, so its bottom right and bottom left will not be rounded, so it will look really attached to this field like this, and the upper top left and top right will be rounded, so it will look really attached to this field. And later we are also going to change these rounded borders of the field. For example, when we are replying, so these corners will not be rounded directly but will be straight, so we can simply display the reply preview really attached with this field. So that's why we are doing the border radius only from top left and top right. And the container width is infinity, and we already defined the width already in the single chat page, so that it will look only in here and will not go off the constraint and is expanded in the row. And here again, margin and decoration. Inside that container we have the black opaque color with the 0.4 opacity, and inside we have a row where I have the container, for example here, showing a line when we are replying to other user. So its height is infinity, which means that it will be fully expanded vertically, and its width will be 3.5, and decoration would be if the message reply is me was equal to true. For example, if I was replying to my message, so there the is me will be true, so we will display the tab color, for example the color like this, like greenish color. If I am replying to other user where the is me will be false, so the deep purple color will be selected here as the line in the preview of the reply. And there will be an expanded widget padding horizontally and vertically 5, and the column from start, and here is a row where I have an expanded widget for text reply. Again I am checking if I am replying to myself, so I will not display my name here, but I will simply do you, for example, which means me, current user. And if it was not the case, I was replying to the other user, so I will simply display his name with some styling here. And the color is also decided based on that. If it was me, the tab color, otherwise a deep purple color for the other user. And the gesture detector is that cancel button will be at the end when we are replying, and simply close button. And here after that we are checking if the message type, reply message type was text message, so simply we will display a text, otherwise we will have to display a row. Inside that we're gonna have the message reply widget, which is basically same as message type widget, but while replying there is some difference in that, so that's why I created a different widget for that. And what this widget is taking, same the type and the message, and simply checking the condition. For the text it will remain a text with max line 2 and some style, and if it was the photo message, so simply this is the difference. We are displaying the photo with the photo, and simply the profile widget passing the message in here. For video we have some text displayed and the same cached video, and for the GIF also we display the GIF, and same for the audio. It will remain the same. It won't be playable, it's just simple the play icon and the simple width of 190 and height 2 linear indicator, but it won't be playable when we are replying and when we replied to a user. So it will in that reply the preview will not be playable or interactable for the audio, but will be playable and will be interactable when we send a real message in here. And in the else condition we will simply display message like that. So these were the two message similar, same as the other message widgets. And after this done, we have to deal with the field. So we will check for the container of the text field, which here for the top padding I will do if the is replying was true, which means that we are replying to our message or the other user message, so we will display the top padding to 0, otherwise the 5, and we will remove the constant from here. And after that, we have to deal with the border radius. It won't be circular for all the sides, but based on condition, we will modify that. So we are again checking the condition. If its replying was true, what we have to do is simply display the border radius with only bottom left 25 and bottom right 25, otherwise the full 25 from all sides. So when we're replying, only the bottom left and the bottom right will be rounded, but these top left and top right will not be rounded. And for the reply preview, its bottom right and bottom left was not rounded, so it will look really overlapping with each other and will give us the really reply preview like as we have in the real WhatsApp. So after this has been done, simply hot restart the application to test the preview of this, and then we will also modify the send text message here so that we can also send the message reply instead of just sending the text in here. So when the application hot restarts, simply you have to go to the profile, and down here, let's say I want to reply to, let's say first send a message in here, hello, and now I am replying to myself. And you can see I got the preview like that, which is really like WhatsApp. And this is the black opaque background with the opacity 4. This is that close button that I explained. And since I am replying myself, so there the is me is true. So I got this color, and the U color is the tab color, and the message is directly got like that. I can cancel that reply. I can reply to message like the GIF, and I can reply to a video. I can plan pause it also in here, but since in iOS it's not working because we're using the video player, so let's leave it like that. We can reply to a message, the image like that. And if we are replying to the other user, so you can see this time we will see the different color and his name instead of the U, and which we were seeing here while replying our message. So this is really like WhatsApp. And now we are gonna send the reply message. So for that we need to configure the send text message in here. So what we are gonna do in here, we will check a condition. If the provider message replied that message was not equal to null, and the provider here is that we are again getting the message qubit from the context, and in the send text message we are directly placing that in the provider, same as we had in the build method. And now we are checking if the message was not equal to null, which means that we are replying to someone. So this time we will call the same method with the same fields, but we will only fill the replied message with the provider message replied at message, and the reply to will be the username to whom we are replying. For example, if we replied our message, so here instead of the simply displaying the username, there will come you. For example, I replied to myself, and the replied message type will be the same type, and based on that it will be decided what we have to display when it's replied. Otherwise we will simply send a simple message, and when all that process completes, we will set the reply to empty so that this preview will disappear and the text will directly disappear like that. And instead of calling the clear in here, for example, when everything completes, we could directly call in here. So when we send a message, so this will directly clear up everything. So after this has been done, we have to do one more thing lastly, to modify the message layout so that we can see when we reply to a message. So we will wrap this message type widget with a column, and its cross-axis alignment will be at start. And now we are going to add two more parameters in the message layout. That would be the message reply and the right padding. So the right padding would be different when we reply to a message, so we have to specify in the message layout when we are calling it. So now we're gonna go above where we have the list view to do the modification in here. Here in the message layout, we will do right padding for the sender message bubble. If the message that replied message was equal to empty string, which means that the message layout returning for a specific message where the message replied message was empty string, so we will simply give the right padding as 85, otherwise the 5. And the reply will get the data as replied message type, and reply to, like that. And the same will be for the other user message. Here we can pass it like that. And now based on that, we will check the conditions in the message layout in the column above the message type widget. So what we are going to do in here, we are going to have this code, and this is really simple code. For example, let me collapse this first for a while to have more space in here. And we are simply checking if the reply coming was not equal to null, which means that we have replied to the user, so that the reply upcoming, that message will not equal to null and will not equal to empty string. So this time we will display this container. If it was null or empty string, simply we will display sizebox and nothing else. So we have a simple container where the height is defined like that. If it was message, simply will be 70, otherwise 80, and decoration is the black with opacity 0.2 and border radius is 8 for reply. And here we have again the row. We are simply creating the same preview for the message that will be displayed above the message in here, and the same container with the double infinity width. And then the decoration, we are checking if the username was the recipient name, we will display the purple, otherwise a tab color. So what we are doing in here, if we have replied to some user and in that reply the username was equal to the recipient name that we are chatting with in that current single chat page, so it means we have replied to the other user. So in that case, the line at the left will get the color of the purple, otherwise tab color, and that's all. And the border radius will be top left 15, bottom left 15. And here again the expanded widget as we had in the reply preview, and then some padding in here, and the column with the cross-axis alignment start, and some text. And the text is also displayed based on the condition. If the username was equal to the recipient name, simply we will display the username, otherwise simple text to you. And some styling, the color is again defined like that. And lastly, returning the message reply widget, passing the message reply message and the reply type this time. And then simple size box above the real message type widget. So after this has been done, we have to hard restart the application and try sending or reply to some message in here in our WhatsApp clone. So let's hard restart the application and try out sending reply message to someone. So when the application hard restarts, this time you have to go to the conversation, and then for example, let's say I reply to myself, I swipe it like that, it got the data. Let's say I type something in here, I'm replying to myself, hi, and I send the message. So when I send the message, I got the preview displayed in here. I reply to this message and I say hi, but here I have still some space, and that might be because of I have passed the reply right padding in here, but I have not passed it where it need to be passed. So here, when the text message, if it was text message, pass the right padding, otherwise the 5 padding. So this right padding will be decided in here in the message layout where it's called in the list view. So I will Ctrl H since we have not made any larger changes, so you can see it got it like that. Now we can reply to the users and it will get the layout like this. For example, if I am replying to this message and say okay, and I send it, you can see I go to you, Gif, and they give in here. And let's say I'm replying to the other user, I will do it like that. And let's say how are you? I am fine. And I send it. You can see this time I got his name, his message with a different color with my message. And that was it for the reply. Now we're gonna go and deal with displaying the keyboard in here. For example, when I click this, so emoji keyboard will be displayed and I can send the emojis from that. So our reply is completed. Now it's time to go for that, and the next step will be simply seen message and online offline status, and that are really simple tasks will be done very quickly. So to have an emoji keyboard in our WhatsApp clone, we are gonna go up here and we are gonna have some conditions defined and some methods to deal with that. So above all here we are gonna have these two fields, is show emoji keyboard and a focus node for deciding if we have to focus the keyboard or not. And then we have the hide emoji container and show emoji container methods, which is simply doing nothing but setting a stat and setting the is show emoji keyboard to false and true. And the show keyboard is doing what? Focus node requesting focus to have focus for this keyboard, and if hide the keyboard is doing unfocus to unfocus the keyboard. And the toggle method is doing what? If the is show emoji keyboard was true and the toggle was called, simply it will show the keyboard and hide the emoji container. Otherwise it will hide the keyboard and show the emoji container. So basically doing opposite like that, or we can say the toggle emoji keyboard. So now we are gonna go and copy the focus node, and we will drag the text field. Inside that we will do focus node as focus node that we have created. And when this field is tapped and the emoji keyboard was opened, simply we will do is show, or what was the field name here. Okay, now we will do text field again, and simply we will set this to false like that. So when the emoji keyboard was true, or whatever its stat is, and if we click that field, so emoji keyboard will disappear and the field will directly appear like that. And then while deleting a message here, when we are deleting, so we will do focus node dot unfocus. So if the field was focused and we were about to delete a message, so we will first unfocus and then call the display alert dialog, the same for the other on long press. And then in the message field we will again drag the text field, and here we have to deal with the prefix icon. So the prefix icon will become like this, will be wrapped with the gesture detector, and in the on tab we will call the toggle emoji keyboard to either show the emoji keyboard or the simple text field, and based on that we will display their icons. And once these condition checks has been completed, we also need to show the emoji keyboard. So down the text field inside the same column we will do this. So let's collapse this to have more area in here. So we are checking if the is show emoji keyboard was true. We have to simply display a size box with height 310, and here we have a stack, and there was not the stack like that, but I really wanted to have the design like WhatsApp, so I just put the stack and here put the emoji picker. So all the keyboard stuff is done by simple this emoji picker. In the config we pass the config with the background color, and when the emoji is selected, what we are doing, simply setting the stat with the text message controller.text will become equal to text message controller.text plus emoji. So the text message controller text will get the emoji like that, so it will be displayed in that field. And this align is simple at the bottom center a view, so that we can also have the button to delete the emoji that we don't want to send. So this is just for the UI stuff. We have a container with width double infinity, height 40, will be stuck at the bottom. The background color, the color is app bar color, some padding around the row. The main axis alignment is the space between. We have the search icon, the emoji icon, and this gif box, and the add units, which is not working for now, and only this is going to be work. The text message will become equal to text message dot substring from 0, and text message dot text -2, just for deleting one emoji. So it's basically not single character but from different characters, so we have to -2 from the length by doing the substring. So by doing that, only one emoji will be deleted when we select from this. So this is going to work like that. But since we are doing managing the emoji, specifying it in the text message controller, and in the field we are displaying the send message button when the text changes here. So if I hot restart the application and expand the area of the iPhone simulator 15 Pro Max and go to the conversation and click this emoji, we got the emoji keyboard and we got move to this, and when we type something you can see this is not changing because it's taking decision on the value of the text field. But in the emoji we are just setting the stat and passing the value to the controller. So we also have to deal with this in here, so that when we type or select an emoji, so this must be converted to text so that we can send the emoji as text also. So simply while setting the stat, we will also specify the data to the text controller like that, and we will copy the same thing and will paste it in the else condition. So anytime when we are modifying the value of the field, so it will be notified, and so we know the text message controller from when the value was changed, so we can check the condition based on the text of the text message controller when we have to display the message sent or the audio like that. So here while sending is display button was true, so in that case we are displaying the set outline. So here we have to check or if the text message controller dot text dot is not empty. So if it was not empty, also you have to display the send outline. And also while sending the message in the send text message, we have to confirm this. So if is send display button was true or the text message controller was not empty, so we have to consider sending either reply or text message, otherwise the audio recording. Now how to start the application, and then we will get back here and try to send an emoji like that. So once the application how to start, simply you have to move to the conversation again and simply let's open up the keyboard. Let's say we send this, you can see it's converted in here, and when you click it back you can see it's converted to the text field. When I clicked the field I can open it back, and you can see I add this area also in this tag. So when I click this close, so the emoji will be deleted like that, and when I select an emoji again you can see it's converting like that. So that is what we wanted. So when I select these emojis and send it, so this will be sent as message like that. So we have done the reply, we have displayed the emoji keyboard, and now we have to deal with seen message and also the online and offline status. So this is not going to require so much code as the two functionalities like the emoji keyboard and the send reply required. So first we are going to implement both of them and then we'll go for testing. So for the seen messages we have to add one more feature inside the chat. So inside the repository we have to go to the chat repository, and here we have to add one more feature. That would be seen message update and will be accepting message. And in the chat remote data source we have to do the same thing, and for the repository we have to override the missing method, and since it's future void we have to do asynchronous and remote data source dot seen message update, put the semicolon, and the chat remote data source we have to implement it. And what this method will be doing in actual implementation is will access to my message reference and other message reference. For example, if I am chatting with other user, so it will basically access to my messages and the my message on the specific ID and the other message on the message ID in his message collection, and for both will update the is seen to true. So we will call this message in the list view builder and will update the is seen to true while building them in the list view builder. So once this is implemented, we have to create the use case for that in the use cases, and will be seen message update use case. And once it's created, we will go to the send message and copy the code from here, paste it in here, and change it to seen message use case update use case, and we have to do seen message update, and this is going to only accept the message entity. So we have to remove the chat from here, also remove this import, and we are done with this. Now we have to go to the message qubit, and then we have to duplicate this one. We have to do seen message use case, seen message use case, and also pass it in the constructor required this start seen message use case. And here for send message, we will copy its method, paste it. Right after this, we will do seen message, and we'll remove the chat entity from here, and simply will call the seen message update, remove the chat from here, and we are done in here. Now we have to go to the chat injection container, and we'll call the seen message sl.call, and we will register its use case in here. We'll do seen message update use case, and the same for its implementation while returning it. And once it completes, so we are done with adding new feature in our WhatsApp in our chat feature. So that is how the beauty of the clean architecture. We have not touched anything else, any functionality while adding a new feature. Yes, it requires more hustle, adding the single feature in different places, registering and all of that stuff. But what benefit it provides us, we didn't have to touch any of the business logic for adding a single feature, and yet we got the single feature implemented, and now we have to simply call it in our UI to deal with this. So this is how is the beauty of the clean architecture in an application. So the clean architecture is not about how you organize the UI. You can organize the UI by creating different widgets. Like for example, for the attached window item, you can also create different widgets for separating the UI widgets and keeping them organized in simple different widgets, and you can call them in the pages like that. And for separating the business logic from the UI code, you can use the Cubit like that as we have used, or you can use the block or any other state management solution. So this is just UI organization, but the clean architecture is about the main logic and the main business logic, which is here defined in the domain layer. And then both the data layer and the presentation layer are depending upon the domain layer, and adding one single feature is very easy. Does not make it a headache, like it does not touch anything at all, and we can easily add a single feature in the clean architecture. So again, this is the beauty of clean architecture. So if you want to become a good software engineer, software developer, so you must know the software architecture and design principles. Otherwise, you will always come up with a headache where you are modifying one thing and the rest will modify itself, since there would be very dependencies, will not have any injections like we have in the single feature. So anyways, let's focus on what we were doing. So we got a single feature, and now in the list view builder, we have to deal with it. Here we have the list view. So right after this message, we have to check one condition, and that condition would be if the message that is seen was equal to false while building the list view builder each single item, and the specific message recipient ID was equal to the message.uid, and that message.uid would be the current user ID. So we can simply do in the chat page, first of all, we can create one ID in here, separate ID, which will not be in the model but simply having in the entity. So this dot uid, and also pass it in here the uid just for accessing from the entity. So in the chat page, while going to in here, the uid will be the actual user widget.uid, and also in the context page in the home, while going to the user, we have to specify the uid as widget.uid. We can also pass the current uid since we are getting the current user on that specific id, but let's keep it separate like that while having the uid. Now in the single chat page, when the recipient id was equal to the message, which means that now the recipient is seeing the messages. So only in that case we will call from the provider seen message passing the IDs to update the isSeen property of the messages, and hence we will see the two ticks, double ticks in here. And now we have to pass, instead of isSeen false, we will do isSeen like that, and the same for the other message. We'll copy that and we'll paste it for the isSeen, and in the message layout it's already configured down here. If the isSeen was true, we will display done all, otherwise only done, and if isSeen was true, the color will be blue, otherwise the gray color. So the isSeen is only that functionality, adding one specific feature, and based on the condition in the list view, you have to update the isSeen like that. And for having the online and offline status, we have to do some workaround in the home page. We have to track the life cycle of our application, and based on that we have to update for each of the user, for the single user, the is online status to true and false. So based on that we will get the recipient user data in the stream in here, and will display if the user is online or offline. So here what we have to do, we are already doing with single ticker provider mixin for having the vsync in here. Now we are going to add one more mixin with our home page stat. So that mixin would be widgets binding observer, which provide us the lifecycle did lifecycle change method in the stat, which would be same override method as the init stat and the dispose. So we are gonna do add this method did change app lifecycle stat, which is having an parameter of stat, and based on the stat we are switching. If it was resumed, we will update the user status to online true on the UID, otherwise to false when it was passed. So the pass stat is basically when we do it like this in our IO simulator and leave it. So this is the pass stat of our application, and when we click it back, now this is the resume stat of the application. So on that stats, for example, when I close it like that, so this is also the pass stat, and I can open it back. So this is now resume stat of the application. So based on that we are updating the online and offline status of our user, and like that this is going to work. And in the init stat we are going to add the observer of our home page stat, and then in the dispose we have to remove the observer from the widgets binding. So after this has been done, this will correctly update the stat of the specific user to is online true and is online to false. Now what we have to do in the single chat page, we have to get the user on the recipient UID in the stream in that text, and then we will display the is online or offline like that, so that both of the user will see each other when we do something like that or close the app. So they will see their online and offline status live since we will be loading it in the stream. So what we're gonna do with this simple text widget is wrap it with the get single user qubit, and if this get single user qubit stat was loaded, we will get the stat of the single user. If the isOnline was true, we will display simple text with online. Otherwise, we will simply display a container, means the user is not online. And now we have to call the single user also in the init stat to get that single user on the recipient UID. So this line would be enough for retrieving the single user on the recipient UID, and then this block will be built accordingly and we will get the online and offline status of the users. Now we need one more device to test the seen messages and also the online and offline status of the users. So now we will have to start this application for the iOS, and then we will go for device manager and run this pixel device also, so that we can test directly in here. So once the Pixel 3a API 34 runs, we have to select one more device in here so that we can run our application on 2 devices at a time. Here we will select that and we'll run like that. So here we will get 2, and now we have the console of iPhone in here and the console of the Pixel 3a API 34 in here. So when this run completes, we will go for testing the seen messages and also the online and offline status of the users. So when the application runs successfully on the Pixel 3a API, so we have same user in both devices. So this time we have to log out from this device. Here we have the John, and here we also have the John. So we have to log out from here and log in with other user and go for agree and continue. And here I have to put the number again. So the number will be 301414141 and 2, and go for the next. Put the OTP in here from 1 to 6 and go for the next, and his name will be this, my name. Go for the next, and we are signed in here. So now on both devices we have 2 users. So now when I enter to his conversation and go down here, and when he comes in, he will found the messages has been seen by the other user, and you can see the messages also got seen when he comes in. And now when we see last message of him, so you will see this is also seen. So the seen messages is working now, and for having the online and offline status testing, we have to deal with it. For example, for the iPhone 15, let me focus on this, and when I go to the pause stat, like I do it like that, and here the online status must be gone, and yes, it's gone now. In here it will be updated to false, and when I click it back, it will be okay. Now it's online like that. It's also working. So in that case, if I go to the pause stat, it will become like this, and the online must disappear from here, and yes, it does. And when I click it back, so it must appear again. Okay, it got it like this. So this is how the online and offline status is going to work. We have to track the life cycle of the application, and for sending the messages, for example, both are on the same conversation. If I send message in here, hi, and it's sent, and he's seen the message, you can see it got the blue ticks, which means that it's seen by the recipient user, and both are online like that. And here, that was it for the chat feature, and I'm gonna also give you a task. So you have to delete this chat conversation. When we hold it like on long press, you have to show the dialog box, and when the delete button is clicked, you have to delete this conversation from here. And we already have written the method for this in the remote source implementation, so you have to do simply invoke it as we have invoked for the delete message. So the same will goes for the delete chat. So this is going to be the task for you to complete. And with this done, the week 4 is completed, and the next features like status call will be within the week 5. So very congratulations to you, and I would love to see your feedback about the week 4 on what you have learned up until now in this week 4. Congratulations everyone! We are finally done with 4 weeks of Flutter and Firebase Developer Bootcamp, where we took start from very basics, and now we're building our own WhatsApp clone with clean architecture. Also, we're ahead of very advanced stuff where I'll be teaching you how you can publish your own package on PubDev, APIs integration, writing backend code in TypeScript for push notifications in Flutter, writing different types of tests, and lastly, publishing your own app on Play Store and App Store. So that's all we will be doing in the upcoming weeks. So if you are new here, check out the full playlist link in the video description. Also, join our WhatsApp community to be updated with the latest announcements at Agora. Anyways, in today's first episode of week 5, we're going to implement the domain layer of status feature. So let's get started with the status entity. So here we are done with the chat feature, and now we're going to close that feature and open up the status feature. Inside that, since we will be working with the domain layer, so we are going to create one more layer. Inside the status would be a domain layer. And inside that, we are going to have the directories like entities, also 2 more directories of repository, and the last one would be the use cases. And that's all. Now we are going to take start from the entities, and inside that entity, we are going to create the Dart file would be named as status entity. So after the status entity file has been created, we simply have to move inside it, and inside that file we are going to have a status entity class which will be extending equatable for the value equality, and we are going to implement first import, then implement the missing override of list of properties, and all the properties will be passed inside for the value equality. Then we are going to have some fields inside the status entity. So let's discuss these fields. First, the status ID, which would be the unique identifier to uniquely identify each status inside the status collection. And this image URL will be the initial image URL which will show up for the status. And this first image URL will be taken from the stories, and we are going to come to this and I will explain how these stories is going to be inside the status entity. And the next is the UID, like the creator UID who created the specific status, and his name and his profile URL, and the timestamp when the specific status was created, his phone number, and the caption of the status. And now the stories is kind of the images or the videos will be inside that specific entity. So whenever we are about to upload a status and we select different videos and images, so all these videos and images will be inside that specific status, and its type would be status image entity, which we are going to create right now. So inside the entities, we are going to have one more entity, that name would be status image entity, and inside that we are going to have the status image entity, same extending the equatable for value equality, and inside that we are going to have 3 fields of URL, type, and the viewers. So the URL will be the image URL of that specific video or image will be stored in the cloud file store for a specific status. So it would be kind of, for example, we have the specific status a document. Inside that we are going to have the list of key value pairs. Like on 0 index, like we have a list in here. Inside that list we're going to have on 0 index a map of, for example, URL, and the URL will be some video URL, and then we have the type of the specific video or image that we have uploaded as a status, and type will be, for example, video, and the viewers would be again the list of string, so that the one UID if someone has seen, and for example here would be on 0 index would be the user ID, on 1 index would be the other user ID. So the structure would be something like this in the Cloud Firestore database when we will be storing the images or videos of the specific status. So we have the list of the status image entity. So we have that list, and based on that we are going to have the status image entity on their specific index. For example, if we upload 2 images with 1 video, so will become here 0, and then this will be the object. One more object will be created same like this. Let me copy this and paste it up here. This will be this time 1, and if it's image, so it will be image URL, and type will be again image, and the viewers if some users have seen this, so here we'll store their IDs. So the structure will be created in the Cloud Firestore same like this. So you will see it also practically when you go forward and implement this and bind it back to the UI. So you will see it yourself how these things will connect with each other and will be working together. And the structure will be something like this, and inside that image entity, the URL, again that specific URL of the image or video, the type to differentiate if it's video or audio, and the viewers if that specific audio or video has been seen by the specific user. So when we open up the status for seeing, so every time it opens we will call a method, a use case in the status feature, so that the current user ID will be added inside the specific status image entity object. So that specific status will be considered as seen, and for that user it will become like surrounded by the gray borders, as you may have seen in the demo of the application when we seen a story. So the borders around that specific story becomes gray if we have seen, and the rest which are not seen yet by the user becomes greenish color, like that must be seen by the users, so that it will be converted into the gray color, like will be considered as they are seen now. So these will be the viewers inside each story inside that specific status that we will be uploading. So let me import this, and this is going to be like this. Now we are going to explore the status image entity, but first let's complete the status entity and create the constructor, but they would not be required. So I'm gonna Ctrl Z again and create the constructor. Now we have to make them name parameters, and that's it. Now I have to copy them like that and paste them inside the props for the value equality, and this time we have to remove this and select all by holding Ctrl and keep pressing the G in the MacBook, and in the Windows it would be the Ctrl and J, something like that, for selecting the similar values selected, and click the backspace or delete, and that's it. Now we are done with the status entity. These would be the fields inside that specific status would be created in our Cloud Firestore, and these would be the stories, images or videos inside the specific status that we will be able to see in the status page. And the status image entity we have for the specific image or video inside the status is going to have the fields like URL, type, and the viewers, like that, and the from JSON and to JSON methods for the conversion. Now you might be thinking, why do we have from JSON and to JSON conversion methods in the entity? Aren't we violating the clean architecture? Yes, I'm sure this would be the question of most of the people. So let me tell you again, and clean architecture is not something that we must strictly follow no matter what. But an architecture is something which makes our code maintainable, scalable, and easily testable. And the approach we are following is not going to make our code which would not be maintainable, scalable, or testable, but instead this approach reduces boilerplate and can be more efficient for straightforward data structures. The from JSON and to JSON methods in an entity in the domain layer are the simple methods here and are not violating clean architecture as long as these methods are purely for data conversion and don't introduce any business logic or any external framework dependencies. So this is another reason why you can have the data like this if it's not making our code rigid and hard to maintain. So we can have the fields like this, simple conversion methods inside a domain layer inside the entities, as long as they are not introducing any complex business logic or external framework dependencies. And again, keep in mind, architecture is not a rule which must be followed in a way explained or proposed by someone else, but an architecture is something that takes place regarding to the application requirement and the structure we are building. So you must not be confused with this, like if we're creating the from JSON and to JSON methods in here, so we are violating it. So it's not violation, but it's simple conversion methods inside the domain layer for keeping things simple and straightforward for the simple data structures, and which is not any kind of complex entity, which is an object passed here in the status entity. So that's it for the entities. We got the status entity and also the status image entity, which is going to be a specific object for the specific image or video inside that specific status. So it will become more clear to you when you go forward and implementing them and binding them with the UI. So that's it for the entities. Now we're going to go ahead and create the repository for the status. Would be status repository. And the status repository is going to be an abstract class, status repository. Inside that, we are going to have some methods, which would be the use cases of the status feature. So these would be some use cases inside our status feature. Create status for creating the status inside the status collection, updating the status and updating only image status. And what this only image means, for example, we are updating the data inside the status, inside that stories, and its images means its URLs to update the status. So that's why it's a bit deeper than the specific direct update on the status object. So that's why I create the separate method for this update only image status, is also accepting the status entity. And the scene status update, for example, when we open up a status, so here we need the status ID so that that specific status stories will be updated, and inside that specific status where we have the viewers will be added the current user ID, so that this status will be considered as seen for that specific user And on image index, like which image or story we are viewing currently, so that inside that specific status story object of that viewers, the current user ID will be added, and that user ID will be the user ID which will be added inside the viewers list. So this is simple scene status update method will be called when you open up a status for seeing it. And this is simple for deleting the status, get statuses to get all the statuses of the users, and this get my status and get my status feature. And this my status feature is because we can call some use case, like for example, we want only single response from the when we send a request, not loading data every time in the stream. So that's why I also create the feature method for this. So this will give us the same list of status entity in one single response when we send one request on this get my status on that specific UID. So that's it for the status repository. Now we are going to have the use cases of the status feature, and that would be, and we got the use cases for the status feature, and the use cases would be really similar as we had for the previous features. Create status, simple method here, accepting the repository and having a call method for making the use case a callable class, calling the method from the repository, and this repository will be then implemented in the data layer. Let's create the data, and inside that data we're going to have the remote models, and the repository inside that repository will be the implementation of the repository, and then the repository implementation is going to depend upon the remote data source, and the remote data source implementation will be again in the data layer, and everything will be connected after all in the dependency injection of the status. And after that we are gonna go and bind that logic back to the UI. So that was the domain layer of the status feature, and in the next video we're gonna go and write data layer for the status feature. So I also want to show you one more thing, is that in the pubspec.yml file I have updated my package of Flutter story view that I created, and we had updates in the GitHub, but I didn't upload the latest version on the pubdev, and yesterday I just did it and I updated the dependencies to the latest version, and it's now the 4 version. So let's do it like this and pubget, and we're gonna get some error of resolving the dependencies is going to be failed, and then we're gonna do some modification in the pubspec.yml file, and you can see we got the error which is saying that the Flutter story view 0.04 depends on the Intel 0.19.0, and the WhatsApp clone, our application, depends upon the Intel 0.18.1. So it's simply saying we have the Intel of 0.18.1, and the Flutter story view, which depends on the Intel, has the higher version. So it means simply update this package. So I'm gonna update this package, and then we're gonna see one more error, and it's saying the Flutter story view 0.04 depends on the video player latest version, which depends on the video player platform interface, this version, and the video player requires the video player to be this. So now we're gonna go and update the video player to the latest version, and where it is, video, not here, video player. Now we are gonna update this package also, and now I think we will face one more error, and yes, because of the cached video player match with this version, and the cache video player depends on the video player platform interface, and the cache video player is the latest version here. There is no any update, and still causing the dependencies exception. Here it is, you can see the latest version on the pubdev, and here we have the latest version but still causing the dependency exception. The versions are not matching, and that's why I mostly prefer the custom things rather than the relying on the packages. So if something that required more code, for example, we cannot create our own Firebase storage, so for such kind of things we can have the packages. But something that can be done easily, I would recommend to use custom things as much as possible, because the packages cause so many problems like the one we are facing. And now we're gonna fix it by removing the cache video player from here, and then pubget. And once this pubgets, we got one more error time ago, and the time ago depends on the Intel 0.8 version, and we have now updated to the latest version because our Flutter story view depends on the latest version. Now this time we are gonna go and remove the time ago package also, and replace it with the get time ago, and then again pubget. And once the resolving dependencies completes, we have fixed everything and we got the errors now. Now we are gonna go and inside my status page we have to ignore, because we have done the pubget once, and we have to remove this. Now we have to do, instead of the timeago.format, we will do get timeago.parse, and where it is, parse, and remove this format from here, and we are good to go with this. And instead of using the video player, we can use, instead of the cache video player, we can use the direct video player, and would be the video, okay, this would be the controller, not a player, video player controller, and copy the same, paste it in here. And the network is deprecated, I knew that. Network URL, yes it is, and it requires the string, the URI, but we are passing the direct string, so we will pass the URI URI dot parse and pass then the URL, and here change the cache video player to the video player, and we are good to go. So again, I would recommend using custom things rather than relying on the packages for the specific small things. So something that cannot be done directly by you, again, as I said, as I gave the example of the Firebase core, Firebase firestore. So for these kind of things, you can use packages to boost your development, but just don't rely on the packages for the very small things. So that's all you have to do, and then you're good to go with this. So first thing first, with the status feature, we're gonna go and create the directories inside the status feature, the data layer. So inside the data layer, we're gonna have the remote, where will goes the remote and the remote data source implementation, and will be another directory of models, and one more repository. That's it. Inside the repository, we're gonna have, already, status repository impl, which means implementation. And here we're going to have a class. This time this won't be abstract because this is going to be an implementation class, and this is going to implement the methods of the repository we have in the domain layer here. So we will name it status repository implementation. Will be implementing status repository abstract class, and now to implement its overrides methods, and it's going to depend on the remote data source. So now we're gonna go and create the remote data source, status remote data source, also its implementation, status remote data source implementation. And yes, the names of the libraries and their classes names are a bit of mouthful, but are also meaningful. So you also have to take care of this. No matter how long is name of any library, a Dart file, or whatever you're naming variables, functions, classes, but the point is they must be meaningful, so that when you just look at their names, so you recognize them, like what this specific variable, function, or a class is going to perform, or what task this is going to complete in our project that we are working with. So this is also included in the best practices of the software development, meaningful names of directories, variables, classes, and functions, and all of that. So we're gonna go and copy repository from here and paste it in here, change its name to status remote data source, and here will be a class of status remote data source implementation. Will be implementing status remote data source, and that's it. Let's override the missing methods, and the repository implementation is going to depend on the status remote data source, pass it in the constructor and must be required. And now we're gonna go ahead and call the methods from the remote data source, create status, and the same thing for the rest 7 methods implementations, like this. So once the repository implementation is completed, we are gonna go to the remote data source implementation of the status, and this is going to again depend on the Firebase firestore database, because we're using Firebase as the backend of our WhatsApp clone, and this can be any database that you're using, MongoDB, AWS, MySQL, or any database that you're using for your application in Flutter. So will be final Firebase firestore, we're gonna name it like this and pass it in the constructor and make it required. Now here will go the real implementations. So we're gonna make it asynchronous, and first thing you already know, the reference to the collection, and here we got it, the collection reference of map string dynamic, and the status is coming from the Firebase collection constant, you might remember from the first video, and here it is, the status. And now after this, since we will be creating the status, so for each status we are creating, it's going to have a unique ID, unique identifier. So we'll access it from the doc.id, so it will directly give us the random ID by doing just that from the document.id, and will be stored inside the status.id. And next, the instance of the status model and passing the value to the parameters from the status entity that we will be calling in our UI, its use case, and we don't have the status model, so we cannot work with it further because we need the status model so that we can convert the data to some raw data, so to store it in the cloud file store, and if we need while retrieving it in the other methods, so we need to convert it back from raw data like JSON map string dynamic to the dart object so that we can read and display it in our applications. So we are gonna go and just comment it out, and here we'll create the status model. That's it. Now will be a class status model, will be extend status entity, and here we'll go to same fields, and it's going to pass them in the constructor but won't be required, but will be in the named parameters, and is going to do the super and pass the values in the super. Let's import the timestamp in here, not creating the class but the timestamp. And here we got the status image entity, will goes the status id as status id, image url will be image url, and the same for others. And then two methods that we need for the status model to document or to JSON, and also the from snapshot. So first we got the from snapshot method in the status model. We are doing the same thing as we were doing with the previous models of the user and the chat, and the returning of the status model is also the same, but one thing that is different is for the list we are doing this thing for the list of status image entity. So since we have the list of status image entity object, so while retrieving the data from the cloud file store, we need to convert each single item of the list from JSON to the Dart object. So we will be doing it by extracting the snap stories as we are doing for the others as list, and in their stories data variable we are mapping to each item so that we can get its keys, and we got the key in the element, and we are calling the status image entity from JSON method here from to convert each object inside the list from JSON to the Dart object and converting it back to the list so that each item is converted into the object and passing them to the status model as list in here. So this is going to work like this since we are working with the list of status image entity. So this was the only difference that I show you how we are gonna work with the list of objects when we have one in our model. So this is the method from snapshot, which is going to convert the data from snapshot to the Dart object so that we can read it in our application and display it in some list view or the way we want it. So the next method is going to be to document method, and the rest are the same, only the stories is different. So same like that, we are mapping each story item, and when you got its value we are converting each story to the JSON and converting it again the whole story to the list so that each item inside the list is converted into JSON so that we can store it in our cloud file store database in that raw format, and while retrieving it we will convert each from snapshot to the Dart object so that we can read it in our application. So that's what it's happening in the status model. So once we have this, we can go ahead and uncomment this status model and import this now, and now this is going to work. And next step in the create status is going to be, first we have a variable of status document reference where we are storing the data on the status ID and we are requesting a get, and we got the document snapshot of map string dynamic. Then we are checking if the document already exists on that UID. What you have to do Sorry, if it's not exist, this means then you have to set it, otherwise return and do nothing. That was it for the creating the status. Next, to delete it, it's pretty simple. Just add the asynchronous, then access to the collection, then simply on the specific UID call the delete method on that specific document with that status ID, and that's it. Now get my status. So here things are going to get interesting in this part, because we are gonna run some queries in the Firebase, and it's going to deal with to just give us that status that is within the last 24 hours, so that our status will only last for 24 hours and then it will disappear, which means that it won't get that specific status of the users, or if it's our status. It won't be deleted from the cloud firestore database, it will remain in there, and neither its image will be deleted from the Firebase storage. But what will happen only in here, it will not get that if the specific query is not matched, which we are going to write in the get my status, also get my status feature, and the get statuses to get the status of the other users. So if you also want that real functionality, like when the 24 hours completes of a specific status and you want to delete it from the cloud firestore, also the deleting the image of it from the Firebase storage, so we have to set the cloud tasks. We have to write the cloud functions, and in there we have to schedule a TTL, time to live data, and when the 24 hours completes, the cloud task will be triggered, and then these tasks will be performed in the backend side. So if you also want to learn how we can make any document time to live, so you can use the Firebase TTL data, and also you can watch this playlist where I taught how to write cloud functions inside the cloud tasks to make the firestore document TTL or whatever scheduling you want in your application. So I explained everything from A to Z, so you can watch this playlist, and if you have any questions then let me know that how you can deal with the scheduling task in Flutter. And I also show a Flutter application where I implemented this. So here I just write the backend code and deal with the scheduling task. So if you want to learn, so you can simply watch that and let me know if you have any questions. Anyways, let's get back to the video, and the get my status here is going to deal with first thing to access the collection, and we will do where after the status collection has been accessed. So we got the query this time of map string dynamic, where the UID is equal to the UID we will be passing since we are getting the my status. So we also have to run the where query in the backend, so that only that status will be gotten in the list, and we will simply access it by doing list.first, so that our status will be included in that list in the stream, so that we can get it like that. And we will also do .limit will be 1, and since we're gonna have a lot of statuses in the cloud firestore database and some might be expired, so we're gonna go and also implement the update methods here, so you'll get to know how the process is going to work. So we're gonna run where query, which is going to load the status based on our ID if the UID was equal to the UID that we will be passing, which means that the current user ID, and the limit will be 1. And next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna run one more where query, this time based on the create at. And what we are doing in here, we are saying if the created at, which means that whenever the specific status is created is greater than the date time that now, subtract the 24 hours. So what we are simply doing in here, the created at will be the time of, for example, today, and then the date time right now, for example, again today, and today minus 24 hours, which means that we are going back 24 hours from now time, so that which means it's equal to yesterday, and we go back 24 hours from the current time, and now until the created at is greater than this time, so obviously it would be greater than, since here we have the yesterday and it's today. So once this yesterday time reaches to the created at, or the 24 hours has been passed, so this condition will become false, and after 24 hours you will no longer be allowed to see the status in here. So that was one query in here. And after that, while returning the query mapstring dynamic, we also have to run one more query for balancing efficiency and accuracy to fetch only the statuses that are within the last 24 hours. We are returning the status collection dot snapshots, which means that the data in the stream, we are mapping each snapshot, query snapshot maps as mapstring dynamic, the query snapshot accessing the documents, and again we are running the where in the client side when the data is retrieved, and on each document we are accessing the created at time and again converting it to that and saying is after that time, that now again going back 24 hours in the time, which means yesterday. And this is the same thing that we are doing in here, going back 24 hours and doing the filtering of the my status, and the same will be for this and also the get statuses for of the other users. So this second filter is just for balancing efficiency with accuracy to fetch only the statuses that are within the last 24 hours. So if you have any better idea of writing this logic, so please implement it also, and also let me know in the comment section. Anyways, the same will go for this. We're gonna copy this code and we'll paste it in here, and everything will remain the same. And I'm gonna copy this thing also, since it's just for getting my status. And yes, we'll obviously get an error because we are returning the future list of status entity, and doing the snapshot for this is obviously a problem. So we're gonna just do get, and instead of mapping the snapshot, query snapshot, we will do then, and we are good to go with this. Now the same thing will go for the other one. We're going to copy everything and paste it in here. The only thing that will not be in here is where query, because we are not fetching the status for only one user and we are not fetching the only one status, so that these things will be removed and everything will remain the same. And that was for the getting statuses, and we're done with that. Now we are with the scene status update. So whenever we open up a status, so we will be able to see the stories inside that specific status that we have created here in the model. Let's say the list of status image entity, where we have the list of viewers. So in that viewers, we have to simply just add the current user ID and we're good to go. Based on that, we will check the condition. If the user ID exists for that specific story in the status in the viewers list, we'll simply display the gray circular borders. Otherwise, the tab color or the greenish color that we have in the styles, which means that the story has not been seen yet by that specific user, and this is going to be the case for this scene status update. First thing first, we'll put the try catch block, and then we will access to the status collection, that specific status which stories we are about to read. Then we have to send the get request on that specific document that we have in the status collection. We can name it simply status document reference, and we can pass it in here, make it asynchronous for doing the await. Then once we send request in here, we have to access to the stories inside that specific status document that we have referenced and send the get request on that specific ID. So we got the stories list of map string dynamic, because we're going to have in the key value pairs data in the Cloud Firestore. So will be a list of key value pairs that I explained in the previous video of implementing the domain layer. We just choose status.doc and got the stories, and that's it. Now we have the stories. Now we have to access to the viewers list of that specific story that we just opened for seeing it in the WhatsApp clone. So we got this viewers list variable, we got the list of string. Since the field type inside the status image entity is a list of string, so that's why we did it like that on that specific image index, because we can have multiple stories for that specific status. We can upload 4 to 5 or even 10 images, videos, stories with one status, so that will be on specific index. So that's why we will be reading it on their index. So stories on index, their viewers list. Then we will check one simple condition. If the viewers list does not contain the current user ID, the user that is seeing the status, simply will add it if it's not contained. And then the stories on the image index, that viewers will become equal to the viewers list, and then we will update that status document reference stories with the newly updated stories, and that's it. One status or the other status where this method will be called will become seen, and the user ID will be added for each story viewers list. So that's what is going to happen for seen status update for each story inside that specific status, and that's it. Okay, now the update only image status. First, let's do asynchronous. First, access to the collection and then the document reference. Then put the try catch block, and then inside that check if the document already exists. So what if we want to upload one more image or video if the status already exists, which means within the 24 hours. So what we're gonna do is to access the existing status data by doing this, and then we will access the time converting into that, check if the existing status is still within its 24 hours period. If it is, this is the condition, then we are accessing to the updated stories from the status image entity by doing the same thing that we have done before, and we are adding all the stories that we will be passing to this method when we call it, and then await on that specific status ID. The stories will be the updated stories, and then the image URL will become the first image URL of the list. So that is what is going to happen in the update only status method. And lastly, for the update status, we have to make it asynchronous first, not inside but outside in here. Then simply access to the status collection, create the variable of status information, some empty map, and check for the specific fields that we want to update, the conditions like that, if they were not equal to empty string or null, or simply if it was null, and this would be stories, not the images. And simply on the ID, simply call the update method with that status info, since the data will be stored inside that on that specific key when we pass some while calling the update status from our UI. So only that fields condition will be added that we want to update. So currently, if we needed some specific fields to update, we will add the fields condition in here and simply will call the update status in there. So only if in case if it's needed, but just for showing you how we can update the specific fields, we can do it like this. And for the stories, we could do it directly in here, but since we have some extra functionality, we are checking the condition based on time if it's within 24 hours. So that's why I create separate method to keep everything in isolation, means separated, so that everything does not mix up with one just single method. So with that, our remote source implementation has been completed, and if you have any question, ask me in the comment section and I would love to answer your questions. So that's it. Now we're gonna go in the presentation layer. We're gonna create the Cubit, and also one more thing would be status injection container. And here I'm just directly going to paste the qubits of the status, and I'm gonna explain it because it's going to be that simple that we had for the user and also the chat feature. So I got the get my status and the get status directories inside the qubit, and first we're gonna visit the status, and the stats are the same initial loading. In the loaded we have the list of statuses and the failure same. Qubit, we have the instances of the use cases, and then passing them in the constructor. We have the get statuses method where we are first emitting the loading stat, and then we are doing this get status.call to send the request on the use case, which is going to eventually call the methods of the repository from the repository, and that repository is implemented in the data layer, and the data layer repository implementation depends upon the status remote data source, and the status remote data source is implemented in the same data layer, and everything will be connected up when we come to this part, status injection container. So that's how everything is going to happen when that specific get status is called in the UI. So once we have this variable, we are listening to the stream, and once we got the list of status entity, we are passing it to the loaded stat, and then we will load it and display it in the list view that the way we want it to display in our application. That's pretty simple method. In the catch, we are catching the socket exception and simply emitting the failure, and we'll create some UI for that if needed, and that's it for the failure when some exception occurs. And the create status delete is simply awaiting the methods like that and passing the arguments like that. That's it. And the same thing is happening in the get status, get my status. We have one single method and doing the same job that the get status is doing, but simply we are checking the condition. If the data was empty, simply return the empty entity, otherwise return its first item, and that would be only one item there of our status in here, which would be the most recent status that we uploaded in the last 24 hours. So that's it for the qubits. Now we're gonna go, and here would be the method of the status injection container. So I'm just directly copying, pasting in here in R to save our time, since you might already familiar with the things that I explained in the first and the second feature. So the things that you already know should not waste our time, right? Explanation again and again of the same thing, writing the same thing again and again is apparently is the waste of time. So I got the data in the status injection container where we have the imports of all the methods, classes that we are injecting in here. We got the qubits injection, the status passing the data in here, doing sl.call. We are registering the status qubit as the factory, which means whenever requested will give us the fresh instance, and doing the same for the other qubit, simply registering the use cases as lazy singletons, which means that will give us the instance that is already stored in the memory. So will not create every time the new one, but will give us the already stored, and the same for the others, and simply again registering the repositories as lazy singletons. So when a call is made to the status repository, it will return the status repository implementation, and when a call is made to the remote data source, the remote data source will call the remote data source implementation, and hence the firestore.call, which is already registered in the main injection container, and like that the method will reach to its ending point, and that will be triggered, and the action will be performed on the UI. And that way we are working in our clean architecture in Flutter applications. And yes, there might be more great architecture than this TDD structure like DDD and some others. So next thing, once we have the registered qubits, use cases, and the repository data sources, and now we're gonna go in the main injection container. We will await the status injection container to make it work, and lastly in the main we are simply have to provide them as status qubit and also get my status qubit, so that in the future while binding these with the UI, do not bother us that we don't have the specific qubit in the widget tree in the context, in that specific context that we are accessing it from. So once we have this, we are done with today's task of the status feature. We have implemented the domain layer, we have implemented the data layer, we have written the qubits, injected the classes, and final touches in the main injection container. And now in the next video we are gonna go ahead and bind the logic back to the my status page and the status page, and yes, we are gonna have some widgets also in the pages in the presentation layer. And yes, this is going to be the task for the next video, so you will see all the code in action that we have written up until now for the status feature. This is going to be the last video of status feature, where we will finally bind all the logic back to the UI to see all the code in action that we have written up until now. And from the next video, we will start working on the call feature, which would be the last feature we will be working with in our WhatsApp clone clean architecture. Anyways, let's get to it. So first thing first, let's add the necessary widgets in the status feature that we will be using with the status feature presentation layer here inside these pages. So let's close up this data layer, and inside that presentation layer we will create one more directory. We'll be name it widgets. Inside that widgets we are going to have two widgets, and that would be the delete status update alert and the other one status dotted borders widget. The delete status update alert is apparent from its name. It's simple. We have buttons, an alert dialog, and a show dialog method passing the context from the method, and in the builder we are returning the alert, which is this alert having these actions and delete one status update and the background color passed in here. So once we click the delete, so we will take some action to delete the status from the Cloud Firestore database. So this is simple method of showing delete status update. And this status dotted borders is the code of the borders that would be shown around the status, so that we can specify if that specific story of the status is seen by the user that is the current user logged in our WhatsApp clone application. So there is already a package of this status dotted borders widget, but I prefer to proceed with the custom code rather than relying on the package for this small task. And yes, anyways, this code is not written by me. I just reviewed it and adjusted it according to my project requirements, like passing these arguments and checking the conditions in here based on the status image entity. Here I check the conditions. If it's me, then we will show the gray color. Otherwise we will check one more condition. If the images, which means the stories of the specific status viewers, contains the current UID, we will still show the gray color, otherwise the tab color, and the stroke width is 2.5 and the style is stroke. This code is basically the generated code generated by the ChatGPT 4 version, and as I said, you have the idea and you know the code, and the AI models knows the complex calculations and the physics. Hence, you can do whatever you want. This is the power of AI with development. So here in this widget, it's extending the custom painter, which means that whenever we are calling it, we have to wrap this widget with custom paint widget. You will see it in the status page once we get to this. So we are simply passing these parameters in here, and we are doing the painting on the canvas, drawing circles, and it's stroke and whatever it is doing in here. But whatever it is doing, it's just making the status dotted borders for us, so that in here we are not relying on the external packages because of the reasons that I explained in the previous videos. So if you want to understand this code, that custom code generated by the ChatGPT 4 version, you can simply copy that and give it to an AI model. You can give it to Bard or the Gemini model that's generated recently. I also created the video on that. You can watch this, and you can just provide the code to these models and they will explain everything bit by bit to you, that what is happening, that main paint and color conditions and all of that stuff. So this is basically simple code, not a rocket science, drawing circles and painting on the canvas. So to give us the dotted borders around our status so that we can display it like real WhatsApp if a story of a status has been seen or not. So this is basically this task done by the status dotted borders, and we will be using it in our status page. So that was it for these necessary widgets that you will be using in our pages. And now in the status page, we have to first make it the stateful widget. And in here, we're gonna have two variables, one of stories and other my stories. So both of these variables will be used to load my story in the status page. But what's the difference between them is the stories will be dealing with the data coming from the database. So we are having the status image entity in that case, so that's why we are doing the list of status image entity. But why we are doing it my stories of story item is that we will also that story with our package Flutter story view, so it requires the item of story item. So that's why we are having two separate variables just for having the my stories loaded in the status page. So that's the difference between these two variables that we'll be using right now. So you will see this in action in a moment when you proceed with the remaining binding logic with the UI. So next thing here we have to do, first import the path package as path. And then to pick the files from the device, we're gonna have the selected media and the selected types and this selected media method. So once this is called, first it will set the state to set the state variables to null, and then it will try to put the data in them by doing a result of await platform.pick files. So we will specify the type of media, which means that we can pick any kind of media from the device, and we will check if the result was not equal to null, which means that we have picked something from the device, and then we are putting the data inside the selected media and the media types. So we are doing the result.files, we are mapping each file so that we got its value platform file, and then from platform file we are specifying it to the file and passing the path from that file that we got and converting it back to the list, so that we got all the files that have been picked from the device. And then we are initializing the media types here, just doing list.field, which creates a list of the given length with the field at each position. So what it is going to do is simply will create the items inside the list and according to the length of the selected media, and will be filled with the empty string since we have specified the list of string. So if we have picked two files, so it will get two empty string values, and then we are looping through the selected media and then doing string extension, accessing the path.extension from the selected media on index, accessing the path, which means that accessing the extension of the file that we have picked. Then we are checking if the extension was JPG, JPEG or PNG. Then on the selected media on the specific index, we will do image only in case if the image is picked. Otherwise, if the extension was equal to the .mp4, .mov or AVI, then on the specific index you will set the type of video. And then we will set the stat and do print media types, and we'll print the media types and else no file selected. And if some error occurs, we will do error while picking file and that error. So why we are doing these things? Why we are also taking the media types while picking the files? Why they're important in our case? So we need the types. So the package that we will be working with, which is Flutter Story View created by me, requires the type to distinguish between if the video is playing or the image is here to display. So we need to specify if it's image or video. So just for that purpose, we are accessing the extension of the files that we are picking, and then we will be uploading these types also to the Cloud Firestore database. You may have seen the status image entity. Here we have the type, so the type will be stored in here that has been retrieved while picking the file. And then whenever we are retrieving the story from the Cloud Firestore, so we will have the type, and based on that type we will give it to the Flutter Story View package, and then it will decide if the type was image, simply will display the image as a story, and if it was video, then it will play the video, as simple as that. So that's why we're also accessing the media types from the files that we are picking from our device. So that was the second task in the while binding the logic in the UI in the status page. Then we have to separate the body widget, and then we have to add the builders in here to load the data of the statuses of my status and other user statuses, and then we'll go for creating them so that we will see it after the creation of the statuses. So we will simply cut the scaffold from here, and then we will do body widget, and then it's going to return the scaffold. That's it. Now we will pass the body widget in here, and then we will wrap this body widget with the first single user qubit and then the status qubit and also get my status qubit. So the build method will become something like this. For a while it may be looking a bit complex, but believe me, it's pretty simple. Let me show you how. We are doing simply wrapping the body widget with a single user qubit, and just to retrieve the current user on the UID, we will be calling the provider methods in the init stat in a while. Just first let's understand this. If the user stat was loaded, simply we will from the loaded stat access the current user, and that's it. Then this is on the root on the top, and if none of the stat was emitted, we are currently doing the single user. I just copied and pasted, and I was doing it for testing. So anyways, I will do it now. The center child circular progress indicator with color tab color, and make it constant and copy it and paste it for this, also for this one. And these two is for the status and the my status, so that if none of the stat is emitted, we will simply display a circular progress indicator, and that's it. So we were here. When the get single user loaded stat is emitted, we will simply access the current user as the single user from the stat, and we are good to go. We will be sending it with the body widget, because here the current user will be required when we go forward with more condition checks in the body widgets below. So we got the current user. Then we have one more block builder of status qubit, just to load the statuses of other users on the status page. Then from the loaded stat, if the condition we are checking, if the stat was status loaded, then we have to simply access the statuses loaded from the streams. Here you can see we are doing sending a request on the get statuses, which return type is stream list of status entity. Then we listen to the stream, which give us the list of status entity, and here when the stat was loaded, we are retrieving the statuses, and then we will be passing it to the body widget, and that's how it's going to work. So we are checking if the stories is empty, which means that we have not yet filled the stories of the current user. Then you have to return the body widget and passing the status and the current user like that. And when the stories was not empty, and if then you have to return one more block builder with get my status qubit, and then if the get my status was loaded, you will be passing the status, current user, and the my status would be the my status coming from the load stat of the get my status loaded. Otherwise, if none of the stat was emitted, we will display the circular progress indicator. Now we're going to go and pass the parameters to the body widget, so the errors will be fixed like that. And then when you go forward, it will become clear to you how this process is working together by passing the data to the body widget and how everything is happening. So these are just the builder methods. We will trigger them in the init stat in a while. First, let's pass the data to the body widget, and it would be these parameters, list of status entity, which would be the statuses of the other users, and then the user entity of the current user to have the current user in the body, and then this will be nullable, which means that the current user stories might not exist at the time if the current user has not uploaded one. So in that case, we will display some different UI based on this. So that's why we pass the question mark in here, which means that it can be null. And then once we have this, we're gonna go ahead, and we don't have one init stat yet, so we'll do init stat override method. This is called when the widget is inserted into the widget tree. Then we have to do some calling the methods, and that would be these three methods. From the block builder status qubit, we are doing the get statuses, and here it would not matter if we don't pass it. I think it's required here. Yes, it's required, so let's keep it like that, because while getting the statuses in the data layer, let's see in the remote source implementation, while getting all the status where is, so it don't require any kind of parameter like UID or something like that. So that's why it's not necessary to pass any kind of something in here. So we could also do just remove the status, but we have to then do it for all the methods. So anyways, let's just keep it like this to save our time. If it's not required, then simply do it with empty, and this would not affect the functionality of this. Anyways, then we are doing get single user qubit and passing the UID. So the UID will become from the final UID, string UID actually, and then pass it to the constructor and would be required. Then we will come up with an error in the home page, and to here let's pass the UID in here, and the UID will be the widget.uid, which means that the current user UID. Remove the constant, and we will also be required with the UID in here once we move to the call feature. So anyways, in the status page we got the UID. So on that UID it will get the single user, and on that UID again it will get us our status. So that was for building the UI so that we can have the current user, the statuses of the other users, and our if exist. So how this stories is going to be filled, so that if there is stories of ours when we uploaded some, so it will build this qubit and will also give us the my status. So how this is going to happen, here we have to write one more method, and that would be fill my stories list. It's taking the status entity and also checking if the status start stories was not equal to null, then we are passing the data to the stories, and also we are looping through these stories. So we got the status image entity, then we are adding my stories start add in the story item, we are adding the URL of the story, and then type would be the story item type extension from string story.type. That is because the story item requires the type as the story item type, which is itself an enum, and the type we got from the story is a type of string. So we need to convert from string to the type like that. So it will be converted from string to the type that is required for the story item, and that is story item type, and the viewers will be the story.viewers in our cloud firestore database. So that way we will fill the my stories list, and now we're going to call it in the init stat this way. We are sending a call on get my status feature use case, which means that it will be called only once whenever the init stat method is called. So it's not the stream method, which means that it won't be called again and again whenever is there new changes. So like the stream is doing the sequence of asynchronous task, but it's not like that. It's future, it's the single asynchronous task. It will only send one request and will receive one response, and then when we receive one response, based on that we are checking if the status is not empty and the stories was not equal to null. Simply pass this my status start first, which means that the status entity, and we will be having only one status, that would be the recent status in the last 24 hours, as I explained in the previous video while implementing the remote add source implementation of the status feature. And this ti has an error, which means that we have to import the main injection container as di, and from the di we are doing just having a call to the get my status feature use case, and by specifying its type, and all the work is done in the status injection container for reaching to the actual implementation. So that way we will fill the stories, and the stories will get the data like that, and then based on that we are checking if it's not empty, then you have to pass it to the body widget. So now it's time to populate the body widget, check the conditions where required, and then we will run our application to see the code in action that we have written up until now while binding the logic with the UI. So in the body widget, in the stack that we have in here for this container where nothing is displayed for now, and the current user profile will be displayed in here if he has uploaded one. So we will do image URL by not widget, we already have the current user, dot profile URL like that. And here what we are going to do, we just check the condition if the my status upcoming was not equal to null, which means that there is the stories uploaded by the current user, so that the stories will be filled and the stories has gotten some data, which means that this condition is not true and the else is executed, so which means this my status got the data. So if it was not equal to null, we are wrapping the container with the JSON director which has same width and height 55 and 55 and the margin is from all side 12.5, and the child, this time we return the status dotted border widgets is me true, which means it's our status. So for that the conditions will be different in the status dotted border, and the number of stories will be the my status stories length, and the space length is 4. The images will be the my status start stories, and the UID will be the UID of the current user. And that's it. And then it's simple container with margin from all side 3 with height and clip rect with the border radius 30 and passing the status image URL, which means that the first story URL on 0 index. So this will only happen when the my status was not equal to null. Otherwise it would return the container with 60 width and height and horizontal and vertical margin and a clip rect of 30 border radius and passing the profile URL only in case if the my status was equal to null. And the either show up bottom sheet is doing that if the my status was not equal to null. So which means that you have to show the bottom sheet of the story so that the story will be progressing and will go along like that, and if it finish it will close up the bottom model sheet itself. And that's the functionality of the Flutter story view, the package that I created. Otherwise if the my status was equal to null, so whenever it's clicked will take us to the device storage. From here we will upload the images or videos that we have in our device. So that is what is happening first in that stack. Then for this plus icon, what we are going to do, we will check again the same condition if my status was not equal to null, which means that we don't have to show the plus icon anymore. So we will do container otherwise that plus icon, and here we have an error, and that is of the either show up bottom sheet. So now we are going to go and implement this. So with that we have to implement the bottom sheet also of the story, so that we will show it up later whenever a story is clicked when uploaded. And then we will come here again to populate this list view builder to display the statuses of the other users also. And after some final touches we'll go ahead for testing, and then we will implement a delete and update functionality like that. So now let's go ahead and implement this method. We will do create method in here and open up the body for this. This is going to check if the my status was not equal to null. I added the question mark in here, which was not added by default when I created this method. And if it was not equal to null, you have to show the image video bottom model sheet, and there it will be calling the Flutter story view from the Flutter story view package, and then we're passing the arguments that we are passing in here, and based on that will give us the story view of image or video. Else if the status was null, then we will call the select media. In the then method we are checking if the selected media was not equal to null or not empty. You have to display the show bottom model sheet and then a scroll control to true, which means that it will take all the space available on the screen is dismissible, and enable drag will be false, so it won't be dismissible like that, but here will be a cancel button which will allow us this functionality. And the context will be the context, and in the builder this time we are returning that method that we talked about when we are dealing with different types of sending messages. So I have added the show multi-image video picked widget that is located in the global widgets, and here image and video. So it's time to explore it. So this is basically a stateful widget taking up the on tab, which means that whenever it's clicked will allow us to upload the images or videos selected to the cloud firestore database. This is basically the preview widget, you can say. We are sending the list of files and we will display them as page view, so we will be allowed to swipe like that. That's why we have the page view controller in here. And since we can have multiple videos, so that's why we do map int of future void. So whenever each video is loading in future builder, we will load that video. And since we can select multiple videos for uploading, so for that we also have a map of video controllers. It's obvious if we have multiple videos, it's obvious we will going to have the multiple controllers of that videos. So that's how we have these three variables. In the instat, we are doing all of the initialization, looping the files, and if is video, what is video, checking the condition. If the file path ends with mp4, then we're assuming that if is video. Then if is video, then we are only initializing the video controllers and the video features, otherwise we won't. And then in the build method, we have a container stack, page view builder, passing the page view controller, selected files length that we have selected for uploading, and then build item. And these align are the same methods that we had in the image and video separate picked. And then the build item, we are passing the selected files based on index and the index. And in here, what we are doing feature builder and passing the features inits of based on index. And if the connection state was equal to done, and we are turning the stack with the center aspect ratio of 16:9 of the video, and in the video player we are passing the controller based on index, so that each video got its own index based on the specific index on the page that we are currently viewing it. And in the center we have the pause and play buttons of the video, so that we can play and pause that specific video on that index, otherwise we will display the circular progress indicator. And in the dispose method, we are looping through all the controllers and disposing them all like that. So this is just a preview widget. Whenever we picked videos or images, media files from our device, so that will be displayed in this show image and video widget. And now in the status image, we will for now comment this out, upload image status. And now we will first focus on implementing the bottom sheet of the story view. So after that we will go for uploading, and then some little population of the list view builder, and then we are good to go. We will go for testing and then the final touches, and we are done with that. So the show status image view bottom model sheet is going to be, so the show status image view bottom model sheet is going to take the status entity and also the list of stories item that is coming from here, while passing it for the status for the story, we are doing my stories. So it will simply display a bottom model sheet with these. I explained that once. And in the builder, it will return the Flutter story view, and then when completes, it will automatically close the bottom model sheet, and the story items will be the stories that we are getting from here, the my stories, and enable on hide, which means that whenever we hold the story, so what is going to happen, the profile and the indicator and all of that stuff will be hidden whenever we hold the story, and then we let it like that, so it will become visible again. So if this is false, so this functionality is not going to happen, and once we make it true, so the functionality will start working. And this is going to be the caption of the story. So in the preview, if you want to add the field in there, so you can also just take the data from the controller and pass it to this caption, so that caption will also be uploaded to the cloud firestore database, and you will be able to see it the way you want it to be. So I'm just keeping the caption like this, so you can implement this functionality. It's pretty simple if you want. And when on page change is called, or whenever the pages change, so what we are going to do is to call the scene status update method, passing the index of the image, which means the story, passing the user ID, and then the status ID, so which means that the status will be updated on that specific story index, and that current user ID will be added for single story inside the status, and that story in that status will be considered as seen. And the created ad is simple whenever the status was created. So this simply shows image view bottom model sheet. And then we will uncomment this, and this is going to be the method of for uploading these statuses. So this method is going to be something like this, taking the current user and then calling the upload statuses which is, again, as I explained in the previous video, will create a directory based on the time, and i+1 for uniquely identifying the image in the storage. And after uploading them all, will return us the image URLs. And then once we got the image URLs, then we will loop through each image URL and will add them one by one to the stories. As the status image entity, the URLs will be on index, the media types will be also on index, and the viewers will be empty whenever uploaded. And then we will call the same get myStatus feature on the UID, and then it will give us myStatus. We will check if the myStatus is not empty, which means that the current user status is within the last 24 hours and is not disappeared yet. So we will call the from block provider update only image status. For the status, we are passing the status ID and that specific stories to update, and then we will do push replacement in the context to the home page. So we are basically here not going to the home page, but here we have to add one more field, will be int index, and pass it to the constructor. And in the init stat, I will check the condition. If the index was not equal to null, I will set the stat to the current tab index to the index that is coming, and the tab controller will be animated to 1, which means that the status page just for updating the UI whenever the status is uploaded or updated. So we will make it nullable and will remove the required from here. So it will be fixed like that, and this is going to require, not required, but will pass the index as 1 also here while navigating to 1. So whenever the user myStatus was not empty, which means that the current user status is within last 24 hours, so we will update only image status. Otherwise, we will call the create status with a timestamp, passing the stories and the username, UID, profile, and the status image URLs on 0 index. For the image URL, passing the phone number. In the then we will do push replacement with the home page on index 1, which means that will be navigated us back to the status page on index. So once we have this, we have to now populate the UI of the list view builder, and then we will go ahead to run our application and we'll test it. First of all, we will do status start length, which means that the other user statuses and the length of them as item count in the list view builder. And in the item builder, we're gonna do access to the single status from the statuses based on index. Then the list style will be changed to, it will got the on tab, and we'll call the either show or upload sheet, and we'll pass the myStatus as the single status that we have got in here, and the current user will be the current user, and the size box of width and height 25, the custom parent Sam, and passing the data to the status dotted borders. This time the isme is false because there won't be the current user data, and Sam container in here with profile URL, and Sam container in here, and the image URL will be the status image URL, the username will be the status username, and the created ad whenever that status is created. So once this has been done, it's time to run the application on the iOS simulator, and we will go for testing this out. So when I run the application of WhatsApp clone in the iOS simulator, I got an error of the error running pod install on the iPhone 15 Pro Max, and it's a long stack of error, and I think we have to do to cd to the iOS directory and do run the pod update to update the pods, and after that we'll try to run the application on iOS simulator. So it's analyzing the dependencies of the Firebase and now installing some. So when I run pod update in my WhatsApp clone application, so I came up with another exception and the application was still not running. So what I did next thing is I just run the Flutter clean, and once it's complete, I did Flutter pubget to get the dependencies back, and then I run the application and it runs successfully. So like that, sometimes it causes problems because of the dependencies version fails, and something that must be updated does not get updated because of some reason, like the IDE issues. So it happens sometimes. Like for no reason the application is not running, so that we have to either invalidate cache, restart the Android Studio or any editor we are using, or we just have to clean the build process and then pub git again to make it work. And it just worked directly when I do clean and git. So anyways, now the application is running. Now let's go to the status page, and when I do so, I got it like this, but also I got an exception I think here, and it's saying the cloud firestore failed precondition, the query requires an index. Okay, the query require an index, that might be off. The where UID and the where, these are two queries and used in this also. And here it's saying it's required forget my status feature, and since these both two are same, so it requires creating the index for this one. It's saying click the link here, and when I do so, it will take me to the browser where my WhatsApp clone app is, and directly the pop-up will appear. The status collection requires additional indexing to run your query, like the UID on created and the name, all are ascending and needs creation. So I will save this. So when I do so, it's saying building, and after 3 to 5 minutes it will be completed and the status will become enabled. Then we'll go ahead to test this again, so next time we won't face this exception again. So let's wait for it until it's built. So after it has been completed, you will see a pop-up in here, the query index status has been enabled now, and then you have to go ahead and hot start your application again. And once it hot starts, you can go back to the status page and it won't throw any exception, and we got printed the status and my status is empty since we have not uploaded any status yet. So that's why both are empty. We have printed them in the status page here inside while filling them, I think. No, it's not here. And these prints may be, let's say, Ctrl+Shift+F to find all the project, and I do status is equal to, and my status, the first one is in my Qubit and the other is, okay, these are coming from the Cubits. So anyways, let's just keep them like this. So now we can go ahead to upload the status. So here, are we calling the upload image status? Yes, we are. And when the status is uploaded, we are navigating back to the home on index 1, which means that we will still be on the status page, navigating back so that the UI is updated correctly. So when we click the tab on add your favorite status, it will do nothing, and I think we have to call the either show or upload sheet. We have to call it in the here in the stack, the container here, or the add icon. It's simple container when we will wrap it with a gesture detector, and when it's tapped, we will call this and we'll pass the data to, let's say, my status and the current user. And then also when we click this area tab to update your status, it's located in here, widget gesture detector, not the recognizer one, but the gesture detector. And when on tap, we will do this same thing and remove the constant from here and put the constant wherever is required. When you do Ctrl S, then open up the run console, and then when you click this tab to add your status, it will call the method, and this time the my status was equal to null, so it opens up the gallery. So I have a lot of teased images because recently I work in a dental application, so I had to download the images like that. Kind of look weird, but anyways, we can select any image. For example, let's say this one, and let's add. This will open up the status bottom model sheet. We cannot swipe because we have not selected multiple images. So here you can see we got the immediate tabs of one image. Let's say we uploaded. When I click this, it will disappear, and it will take some little time while uploading the image to the cloud storage. And we got status like this, you can see, but we also got our status in here, and it will be seen by our current user when I open it up. And we don't want to display our user also in here, so we have to run a where query in here, and we will load all the status where the UID inside the status is not equal to the current user ID. So let's say when I click this or also this will open up. You can see the indicator. When I hold it, it will stop and nothing is disappearing. That is because we have false stat variable in the Flutter story view on hide false, and when I release the tab, it will go and will finish, and you can see the border becomes gray because we have seen the story. And in the cloud file store, in the data, we got the status and the status ID, and you can see we have the stories on 0 index. We have the type image and its URL, and in the viewers I got my current UID because I have seen that specific story on the index in that specific status in that document. So that's how the process is going to be. So we have tested it, it's working fine. Now we have to run one more query in here in order to not load our status in here, and you have seen how the scene functionality is working. So it means we don't have to log out and log in with another user to see the stories, but just try to go to this page and try to delete this story or status, and also update the story when we upload image in here when the story already exists in here. So before going forward, let's try one more thing. So we have uploaded the status in here, and when I go to the Firebase Cloud Firestore, and here it has the created time, and it's on 18 January 2014. So when I click this, and let's say I do this to 17 and update it, so the condition, the query will become false. And when we go back to the application, we got null check operator used on a null value. Let's check it out. When I click this, here we have put the assertion operator, which means that the stories won't be null, and hence the status, and it's got null. And also this is doing because of the block builder. Let's how to start the application, and let's try to test it again. Go to the status page, and there is nothing. But why we come up with the exception? Okay, let's change the time back to the 18. Update. Is it updated? No. Okay, 18 and update, and we got the status for this one, but this requires the stat to be updated because the data is stored of my story in this stat. So that's why it might need how to start the application. And then when I come back in here, you can see we got the status, and when we do remove, so it again requires how to start application because the stat is still get my status loaded, and the data upcoming is null from backend, so the condition become false, so we got nothing. And that's why when this my status is used, so we got null check operator used on that null value where data is upcoming from database is null and we are accessing it, so that's why we got the null check operator in here. So in a real case, we won't be updating the data from directly in here, but instead what we will be doing, when we upload one more status in here, we will navigate to the home page on index 1. So we will again come to the status, and the data will be updated in here, and it's same while deleting it. So that's how the process is going to be, and you have seen the scene status. Now we are gonna go ahead and try to delete the status. So in the my status, we have to make some changes. First, the my status page is going to accept the status entity, and it's going to require it like this. And in the routes, we have to do the change by checking the condition. We will copy these conditions from here. from the single chat page and we'll paste it in here. We will paste this in here. We will do status and passing the arguments. If is status entity, then we will pass the arguments, and that's it. Now while navigating to the my status page, so navigator here to my status, we will do the arguments will be my status. It's status entity. Yes, it is. Now once we have this, we will again how to start the application, or we can just directly make changes in here. When we go again, it's working, and in here we have to modify its body. It's pretty simple for now. When we go in here, when we click this delete, we are currently not calling any function in here. So what we are going to do in here, for the profile widget, we will do image URL widget status image URL, and here instead of taking datetime.now and subtract to the duration datetime.now.second, we will do in here with the widget status start created date to date, subtract the duration of datetime.now in second to parse the time. And then for this area, when this JSON detector is tapped, we will call delete status update, and on tap we will do navigator.pop to close the dialog box, and we'll call the delete status on its status ID, and we'll push replacement name, and we'll go to the home page with UID on index 1 to come back to the status page. So after that, we will how to start the application to test this deletion also. And when we go to the status page, here we got the status. We can go in here, we got it 19 minutes, we have uploaded it. And when I click in here and do delete, it's saying delete one status update. When we click this, it will be deleted, and you can see we navigate in here and there is no status update. And in the cloud firestore database, we don't have one because it's deleted. So we got the status and we have seen the status, we deleted the status, and now it's time to do update status. So the update status will be, for example, let's say I want to upload 2 more images in here, let's say 3 anyways, and add and upload them. And once they're uploaded, I will got them directly in here. 3 were the images. They will be uploading first to the Firebase storage, and once it's completed, it will come in here, and we got it like that. The first image become the image URL of the status, and you can see the borders are divided like that. And here we still got the null check operator on this, but it's still working. Anyways, if it's working, then why we have this exception? Anyways, and when I open up one here, it's actually my status, and when I close it back, you can see one status has been seen. And in the cloud firestore, for that specific status, I got the viewers my UID, so this status is considered seen, and the others are not because other viewers are still empty. So now we will go ahead first and check the condition in here. The statuses we will do where the element, or this is also we can say status dot UID, the creator ID is not equal to widget dot UID, and then we will convert it to list. That's it. Now we will how to start the application, and once it how to starts, we go to the status, we want to get the status in here, and that's it for that. Now one last thing to update the status. So for that we have to go to the home page, and because this button exists on the home page, so we have to implement that functionality that we had in the status page also in the home page, which means that the images, selecting of images, this method here, and we will also be required with the stories. So we will go to the home page, and here on top of below this we'll paste it, and we have to import the file picker, And for path, we have to go to the status page again, and we'll import the path like this also. And for the file, we'll import the .io, and we got it like that. Also going to have the story so that we can add the data in here for uploading it to the cloud firestore database. And once we have this, we have to also pass the same upload image status method in here, which is again requiring the current user and doing the same job, first uploading the statuses and then get my status future use case if my status already exists, so it will update, otherwise we'll create new one. And once we have this, we will always call it in here. So in the floating action button, switch floating action button, and here, and this is going to require the current user, and we have to also, let's say, create the user entity current user, and here it required the current user. We don't have one, but I keep passing it like this because I know I'm going to go and we'll wrap this with a block builder, and we'll do get single user, and this is basically the home page. We are getting the single user in here. We will check if, okay, let's import this now, and we'll check if stat is get single, it's actually single user loaded, we will return the party, otherwise we will return constant center child circular progress indicator with color tab color, and put the semicolon in here. And we have to access the final current user equal to stat dot single user. And once we have got this in the init stat, we have to call to the block provider dot of context of the get single user qubit dot get single user with the widget dot uid current user id, and we got the current user also in here. So once we have this, we will have to start the application and open up the console, and everything is okay. Now when you go in here, we already have the status, and when we open up this and thing is happening, let's open up the console. It's saying null check operator again. The selected media is directly called with the selected media null, so we have to carefully to upload status in here, not directly calling it like that. So we will do the same thing, select media, and when the selected media was not equal to null, show bottom world sheet and the show multi image picker, and then on tab we'll call this, and navigator pop, the same thing that we were doing in the status page. Let's start the application again, and we'll go for testing. In the status, we have already status, we got them, and when you click this, it opens up again. Let's say I want to upload this sheet now. I will add this, and I got it like this, and when I upload this, it will take some time, and the data has been updated, but I didn't get the status in here. It's still 3. So let's check it out, the exception, if there is any one. It's a lot of images. Here it's saying some error occur while creating the status. We were not creating the status, but we were updating it, right? Because this condition is already false in here. So when it's not empty, then you have to do for creation, otherwise you have to go for update. So let's check it out in the remote data source implementation, get my status and scene, update only images, some error. Okay, we have to change this, some error occur while updating status stories, And why the error occurs? This must work, right? So the update requires the stories of stories, and we are correctly passing it in here. What could be the problem? I think we are not doing the conversion in here. You can see we have the list of status image entity, but the stories is supposed to require the raw data, and we are directly passing the updated story which has a tab of list of status image entity. So I think this is the reason we got the exception, and yes, I'm sure that can be a reason because there is a type mismatch. So now we have to convert somehow the list of status image entity to the list of map string dynamic to pass it in here to make it work. So to fix this, let's align this with this method. For example, because here we were doing the list of map string dynamic, so let's also do one same thing in here. Before update stories, we're gonna do first access to the stories of list of map string dynamic, and once we got the stories in here, now we have to comment this method out, and then now we have to call the add all methods, and in the add all we have to add the stories, and also we have to convert these stories to some raw format so that we can store it in the cloud firestore database, and this will be acceptable for this update method. So what we are going to do in here, we will do stories.addAll the status.stories. We will map each story, and when you got its value, it won't be null, so we'll do this. And now we got the E from the status entity, so we will do status image entity dot to JSON. We cannot call the method like this, so we can make a static method in here to JSON static. This is going to accept the status image entity, will be status image entity, and the status image entity URL will be the URL, viewers will be the viewers, and the type will be the type, and it is going to be a static method so that we can call it directly in here to JSON static, and the E will be passed in here for the conversion, and that's it. Now the stories will be passed in here and also in here, and this time the URL won't be accessed like this, but for the map we will do URL like that. So once the conversion has been completed, I think this was a problem. Now let's start the application to test it again. So let's go to the status, and let's say we want to upload one more image. Let's say deep flowers, and add and upload, and open up the console, and we'll wait for it. And you can see the status has been updated, and yes, that's what we wanted. In the cloud firestore we got the 3 index also on that index. When we open up, we have the 4 stories. You can see the 1, 2, 3, and the last one 4. So that's how the status is updating. But also to show you in the preview of videos, so in that device I don't have the videos, so I'm gonna close this device and run the application on the emulator to also show you that. So when the application runs an emulator, now this time we go to the status page, and since here we are logging with other user account, so you can see we got the other user status in here, and let's open it up. I got a range error. That is because here, let's check which area is raising that error, the Flutter story view. So let's go to the status page in here, and where we are opening the bottom sheet for the other users in the list view builder. Here we are calling other show or upload sheet, and here we are doing always passing the my stories, so it won't be like that. For the other users we need to do the conversion in the list view builder. for the stories that are loaded in the list view. So here for the stories in the list view builder, we will add a local variable of list story item, and in here we will do loop through the story items coming from the status star stories inside the each status while building in the list view builder, and add them in these stories this time, and will be story item, the URL, the viewers, and the from string the story item type. And then this time we don't have to do the either show up bottom sheet, but in here it will always open the show status image bottom model sheet, and the stories will be the stories passed in here. Now how to start the application, and this time it won't give us this range error. So once the application how to starts, we'll go back to the status page, and then when we click this it will open up, and now it's saying null check operator used on null value. So it's simply saying when you click this, the status was null, so we have to pass the status also. For the time it requires, its status will be the status that we have on the index. Yes, like that. It was nullable, so I didn't know if it's required or not. Okay, let's how to start the application once again. Anyways, so when the application restarts, close the console, go to the status page. This time when you open this, it will show up like this. We can hold it like this, and it can go to the other story. We can go back to the story, other stories like that, and when it completes, all the stories has been seen. And with that, the task is also completed of logging in with other user accounts. So we just open up another emulator and just try this out. So now when we upload the status in here, let's say we want to upload this video also with the image. So when we select this and add to, so we got the image in here. When you swipe it like this, we got the video. We can play this video and we can pause this video. When we upload this, it will take some time, and once it's uploaded, we got our status in here. When we click this, open this up, we can pause it and we can go to the video, and it's loading the video. And when it loads the video, we got the status in here. It's playing the videos too. And when it completes, it will close this. So that was it for the status. We can delete the status, we can update the status, we can see the status, and we have written all of the code for this in the status page and my status page. And we have done some modification. There were one mistake in the remote source implementation that we have to fix, and now it's fixed. We can update, we can delete, we can see, and we can do whatever is the functionality of the status in the WhatsApp clone. In this first video of call feature, we will implement the domain and data layer both together, which this time is not going to be that hard as it was before when we were working in the user feature, right? Anyways, let's get started implementing the call feature with its domain layer, and then we'll go for the data layer. So we have implemented the user, status, and the chat feature, and this is going to be the last feature we will be working with in our WhatsApp clone clean architecture. So first we have to create directories inside. That would be obviously the domain and then the data, and then their subdirectories. So we'll start from the entities. Here we will create an entity that would be call entity. Inside that call entity, inside that we are going to have the call entity extending the equatable for the value equality. Then we have the fields of the call ID, which would be the unique identifier of naming the channel in the Agora SDK, where two users will be connected will have a unique name, so that call ID will be used here. And then we have same as the chat feature, when there were two users chatting, the caller ID, caller name, and caller profile, same as we had the sender ID, recipient ID, and recipient profile URL and all of that stuff. So we have the same thing also in here. and this is called dial and is missed fields is going to be used to identify if the call has been dialed for other user and if he received it or directly missed that call. So these two fields is going to help us in the UI so that we can build the call history page and will showcase if this call has been made to the other user or received and is missed. So this is merely for this purpose. And then we have the created add field, which is obvious from its name whenever that specific call has been made to other user or received. That's it, passing them in the constructor and in the list of object properties for value equality. Then we are going to go ahead and implement the repository for the call feature. So we're going to have a call repository in the repository directory of the domain layer, and then we're going to have a contract or an abstract class which is going to hold all the main use cases of the call feature. The first use case is going to be make call, so that we can make call to the other user and our two instances will be created on the two users ID in the database in the call collection, and they will remain in there until the call has been ended. So it will become more clear to you when you go forward and implement them and go for binding back them with the UI. So along with that, we'll also keep an eye on the Firebase firestore to show you how the instances are created and how we are making call and ending call and how we are using Agora SDK in that, so that two users are connected in that channel and chatting with each other in the video call. Anyways, then we have the save call history, which will be called after the make call and end call to save the history, and is user calling is going to be the method to get if the user is calling to the other user. So this will give us some data in the stream, and based on that we will display some different UI of pickup call page. It will become more clear to you when you go forward and create that simple page of pickup call page when user receive one. Anyways, we have one more game my call. This is going to be the get, and this is the get my call history, so that we can get my call history in the call history page. And the get call channel ID is to verify if both users are still chatting or not. Just future string method which will return us the channel ID of that specific call that we have created the instance in the database, so that we can verify if the call is still ongoing from the current user side, which means in simple words already exists or not, so that based on that we can take decision to end the call or whatever is going to be the decision we will be making in the UI. So that is simply get call channel ID, and then we are going to go ahead and create the individual use case classes for the call repository, which will be depending upon the call repository. And let's go ahead, and here we got the individual use cases of our call feature. So they are the same use cases as we had in the previous features. For example, int call is a class which depends upon the repository and having a call method for making it a callable class and then returning the int call method like that, as simple as that. Then once we have this data in the domain layer, with that our domain layer is successfully implemented. Then we are going to go ahead and first thing first, we have to implement the repository, but the implementation of the repository is going to depend upon the remote data source. So we have to first create the remote data source, but will be also call remote data source, and then it's going to have one more file call remote data source implementation, and then the call repository implementation. Also one more file call model for some external third-party conversions in the model. So we will copy the call repository and paste it in the remote data source call, and we'll change its name to call remote data source. And here we're going to have a class of call repository implementation. Will be implementing the call repository and is going to override the missing methods, and it's going to depend upon the final call a remote data source, pass it in the constructor and make it required, and then it's going to call the methods like asynchronous and the arrow function, remote data source dot in call, and the same for others. So once we have the call repository implemented, we have to implement the call model, and that would be simple call model extending the call entity and passing the parameters to the super constructor, and we have the from snapshot method to convert data from snapshot to dot objects and also to document, or it can also be to JSON to convert the data to some raw format so that we can store it in our cloud firestore database. So that is a simple model. Now it's time to go and create the class remote data source. Implementation will be of call remote data source. Implementation will implement the remote data source of call. Here we go, and we have to remove this suffix remote from here, call remote data source, and open the body for that. Once we have this, we'll create 6 missing overrides, and obviously this is again going to depend upon the final Firebase firestore, and will be firestore, passing it to the constructor. And here in the remote data source implementation, we will just creating the instances of the call and deleting the instances, getting the ID, getting the call history, and getting if the user is calling. So these instances will be only created in the Firebase so that we can based on that show different UI, but actually the call is not going to made from the Firebase. These will be just the instances will be made for some time and will be deleted, and the call history will be saved, but the actual call will be made from the Agora SDK that we will be using when we go ahead and start binding that logic back to the UI. So there we will initialize the Agora SDK in the UI, and we'll passing the app certificate and app IDs like that, and then we have to generate a token in some other server, which would be the token server called, and like that a channel will be created for the 2 users where 2 users will join that specific channel, and the call will be connected, and we will see different UI of the call coming from the package that we have added, that is Agora UI kit. This gives us the inbuilt UI of the video calling, so that we will be using this when we go ahead for binding the logic to the UI. And why we are writing the Firebase code and how this is going to be used, it will also become clear to you when you go forward and again binding that logic to the UI. So let's get started implementing the end call method. It will be asynchronous since it's feature void, and this body is going to be very simple. That would be first accessing to the collection reference of the call directly will be a global collection, not inside any collection to become a sub collection, but will be a global collection, will be directly stored as we have the status and the user. And then on the caller ID and the receiver ID, we will delete the instances of the call. So here we directly implement the end call method, so it might be a bit confusing for you that how is call is created and how we are going to delete it. So now let's go ahead and implement the make call, so this will become clear to you how we are making call and then we are deleting it. So it might have been clear for you a bit since we are deleting the call instances on the caller ID and the receiver ID, which means that it will also be created on that. So it's obvious from here, and then in the make call we will make it asynchronous, and then it's obvious we have to access to the collection reference, and then down here we have to take the randomly generated ID by the Firebase, which is going to be our channel name in the Agora calling SDK, and then the same 2 instances of the caller data and the receiver data as we had for add to MyChat method. For example, let's go ahead to the chat. In the data, in the remote data source implementation, when you are calling the add to MyChat, here add to chat, you can see we have the new chat and the other new chat. So here the sender it remain the sender and the recipient will remain the recipient, but here the sender will become the recipient and the recipient will become the sender. Same like this we have while creating the call instances for two of the users that will be connected in a call with each other. We are doing caller name will be the caller name for the caller data, and the receiver data, the caller will be the receiver, and that's it. As simple as that. Then we have to call the methods after that. That would be this. First put the try catch block if some exception occur, and then from the collection doc on the caller ID we will set the caller data, and on the receiver ID we will set the receiver data. So two instances will be created one at a time in the Firebase firestore database when a call is made, and based on that we will get if the user is calling, and then we will join the call on the unique ID that we have here using the Agora SDK. And the further process you will get to know about that when you go forward for binding that logic to the UI. So this is simple method for making the call, just creating two instances in the cloud firestore database, one of the user, the current user, and the other user that this user is made a call to. So the call method, make call method is going to be like that, and the get user calling is going to be first access to the call collection reference, and then we'll return the call collection where the caller ID is equal to the UID, which means that taking the instance of our call which has been made when the make call was called. So we are simply taking that instance, and on the UI we will take the decision if the call is incoming or ongoing. So for the current user that is making call to the other user, for the current user it will not be the case of incoming call because he may have the is call dial true and the other user is call dial false, which means that he is receiving the call and he made that call. So where the is call dial will be false, we will show the incoming call for that user in the chat page. So it will become more clear to you when you go forward for binding that in the UI, and we'll show you how the incoming call for both of the user is going to take place when one user make call to the other, and how the incoming call page will appear for the other user. So this method is simply for that purpose, to get if the user is calling. So that's it. Now we're going to go ahead and implement the remaining methods. Let's set a save call history. We will make it asynchronous, and then in the body of that, first we have to access to the collection of the call history. That would be my history collection and other history collection. For example, when we make a call, the history of the call will be saved to both of the users that is going to be connected in the call channel of the Agora, and if other decline the call, so that is missed field which we have in the call entity will become true. So based on that we will display some different UI, and if it's not, then we will simply show the call has been received, and we'll have a green arrow like that if the call has been received and he picked that up. So this is how the scenario is going to be. We will create two collections inside the caller and receiver ID, which means that the current user and the other user, and then inside that there will be the collection of the call history, and then the call data, passing the data from the call entity. When we are saving the call history, we will take the data from the call entity, so that would be directly called with the make call. So the data we're passing to the make call model, so that will become also in here, and we will set them on the call ID and call ID that is already within the call that has been made, and we will set the data, the call data and call data. And the set options merge true means that when you hover this merge, it's saying changes the behavior of the set, which means that it totally changed the behavior of this set method, and what it does is replace the value specified in its data argument, which means that the only data specified in the values in here will be modified or changed, but the others will remain untouched. So this is how the save call history method is going to be. And then we have only two methods remaining, that are get my call history and then the get call channel ID. So the get my call history is going to be not asynchronous, but we will simply have a get method in here of snapshots, since it's stream list of call entity. So that is going to be very simple. We have my history collection. In the user collection, inside that user ID, which means that get my history, so that UID will be the current user ID, and inside one more collection, that will be the call history, and the create id at will be true, which means that will give us in the descending order then the my history collection snapshot, mapping each snapshot for that collection, retrieve for the UID inside the call collection, inside the call history collection, and map each query snapshot and access the documents from the query snapshots and map them again. Once we got the query document snapshot of mapString dynamic, we will convert it to the Dart objects by doing call model.from snapshot and passing that e in here, and lastly doing to list, so that it's returning the stream list of call entity, and then we will listen to the stream and will pass the data from here to the loaded state of the call, and then from there we will retrieve it in our UI. So that's how the process is going to be. This is future get call channel ID. We'll make it first asynchronous, and then first accessing to the call collection reference, and then on the call collection on that UID of the current user, or it can also be the recipient user, like when a call has been made in here. So based on the caller ID and the receiver ID, which is the current user and the other user, will be connected in a one call channel having the same call ID in here in their instances, which means that the same channel. And then up here on that UID we will get that document, and then it will give us the document snapshot of mapString dynamic, and from that query and from that document snapshot of mapString dynamic we will access the data, which is the mapString dynamic containing all the data of the document snapshot as map, and we will access it the call ID. If it exists, then we will return the call ID, otherwise the future value of empty string, and that's it. So that was the remote data source implementation of the call feature. We have ended the call in here and get the channel ID of the call to see if that specific channel already exists or not, and get my call history to get my call history in that call history page, and get user calling to check if the user is calling or not, and make call to make two instances of the two users that will be connected in one single channel, and save call history, and that's it. And these Firebase methods is just to populate the UI, and the actual calling will happens in the Agora, and we will be writing one token generator also in here, because Agora support the token authentication for the users that will be connected in the channel for calling. So it will become more clear to you, and I will explain it in more detail when you go for binding that logic in the UI. So that is what is going to happen when you finally go for binding the logic in the UI while creating the Cubits and injection container and all of that stuff. So that's it for this video. If you found this video helpful, thumbs up a like and subscribe for daily updates. Also drop down all of your confusions in the comment section, or directly DM me on Instagram or LinkedIn. That's it. See you in the next one. In this last video of week 5, we are going to finally go ahead and bind all the logic back to the UI, and we will also be dealing with Agora for calling. So let's get to it. First thing first that I want you to know is that there are some permission requires that I need to add in the Android manifest.xml file. So inside the Android app, inside the source main, inside the Android manifest file, these permissions need to be added for having a call in your Android emulator, its real device, or also the iOS simulator. So these are the permissions that are within the documentation of the Agora UI kit in the pubdev. So these need to be added inside your Android manifest file, and also for iOS The only permissions required are the camera and the microphone, and that's it. And we already added them in the previous video, so we don't need to go again to the iOS by opening it in the Xcode. And also one more thing here I want you to show is that there were one more feature that needs to be added, and I just directly added, and I'm just gonna go and show you how this is working. So the feature is update call history status. So what this feature is going to do is when someone decline the call, so the call status will be updated for both of the users that were connected in the channel, and the is missed field will be updated to true, so that in the call history page we will consider that call has been missed. So this is what this feature will be doing, and here it has a use case for that, and we have the implementation of the repository, the same here, and the actual implementation is here. We are accessing to the users. Inside the users on the caller and the receiver ID, the two users that will be connected in the channel when a call is made, and their call history of both of the users. We are creating empty maps for both, and we are checking conditions on the same fields is called dial and is missed, and passing the data to the similar keys in here and storing them in my history info and other history info, and then simply on call ID we are updating the my history and other history info, and that's it. So whenever a call is missed, so this method will be called along and will update the is missed, or if you want this to be updated, so we can also do that. So this is a simple feature update call history status that I added in order to save our time and not go back in the video by following the same way and adding this feature again. So there is a lot to do in this video, so I just didn't want to waste more time on this adding single feature, so I just added, and this is how it's look like. Anyways, let's go forward, and we added the permissions, we added the single feature, and now next thing you have to do is to create an app inside the Agora. To do that, you have to move to your browser, and in the URL you have to type Agora in here and then move to this first tab. So once you get here, you have to log in. So once you log in with your account, you have to create a project by clicking this create project, and your project will be created like this. Now you can go ahead and edit that project from here, configure. You can change its name and select the use case in here, for example social and the chat room, and that's it. That's all you have to do. We only need the app ID and the app certificate from this, so that we can generate a token and use it in the Agora UI kit where it's required, and I will explain the scenario of the token URL when you go forward, when we were building the node server which will generate a token for us, and then we will pass that token URL to the Agora server. So everything will become clear to you when you go forward for that step. So all you have to do is to create the project like that, and I already have one which I am using. Here it's WhatsApp, so I will go to the configure, it's test project, so I won't hide the IDs in here. So this is the project I created. Once you have this, we have to go to the Android Studio, and inside the app feature, inside the const, you need to add Agora config const.dart, and inside that will be a class of Agora config where the Agora app ID and app certificate will be added, and these are the certificates of the project that I have in here, this app ID and this primary certificate. So I just passed them in here so that I'll be using it in my project. And if you're building a production application, so these are the secrets, you have to keep them hide. You can create a git ignore in here, we already have one, so you simply can ignore the files as it happens in here by doing dot and the file name. So you can have an .env package in your project by simply adding them in the pubspec.yaml file, and then in the .env environment variables you can add these configs and simply ignore that env to uploading it in the GitHub. So only in case if you are working in production applications and you have the secrets like that. So once you have this Agora config, the next step we have to do is to create the Cubits and then inject all the classes of the call feature in dependency injection. So inside the presentation layer, we have to create the directory of Cubits. Inside the Cubits, we are going to have 3 Cubits. That would be these 3 Cubits of Agora, call and my call history. The Agora Cubit is going to be for taking the instance of the Agora client provided by the Agora UI kit and then some initialization and the leaving channel methods. And the call will be for simply retrieving if the user is calling that method and the other invocations of the use cases. So this is a primary qubit of the call, which will be invoking all the methods like making call, int call, and save history, all of that stuff. And the my call history is going to be just to get the my call history from the method that we have added in the previous video in the repository. So let's go to the Agora qubit. Here we have created the instance of the Agora qubit. In here we are accessing the internal, which is the private constructor of the Agora qubit, and then from the factory we are returning that instance, which means that every time when we take the instance of the Agora qubit, it won't give us the new instance every time where the client won't be initialized, but it will give us the already existing instance of the Agora qubit. And yes, we are also going to initialize it as lazy singleton in the injection container. So that's what here is happening. We have taken the instance of the Agora client, which will be null until the initialize method is called. And when the initialize method is called and the client was equal to null, then we will initialize the client with the Agora client. It requires the Agora connected data, and this is the instance provided by the Agora UI kit. From the Agora UI kit models the connection, and the app ID is required, which we take from the Agora config that we just created in here. And then the channel name will be the channel name that we will be passing, and the token URL will be that token URL that I just talked about previously sometime before. So I'm going to explain the scenario of the token URL once we get to that part. So that's it. We will initialize the client after this step has been done, and then we will, if required, we will leave the channel. When the client was not equal to null, we will leave the channel and will release, which is going to release the RTC engine instance to avoid the unexpected exceptions from the Agora RTC engine. So this release is because I was facing the same issue which is created in the Agora IO extension, Agora Flutter SDK. So I was facing the same issue, and here I found a solution. After I called the engine.release, it seems to have disappeared. So there were a lot of logs when I was testing in here. When I leave the channel, call leave channel, then this log appear, the strategy chain not found timer type. So once I do release, then it disappears, same as this guy said here. So you have to call this to release the Agora RTC engine to avoid unexpected exceptions in here. So that release is necessary for that. And here we have a simple get method, which is getting to the client that we have created in here. So that is a simple Agora qubit in here. And then we have the call primary qubit of the call feature, which is holding about 5 use cases as dependencies, and then user calling the main method it's having. And here it has the stat of is calling. I have created the stats of is calling and call dialed, call failed. So I have these stats. So whenever is called, is calling will be called, and it will send the request to the get user calling, passing the UID of the user, and then it will listen to the stream. It was empty, then we will return the call entity. Since we're not passing anything, will be constant. Otherwise it will return its first item, that will be that user who is receiving the call. So that's it. If the socket exception occurs, we will emit the call failed, and otherwise we will still emit the call failed. And when we are making a call, we will first emit is calling and then make call use case call and then call. The same for int call, and then save calling history, and then update call history status use case, and that's all. So this is the qubit, the primary qubit of the call feature. Then we have the myCallHistory qubit, which holds only one instance of the get myCallHistory use case, and then the same method of the get user calling, simply sending the request on the use case by doing .call, passing the UID, listening to the stream. Once we got the data, passing to the loader state, and then simply we will load it in the UI where it's required, and this would be required in the call history page. So that's it for these qubits. Now we have to create one file inside the call feature that would be the call injection container. And once we have this call injection container, we have to inject all the classes of the call features in here. So here will goes all the injections of the classes: call injection container method, injecting the qubits. These two will register as factory, and this will be registered as lazy singleton because we want the same instance for the life cycle of the app of this Agora qubit, and then same lazy singletons for the use cases, and then the repository and the remote data source and the firestore is already registered in the main injection container. What we have to do in here, simply to await the call injection container, and that's it. And lastly, inside the main, we have to provide these. So we will copy this, paste it in here 3 times. Since we have 3 qubits, that would be the call qubit, and then the myCallHistory qubit, and lastly the Agora qubit. So our main task has been done. Now it's time to go for pages, creating 2 pages. That would be really simple, and then simply creating the makeCall methods and simply exploring the server and taking the token URL from here, and then we are good to go for testing. So now let's go and create the pages. Here inside that we will create one page of call page, and then one more page will be required. That would be the pick up call page. So once we have these 2 pages, first we are going to go ahead and implement this call page. The call page is going to be very simple stateful widget. Here in the init stat, we are calling the initialize method, and the call channel name will be the call ID. As I said in the previous video, we have the unique identifier, and that would be the channel name. So while initializing the Agora, we are passing the channel name as the call ID, and we are going to have this call ID because this call page will be called after when we call the makeCall method from the primary qubit of the call feature, this makeCall. When we call this makeCall method and passing the arguments, when 2 instances are created in the call collection, so we are going to have the call ID, and after that we will navigate to this call page and we are going to have this call ID in here. So that's how the ID will come to this call page when we make a call. And this token URL will be for now empty, and we will come back to this step after a while. In the build method, we are accessing to the Agora qubit from the context since we have provided, so it's accessible, and then we are checking if the get Agora client was null. Then we have to return the center circular progress indicator with a tab color, otherwise a safe area of the stack, and the Agora video viewer, so it's creating the UI for us in the stack. These widgets are provided by the Agora UI kit. Here from the UI kit, it's from the layout, and in the client we are passing the client, and in the Agora video buttons we are again passing the client, and the disconnect button child we are creating the icon button of red color, and it's of the call int. When it's call, we will from the Agora provider we will leave the channel, and then we will call the int call method so that 2 instances created will be deleted from the cloud firestore database. Once it's done practically, I will show you how this is going to look like and how this is going to work. So this all will be happening in the call page. So once we have this call page, so we will be navigating here, so we need a route for that. So now we have to modify the onGenerate routes, and we have to copy this one and paste it down here and simply do call page. We already have the constants. We will do here the call entity, and here we will return the call page, and will be the call entity passing the arguments, and that's it. So once we have this call page, now we have to create the pickup call page, and then for navigating to the call page, we will later write the make call method. It requires some more work, so other methods will be calling along with that make call method. So first we're going to complete the UI and then we will go towards this. So let's go for pickup call page, and here this page is also going to be simple. There won't be any complexities. So this is going to be our pickup call page, and it accepts two parameters and is UID and a child. The child is because this is going to wrap the single chat page, and here we will display the pickup call page UI. And this page will only become into shape, for example, will become visible whenever the make call method is called, because here we are calling the get user calling, which is getting the users in the calls collection if their instance exists. So this instance only come into place when we call the make call method. So this page will also show up whenever there is instance. So we will here build the qubit. So here we will do block builder, and then when is call dialed, this stat is emitted. Then we are taking that call and we are checking if is call dialed was false. So for both of the user on their ID, the get user calling method will be called on their single chat page, and for the current user who called the other user, in that case the is call dial will be true, so he won't see this incoming call page. But the other user, let me show you in the remote source implementation, the other user who is receiving the call is going to have the is call false, so he will see this pickup call page where we are returning the simple scaffold column. In the center we have the text of incoming call, some size box, and then the image URL of the receiver and his name, and then we have the row in here. In the row we have the icon button, so whenever this is clicked, the red call, which means that call in, so we will leave the channel and will update the call history status where is missed will be true. So there will be the call history created after the make call. I will show you when we create this make call method, so that's why here we are calling the update method. So for both of the users, when their call history was created, so in there on the call ID, the is missed will become true, which means that we can show different UI, which means the red arrow icon, which means the call has been missed, and you will see this when you go forward for the call history page. And then once the history is saved, we will end the call. Then if in here, if we click this green call icon button, so what it's going to do is to get the channel ID, call channel ID on the receiver ID. So there will be the instance of the call since the user are connected, and that's why he's seeing the pickup call page. So there will be the receiver ID, and then we are sending the request on this get call channel ID use case. We got the call channel ID. We are calling the navigator push name to the call page, so this receiver user will also be navigated to the call page, and then user who is calling to this user will already be in the call page because the make call will directly move him in here. So when he click, that receiver user click the this green call icon button, so he will also be navigated to that same call with that channel ID. So both will be connected in the same channel since they are going to have the call channel ID the same. So this was a simple call page, and otherwise I forgot that if the is call was true instead of false, or if the call dial method was not emitted, so we will in both cases return the child, which will be the child of the single chat page. So once we have these two pages, very simple pages, I explained them bit by bit that what's going to happen in each step. Now we have to go to the chat feature inside the presentation layer pages. In the pages here, in the single chat page down here, we have to wrap the main scaffold, where it is here, with a widget, and that will be pick up call page, and as UID we will pass the widget.message.sender UID. So for both of the users, they will be their senders. So for both of the users, the call page is going to work the way as I explained. If none of the state was emitted, we will still show the single chat page. Otherwise, if some call occurs and there is got the instance in the call collection, then it will, for one user, we will navigate him to the call page, and when he also click the receive call, so he will also be navigate to the same call by doing the call channel. Since in the call, what we are doing, we are initializing Agora again in the call page, not the chat, with the channel upcoming here. So that's how they will be connected in one call in the call page. So once we have this, now inside the chat utils, we have to write here a method of make call. So now everything, your confusions will become clear to you, that what was that call method and how this is going to work. So down here, we are going to do create a static method of future void and pass the context inside, since we will be calling the block provider method, so it requires the context and the call entity, so that we can access the data of the sender and the recipient user from the single chat page, and we'll pass them in here. So when we make a call, we will pass the caller ID, the caller, and the caller name for the caller profile and the receiver and all of that. And once the make call create the instances, then we will go ahead and get the call channel ID on the caller ID. And once we have the call channel ID, we will navigate this user to the call page by passing the call channel ID in here and the caller and the receiver ID. And when this has been done, we will call from the call qubit, save the call history, the call ID will be the call channel ID, and then the same for caller ID, caller name, and then all of that stuff will be same. And the is call dial and is missed will be false in that case, and this is missed will be updated as you have seen in the pickup call page when the user decline the call. So this is missed will be called, and this will be updated to true for both of the users, so that we know we have to show the different UI. So this is a simple method doing different tasks. First creating the instances, then getting the channel ID, then navigating the current user to the call page, then saving the history. And then if other user got the pickup call page and he has to either receive or decline the call, and the history will be created like that. Now one last thing here in the single chat page that we have to do is to call the make call method, and that will be called in here. So we have to remove the const from here, and we'll wrap this with a widget JSON detector. And when it's tapped, what we are going to do in here, we will from the chat utils call the make call method, passing the context of the single chat page build method, and the call entity will be the call entity, and passing the caller ID will be the sender UID, and the caller name will be the sender name, and the recipient caller profile URL will be the sender profile, and the same for them. And for the others, we will add the constant like this, and this will do all of the things for us. And now when we make a call and we navigate to the call page, so we will get the error that I show you, this strategy chain not found, because the Agora use token based authentication to validate the identity of each user before they can join a video call. This kind of authentication is typically done on separate server to decouple it from the client side app. So as I said, we're going to have a server, so you can either download this Agora token server from my GitHub repository, which can create a server for you, and you also need to deploy this code such as on Heroku and to more service providers like Render and Railway. And yes, this time they also required billing. So when I was creating the WhatsApp clone initially, and I created that Agora token server and deployed it on the Heroku. So just for testing, I deployed it in here and my calls are working. It gave me the token URL and I was using that, and the server was generating the token for my users to connect in a call, so that everything was going fine. And I created that WhatsApp clone before I was creating that bootcamp. So in there I just connected about few users and about few times to connect them in the call, and then I left that code and I start working on other things. But still the Heroku service providers make the $17 bill for me that you have used our service. So I don't know what was happening in there, what was the situation, how they were making the billing for it. Even I was not using it. I just left that, but the service was connected with my Flutter application. So I don't know what happens, but still it makes $17, so I had to delete the account from here after paying them the $17. So initially, before it was not required with the payment, but now it requires your credit card, so that you have to put the details and then you will be allowed to create the app in here, and then they will give you the token URL, and then you have to deploy your server in here in the GitHub, and then everything will be done set up like that. But here now in our case, we will be using the local node server for generating the tokens. And yes, for production you can consider some other services like, as I said, Heroku. So if you are production, so you might have that much amount to purchase the services for calling, or you can also consider some other services. There are a lot of, and for this case, for this application, we'll be using the local node server to generate the tokens. So here in the call page, we left this empty. So what you have to do, you have to set up the node server. This is basically my gist in the GitHub. I just wrote the readme for that to show you how you can create your node server in here. So to set up the node server, you have to first create an empty directory, open it in VS Code or any editor that you have, and then run the npm init. And you also must have the npm installed, node package manager, and then you have to install the dependencies and install the express, because we'll be creating an endpoint, then we'll be calling it in our Flutter application. So you have to install the express, then you have to install the Agora access token, and once you have this file in the node.js, in the package.json, sorry, and then you have to create the file inside the project server.js. Then you have to run it by doing the node server.js, and once you get the log in your terminal that Agora server is running, then you are good to go. And I also show how you will configure your URL in your Flutter application, and will be the way. So this is the code you will be pasting in the server.js when you create one, and here goes your app ID that you have here in your project, and that app certificate will be that certificate. And then what it is doing, simply taking the channel name, and then if the channel name was empty, then it will throw this status of 400, and in the error we will say channel is required. And then here what we are doing, taking the expiration time in the second from the current time, we are adding the expiration time with the current timestamp, storing it in the privilege expired timestamp, and the role will be the publisher, and RTC token builder build token with UID and the app ID, app certificate, channel name, and passing that parameters in here. And then in the response we are sending the token, and then we are listening to the port, and we are seeing Agora token server running on the HTTP localhost port. So the localhost will be not in the case. In our case, we will be using our IP address in here and then the port to make the get token locally work with the node server. So I already have created this. You can see in your node project, you're gonna have the files like that. So I have the server, the same code in here, and then when I do node server.js, then it's running like this. Then to get the IP address of your network that you are currently connected with, you have to go to the settings, and then inside the network you have to go to the details to the internet that you are connected with, and then inside the TCP IP you have to copy the IP address, and that will be different every time. So you have to copy this to configure your token URL, and then here in the token URL you have to configure your token URL just like that, doing HTTP and the IP of your internet, passing the 300 port name and the get token endpoint and the question mark, which means that we are passing the parameter in here, which will be equal to the widget.call entity.call ID, the channel name. So once we have this URL, then our calling will be working. And since the server is already running, so this is going to work. So once we have everything set up, now we have to run our application on the emulator and also on the real device to test it out if the calling is working or not. So now we have our emulator and a real device running. So now it's time to go for testing. So in here we will go to the John conversation and here like that, and for him we will also open that, and it's saying WhatsApp clone app allow. Okay, we will allow this, it's required for permission. And then you can see both are online, and that's it. Now let's make a call to the John. So when I do so, you can see here I got the incoming call, and here I am navigating to the call page and it's connecting. Okay, I will allow the app to access the camera. It's connecting. It's connected now. You can see I got it here. So this is the default camera of the emulator here when I receive the call. So I also be navigate to the call page to the same channel, and for some reason the Dart compiler closed unexpectedly with the real device here, that in Phoenix. So I will simply, for now, let's close this. Okay, now let's test it again. Let's come to this conversation, and here let's say now he called again to the John. When he do so, he will be navigated to the call page and he's receiving the call. And once he receives the call, he will also be navigated to the call page, and this time again while using this app, the camera must be connected, and yes, it does. And you can see everything is connected up. So that's how the call is connected, and we are doing the call. You can see this is a real device. I can move the camera, and let's say then now close the call. The other user is left and the other is still in the call, and when I close for him also, so he will back navigate to the SingleChatPage, and that's how the call is working. Now for him, when you go back and go to the calls, there is a dummy history in here. So now this is the time to populate the call history. But also one more thing that I want to show you is that when I go to this profile again, and let's say I want to make one more call in here, I navigate to the call page and it will connect it up like that. It's connected now. The other user will have receiving the call. When he go to this page, he received that call. Now both are connected. I'm just silencing my MacBook to stop him from making noise. And now when we go to the cloud file store and restart this, and you will see the call collection. Here we got it. We have two instances of the two users, and you can see there is data. But when the call is ended like that, this user left and this one also. And now when we go back and restart, you can see there is no instances in here. There is no need to restart, so the call is deleted from here. So that's what I want to show you. And for the history users, let's say in the call history we got the history 3 times, the one that was unexpectedly closed, the other application, and these two fields are false, which means he received the call. Here is still false, and this is also false. And then for this user, this will be the case. Also here false. So now it's time to go ahead and let's load the call history in the call history page. So this is also going to be very simple. In the call history page, what we have to do, so I modified the call history page. This time it's accepting the current user. We are wrapping the single child scroll view with the my call history qubit, and when it's loaded, we will extract the my call history, and then here if the call history was not empty, we will show the text of recent, like in here. Let's go back. In the call history, we have this recent. So when the call history is not empty, we will show the recent, otherwise we will show no recent history. And the list view builder, we got the length of the call history, we extract the single history item, we pass. Here we are simply checking the conditions. The profile, we are checking if the caller ID was the current user. Then we don't have to show, then we have to show the single call history dot receiver profile URL, otherwise the caller profile URL. So simply we're saying if we are the callers, the current user, then we will see the other user data from the call history data, otherwise the caller data. And then if the same condition is here, if we are the caller, then we will show the receiver name, otherwise the caller name. And the same, the caller ID was the current user ID, we will show the call has been made, otherwise the call received. And if is was true, we will show the red, otherwise the green. And the created at time is for single call history and to date, and the format date time is to tag we created in the first video, and now is last video just to tag the today, tomorrow and yesterday time from the timestamp that we are passing. So that is it, what is happening in here. Now once we have this setup, we can go ahead to the home page, and here now this is the final step. We have to remove the constant and we have to pass it, and then this will be the call and will require the current user. We already have the current user in here, so we'll pass it like that. And you may have seen we have not called the get my history in the my history page here. We still have the stateless widget in here, and we are going to call the method in the home page, and we are simply sending the data in here. Since it's directly called in here, it's not the other page but it's on the home page, but simply we are populating the data on in the tab view, so we can directly get in order to not build it every time when we switch between the tabs. So in the init stat we have to call after this method. So this is my call history qubit, get my call history on my ID. So once I have this, I will hot restart the application for both here and also here. Was generating so much logs, it's the emulator logs anyways, let's keep it like that. So when the application hot restarts and when you go to the call history, you can see we made call on 9:53 AM to the John, and also this time at this time. And for him, when we go to the calls, he received the call from him like that. And now what if the call has been missed? So let's go to the calls chats and navigate in here. Also for him, this time let's say we are again calling to the John. Let's close this, and he received the call and we navigate to the call. The call will be connected right now. It's connected, and he declined the call from here, and he navigate in here, and let's say he now come back by closing the call. And this time if you go back and come to the call page, you can see he made the call but it's red because it's missed. And he also go back and go to the calls page, you can see he received the call but is missed. So that's how the history is creating, and that's how we make calls. And yes, for production you have to consider some real service rather than relying on the local node server in order to connect the call for token generation. And that's how everything is happening. And that was the last video of the WhatsApp clone clean architecture. We have built up everything like that, and I uploaded a post in the community and just to see the votes of the push notifications in the WhatsApp clone clean architecture, and I got so many votes of adding that, and let's see what happens in the future. So that's it for this video. If you found this video helpful, thumbs up a like and subscribe for daily updates. Also, drop down all of your confusions in the comment section or directly DM me on Instagram or LinkedIn. That's it. See you in the next week, or also, if possible, in the push notifications video of the same WhatsApp clone clean architecture. Again, see you in the next one. What's up everybody, welcome back to another video of Flutter and Firebase Developer Bootcamps week 5. And I know the previous one was the last, but I thought why not to make this week 5 more productive by integrating push notifications also in the same WhatsApp clone. And I also uploaded a post in the community and I got so many upvotes to do the same thing, integrating push notifications, so we are here doing it. Anyways, let's get back to the topic. So we'll be using Firebase Cloud Messaging for sending push notifications to the devices. So what is Firebase Cloud Messaging? Firebase Cloud Messaging, or FCM, is basically a cross-platform messaging solution from Firebase that allows you to reliably send messages and notifications to Android, iOS, and web applications all for free. And relax, only manual sending is free. When it comes to generating notifications on some action in firestore, the Firebase Cloud functions come into play. So now, what are Firebase Cloud Functions? Firebase Cloud Functions are serverless framework that allows us to run backend code automatically in response to some specific events. Think of them as little piece of code that wake up and do their job upon a certain trigger, without you needing to manage any servers yourself. These functions can be used for different various tasks such as admin SDK actions, scheduling stuff, and we will be using them for integrating push notifications in our Flutter application, and they can also be used for many other tasks. And also, one more thing that I want to tell you is that if you also want to learn how we can do scheduling with Firebase functions, I already have created a video on that topic. It's 1+ hour video where I wrote Firebase functions and utilizing Google Cloud tasks, and I have implemented the scheduling stuff like making a firestore document TTL time to live, for example, giving a time to it, so after that certain time it will be expired, deleted, so you can also schedule it for update or delete. So it's upon you how you use it based on your application requirement. So if you want to learn that also, please watch that video. I already have created a detailed video on this topic. So now, before we get started, you need to keep one thing in mind. That is, the Firebase Cloud functions are available in the Blaze plane, so you need to add billing before you proceed further and start writing function triggers. Since I don't have billing enabled in this project that we are currently connected with in our WhatsApp clone, so I'll switch my Firebase connection to the Firebase project where I have billing enabled, and I will also not upload this code onto the GitHub in order to prevent function invocations and other services usage, because it will at the end charge me. So I'll push the code of the function and the specific parts that we will be modifying in this project, and I will simply provide a link to you so you can take the code from here, and I will create the GitHub just for that, and will write the good documentation for you to understand how you can use this code, and you can also watch this video to know how you can use that code that I'll be providing separately, not from this WhatsApp clone GitHub repository. So all you have to do is to enable billing and you're good to go with functions. So anyways, let's start the video, and we are now going to switch our Firebase connection from the WhatsApp clone to some other project where I have the Blaze plane and I have added the billing. So what I have to do is to move to the console, and I recently uploaded the code on GitHub, but I won't do this time, and I'll provide you the code in separate gist file. So we're gonna go and write Flutter Fire configure, and when I hit enter, it will fetch the available projects, and in that I will select the project where I have the billing enabled. So I have different projects in here where the billing is enabled in that Instagram social graph. So I will select that and hit enter, and I want to set up this for Android and iOS, not the macOS and web, and I will hit enter again. So it's fetching the register Android Firebase, and it's not register Firebase Android app example is not registered on the Firebase Instagram social graph. Register a new Firebase. Okay, it's registered now. Fetching for the iOS, and now it's registering, and now it will ask for one more thing to override. That would be the inside the iOS Firebase app ID file JSON. Yes, you want to override. I will go for yes. And also for the WhatsApp clone, do you want to replace the Google Services JSON with the Instagram social graph one Google Services JSON? Yes, I want to do. And the Firebase options, yes, I also want to replace this. So once this is done, my Firebase connection is switched from one project to another where I have the Blaze plane enabled. So after this has been done, I will once do Flutter clean to clean the Xcode workspace, and then I will run the pubget again to get all the dependencies back and get back the applications in the real shape so it will work. And I will do Flutter pubget again to verify everything is set up from scratch again. So now I will ignore this time. And also now let's go to that Instagram social graph Firebase project to show you our apps are created or not. You can see I have different apps created in this Firebase project, which I have blurred them because these are other projects just for here testing. I just hide their names. And here we have our iOS application, and here we have our Android application. It is created and set up with our Flutter application, and we have this Firebase messaging that we will be using to send messages to the devices. So here we have to manage the campaigns using the new unified campaign experience. Let's create one, and we will select the Firebase notifications messages. It will send notification message to instantly notify user of promotions or new features. User will receive notification messages even if they are outside of the app. So these are basically the background notifications. So I'll go for create, and I will get this user interface in front of me. So to send a message to a device manually from here, which is free of cost and only the functions required, and we're gonna go for this in a while. So let's say I want to say hi, and let's say hello in the body. So now this button is enabled. You can see the overview of the functions, not the functions but the notifications, how this is gonna look like. This is the expanded view and the initial state. When I do send message, it is going to require the registration token of the device to send that notification to the device. And the registration token is going to look something like this. You can see for testing I added this one, and this will be unique for each device, so I'm going to delete it like that. And when we go forward for writing code, so I will show you how you can generate these registration tokens using the Firebase messaging package. So now let's cancel that. We can't send message for now. It was just the overview of that, how you can send one manually. And once you have the idea of this messaging, now we can go to the Firebase functions. So inside the Firebase functions, we are going to have a dashboard and waiting for your first deploy. So we have to write a cloud function in the Firebase node project, and then we will deploy that function, and it will comes in here, and we'll be waiting for the certain trigger so that it will execute the code that we have written inside that and will generate notifications for the specific devices in our application. So now in our Flutter application, if we want to send notifications to the different users devices, so we need to keep track of their device token registered. So in the user feature, we have to go to the domain entities, and we have to modify the user entity to add one more field so that we will be storing the user device token in there. And whenever we want to send notification from back inside, so we will fetch that token of the specific user, the recipient user that we are sending message to, and based on that we will generate notification for that specific device of that user. So we are gonna, let's duplicate this, and will be a token simply. We'll copy that, and let's duplicate this, will be a token, and also in here a token. And in the data layer models user model, we have to add the same token, and also here the token, the same in the super constructor. And in the from snapshot, we will again duplicate that, we'll do a token, and here also the token, and lastly the token again. And in the remote data source implementation, while creating the user, we will pass the token as empty from here, because initially it will be empty string and will be updated every time the user comes to the application. So I have to go to the app home, and inside the home in the init I will, every time the user comes to the home page or close the application and come back, so only in that case it will be updated. So you will be calling the update user method in here. So we need to modify the update user also in here. So we already have the update for the fields, so we will simply Ctrl D to duplicate and we'll select them like for the token also. So they will also update a token if we pass the data to it, to this update user method. And now once we have the setting for the token in our user model, so now we can go ahead and start generating the token. So for that we need a dependency to be added in our pubspec.yaml file, and that would be the dependency of, let's check if we already have one, Firebase messaging. No, we don't have one, so we have to add one. Here we go, we got the Firebase messaging. After that, let's go for pubget. And once this has been done, we are gonna go ahead and inside the features we will create one more feature, and that would be of notifications. And once we got the directory, inside that we will create a directory use cases. Inside these use cases we will create the get device token use case, and inside that we're gonna do same as any other use case in our WhatsApp clone application. We created one get device token use case which depends upon the Firebase messaging, this time not any repository, because we are just getting the device token. So didn't it will be so cumbersome if we create domain, data and presentation just for few small tasks. So architecture is for something to handle the complex flow of the methods of the specific feature, so that next time if we want to add new features, so it do not come up with a headache. So like everything is connected up, so we cannot add a new feature. So architecture main purpose is this, the business logic that we have the entities and the domain layer is dump of any other layer. So here we have just a device token and it's not dealing with any other thing, and this is not going to be modified. So in order to keep things simple, I just created the use cases and it's directly depending upon the Firebase messaging, as simple as that, just to get a device token. And in the call function it's returning the get device token, which can be an null string. So it's returning the token. So now we are gonna go ahead in the main injection container, and here we will duplicate this firestore, and it's going to throw an error that is firestore already defined, we know that, and we're going to change it right now. That will be Firebase messaging. We will take the Firebase messaging instance this time. Let's go for import, and we got the instance of the Firebase messaging. We are going to register them as lazy singleton, and also we are going to register the get device token use case. Also in here it is going to require the Firebase messaging, so you'll pass the Firebase messaging, that's it. So we have now the Firebase messaging registered also in the lazy singleton, and also the device token, so we can use it anywhere in our application when it starts. So its instance will be created, so we can use it in our application anywhere. So now once we have this method of the get device token, we can go ahead to the home page, and in the home page here we need to update the token field of the user every time he comes to the home page after back in here. So when we will go for here adding the get device token use case, calling it from the DISL since we have registered it, and when a call is made we will pass, we have to do then, like when the task is complete, the future task, it will return us the device token value, and we will print it somehow in the console so that we can also test out the sending notifications manually to that device. If we run the application, we will do update user on the current user ID with the device token that we just received, and then user update complete, and that's it. Also one more thing here in the main injection container, not main injection container but the main dot here, we have to do After the Firebase initialize app, we have to request the permissions from the Firebase messaging instance and we'll modify the fields like that. So once we have this done, we will go ahead and run our application and test the manual sending of notifications. And once we have this done, we'll go ahead and write the backend functions and we'll connect the generating notifications in here so that when we send a message to the other user, he will receive that message right away, the message we sent in our name in the pop-up in the push notification. So that's it. Now let's run the application to test everything out, if it's working or not, and to deal with some potential issue if it raises some. So let's run the main.dart and let's wait for it for some while until it runs. So when the application runs successfully, it will ask for you to allow the notifications permission, since we have added the request permission in here. So you have to simply allow and it will let you to open the application further. And when the application opens, I signed with a user in our WhatsApp clone, and when I do so, it calls the method in the home page, this one, and it gave me the device token which must be updated in the database, and here we also got it. So let's go to the database of this user and let's tag the token from there. So in the database, let's go to the firestore. Inside the user collection, I have some other collections also for the testing, and we are not touching them anyways. And for this user, a token must be updated here, and we got it in here, but why it's not updated? It must be. Let's copy that token and let's hard start the application again, and we got the token again, the same token in here. And now let's go to the firestore, and here we got that. Now let's copy that token from here and let's go to the Firebase messaging, and from here this time you'll send a manual message and then you'll go for the other Firebase function. Let's say WhatsApp clone, and it's a hello, we are from space. Let's send a message, add the token in here, and let's go to the home and make the application in the pause state. Now it's in background, and when we send a test message, we must receive one in here, and we did. We got that message in here. Let's open that area. WhatsApp clone, hello, we are from space. So that was the manual message that we sent to that device using the registration token. Now we are gonna go ahead and write the Firebase function to generate a notification. But before that, I want you to understand one more thing. That would be, we have to create one more collection inside each user where his notification will be stored. So the Firebase functions will work based on that. For example, let me draw a picture in here of that. We're gonna have a users in user collection on the specific user UID. Same as we had other collections, we are gonna have the notifications for each of the user who is the recipient, that he received a message from the other user. Inside this notification, his notifications will be stored in here, like one, and that won't be string anyways, but just for showing you how the notification will be stored of the users. So here we'll store the notifications. So we need to create in the constant in the Firebase collection one more constant in here that will be notifications, and we'll paste it in here. So once we have this notification collection constant, now we have to create a repository in here. Let's say repository. Inside that repository, we're gonna have the notification repository, and we will directly implement the code in here, since it's not so complicated code and not so much code, so that we have to create domain data and presentation and UI for this, and we don't have any UI for notifications in our WhatsApp. So it's just a method that will be called when a message is sent. So the notification repository is going to utilize the notification entity, so we will create one entity for this also. That will be entity. Inside that entity, let's make it entities, and Inside that, we're gonna have the notification entity, where we will have the data of the notification, so that this type of data will be stored in the notifications, and you will send that data to the other user device. So the scenario will be like, when we send message to the other user, so the notification document will be created inside notification collection for the recipient user ID. In the recipient user, the notification collection will be created on the document. So when a document is created in there will be the other user ID and the current user ID, which means sender and the recipient ID. And based on this path in the user's user ID, notification ID, we have to trigger the onCreate function in the Firebase functions, and from there we will retrieve the user device token from the recipient ID that will be attached in the notification entity, and we will get that user from here. We will tag the device token, and then we will send notification from the backend when a notification document is created for the recipient user. So it will become more clear to you when you go forward for implementing the functions also. So let's go for the entity. That would be pretty simple. So we got the notification entity, which stores notification ID, the unique identifier for this, the user ID who is the current user, the other user ID who is the recipient, the username that will be the title of the notification, and the user profile, which for now we are not using, and the created ad, we are also not using that, but just to maintain the entity shape or the model shape, so we just add these additional fields also. And the description will be the message that is sent to the recipient, to the other user. And then we are simply converting from snapshot to document, and the from snapshot is not needed for now, but just let's keep it like that to maintain the from JSON to JSON like that. Only the to document will be used to convert the data so that we can store it in the Firebase firestore, and we will retrieve that in that function and will send the notification from back inside to that specific user who received a message. And in the repository, there will be a notification repository, which will be depending upon the Firebase firestore. And here we have a future void method, and which is going to the notification collection. Inside the user collection on the other user ID, which means the recipient, here will be created the notifications, and we will tag the notification ID as a unique identifier from the Firebase, and the UID will come from the notification entity wherever we are calling the generate notification, and other fields will be taken from notification entity. Timestamp will be taken now, and then we will on the doc on the notification ID we will set the notification data where it will be called. First we have to register it so that we can call it anywhere in the main injection container. After that we have to duplicate this and we'll call the notification repository, and here we got the notification repository registered in the main injection container. So now we can go ahead and open the chat inside the data remote in the remote resource implementation, and right after the add to MyChat we will call disl to take the instance of the notification repository generate notification, and it requires the notification entity. In the UID we pass the sender UID, and in the recipient and in the other user ID we pass the recipient UID, the user who will be receiving the message or the notification, and the username will be the sender name, and the profile and the description will be recent text message will be taken based on the type. So if we send photo, so you'll receive a notification as a description as we have received the dummy notification, and if we receive the message, so the message will become the description or the body description of the notification. And to tag this DI we have to import the main injection container in here, import main injection as DI, and we are done with this. So every time we send message to the other user, this is going to create the notification collections in his document will be an asset collection, same as here in the firestore database we have the chat and notifications too, and this is here because I already tested out, so the notifications will come in here and the MyChat will also be in here, and same as the MyChat is in here, the notification will be here also like that. So this is going to do that stuff that I told you. So once we have this setup to create the notification document for the recipient user in the notification collection, so now we can go ahead and tag the decision on that on the backend. So now we're gonna create the Firebase node project from the server side, and here we will trigger the notifications, and here we will write the Firebase functions to generate notification for the specific device for the recipient. So what you have to do is to create an empty directory. I name it WhatsApp functions, and you can name it anything, and inside that directory you have to open up the terminal, and inside that you have to run the Firebase init, and this will only work in case if you have the Firebase tool installed. So if you don't have installed, you have to do npm install -g Firebase tools like that. So when you do this, this will install the Firebase tools for you, and once this is done, you have to log in by doing the Firebase login to the account where you have that Firebase project, and then you will be allowed to do Firebase init. And once you do, it will ask for what purposes you are initializing the Firebase node project. So we are doing it for the configuration of the Cloud Functions directory and its files, and you can also do it for hosting and deployment or anything that you want to do with the Firebase. We will select it by pressing the space, and it will be selected, and I will hit enter, and now it's saying, do you want to create a new project or you have the existing one? So I'll go for use an existing project since we have the Instagram clone one, and I will select the project that I have in my Flutter application connected, that is Instagram social graph, and I will hit enter, and it's setting up the functions for me, and it's saying which language do you want to select. I'll go for the TypeScript because I love that language, and it's saying now, do you want to use lint to catch the probable bugs and enforce style? No, don't add this one. And it had some functions files, and it's saying, do you want to install the dependencies in PM now? Yes, go ahead and install them. So it will take some while and will install the necessary dependencies. Then we will go for writing the functions. So let's wait for this now. So it installed the necessary dependencies, and now we have to go to the package.json. We have this style of the package.json for the Firebase functions, and now we have to do nothing but go to the source index.ts, and here we have to write the function. So we will remove all the code and we'll do Ctrl+S to save the file, and then here first of all we will import the functions from the Firebase functions, and also will import the admin from the Firebase admin, and we'll initialize the admin so that we can perform any task in the Firebase from the admin SDK. Then we have to name our function by doing exports, and here will come the name of your function, and we will initialize that by doing the function.firestore.document, and inside the user collection on the user ID, inside the notification and the notification ID, and we will do onCreate and asynchronous snapshot. It gives a snapshot and also the context of the functions. So what we are doing in here is simply defining a function on that document ID. We are saying if inside that notification collection, if a document is created, the onCreate means if it's created, then we have to take this decision. As I said, it's a piece of code waiting for the certain trigger. So when a notification is created for the recipient user inside the notification collection, so this function will trigger and will retrieve the data for the recipient user, take the token, and simply send the notification to his device, and that's it. That's all will be happening inside that function. So next, we have to do, we are extracting the information from the notifications and we are doing snapshot the data. So we got the notification information in the map string dynamic, and we are accessing the recipient UID from the context param.user ID, since that will be the other user ID as we have specified it in here, user collection and the other user ID. So it means this user ID is the other user ID, so we got it in here in that variable. Then we have to fetch the recipient information to take the device token of that user. So same as we have accessed the notification data, we got the recipient document by doing await firestore on doc inside the user collection. We got his on his recipient ID, we send the GET request, so we got his data and we stored in here the recipient data. And next here we have to do, we will check a condition. If the recipient data exists and the recipient data.token also exists, then we have to take the token from the recipient data from the user that we have get in here, and we will create a payload for the notification. So inside the payload we have to create a map for the notification. The title will be the notification data.username and the body will be the notification data.description, and the action click will be Flutter notification click, and it must be as string constant like that. And this will be the data that we can listen on our front end and take any action that we want. So we will also, then we are passing the token to the message variable. Inside it has a map, and the notification will be the title, the payload notification title and the payload notification body, and the data will be the payload.data. And that data can be anything that we want to send to the front end to take any action there. And then we will do try from the admin messaging, send the message, that message, and will console log notification sent successfully, otherwise error sending notification, and in this else no device token for that recipient. So that is a pretty simple function, simply retrieving the notification data, then retrieving the recipient user data, checking the condition if the notification token for that user exists, then prepare a payload, prepare a message, pass the data from the payload, then send a message on that token to the device, and that's it. Now we will save that file, and then in here we will do Firebase deploy only functions, and here we will do the name of the function, send user notification. We will hit enter and it will start deploying that function, deploying functions here. So it will take some while, and once this is deployed we will go for testing the generate notifications onto device, if it's working or not. So once the deployment completes, you will get this message deploy complete, and now you have to go to your Firebase, and inside the Firebase functions, when you go in here, you will see the send user notification has been deployed. This is the document create, which will trigger when a notification is created on that path. And then let's go to the firestore, and here we have the users, and now let's go for testing. So I will open up this already running application and we'll hot start it, and also let's connect it one more, the Infinix, my real device, and also run the application in there. So now I have application running on two devices, one the real one and the other the emulator one. So what I have to do is just to go and verify the tokens in the firestore database, and here for John we have the token here, and also for his we also have the token in here. So both have the tokens of their devices. Now let's say the John received message from the other user, and I will keep this in the background, close it up like this, and let's say send message to him, hello there, and send. The message is sent, and let's wait for it. You can see he received the notification. When I open this up, the John is saying hello there. Let's click this. It will take me to the application. I got the hello there, and this time if I close this like that and send a message to him, let's say I want to send a photo in here, say this one and send it to him. And once it's uploaded to the firestore, not the firestore but the storage, it's sent. He receives the notification. It's saying the Adnan sent the photo. So that's how the push notifications is working. Now they're triggering on the background side, and when a document is created in the notification collection, a cloud function triggers this cloud function that we have written, and then it sends notification to the other user. So that was your push notifications that you were asked for. I have implemented and tested them in the Android, and these push notification integration will not work in the iOS because the iOS requires more things to deal with, such as the Apple Developer Program enrollment for enabling push notifications, and also adding other Apple push notification certificates and many other things. So we will deal with iOS push notifications in some other separate video since it requires more things to deal with. So if you found this video helpful, thumbs up a like and share this bootcamp with your friends and colleagues who want to learn real app development in Flutter. Also, let's set a target of 50 likes for this video. If it crosses that, I will start uploading week 6 and then week 7, where we will do more advanced things, where week 6 include Google Map clone, uploading the package on PubDev, and the week 7 platform specific code for Android and iOS, and also the publishing apps on Play Store and App Store. So now it's upon you. So that's it. See you in the next one.